all these reserved for the panelists? All of these that are reserved, those are for the panelists? It's a lot of reserved spaces. It's, okay, was that a yes from her? Sorry. It was a yes? Okay, perfect.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning again. I'm Sol Carbonell, the Executive Director of the David Rockefeller Center for Latin American Studies. It's great to see all of you here for this important conversation. I'm going to introduce our fearless leaders of the Mexico Study Program in a second, but for those of you that do not know the David Rockefeller Center, our mission is to foster, expand, and leverage the research and convening capabilities and teaching capabilities of the university as it relates to Latin America, the Caribbean, as well as the diaspora communities. And we do mainly four things. We incentivize and promote and support faculty and student research. We also create transformative student experiences in the region for Harvard students as well as for local students in the region. We also support Latin American scholars by inviting them to come a semester or a year here at Harvard to advance their research and leverage all the wonderful resources this university has to offer. And last but not least, we make impossible conversations possible. And that's what we're here to do today. So before I introduce Gabriela and Diane, let me also thank our co-sponsors for this program, which includes the History of Science Department, as well as the Bloomberg Center for CDs here at Harvard University. We're super thankful for your collaboration, your partnership, and your support. I know there are perhaps other executive directors in the room, and I welcome you as well. And I don't know if there are any other additional faculty that I haven't seen. But we have a really nice group on our Mexico Studies program from faculty from across the university focusing on a range of disciplines. So welcome to faculty as well. So now let me introduce Diane and Gabriela, and Gabriela will be moderating the first panel. Diane Davis is the Charles Dyer Norton Professor of Regional Planning and Urbanism at Harvard University, has a distinguished career focusing on urban development and governance. She's the former chair of Harvard's Urban Planning and Design Department. She previously led MIT's International Development Group. And Diane's expertise spans urban violence, governance, sovereignty, with notable works including Urban Leviathan, Mexico City in the 20th Century, and Discipline and Development, Middle Classes and Prosperity in East Asia and Latin America. She has secured fellowships from major foundations and recently led projects funded by Mexico's Infonavit on sustainable social housing and by Volvo on urban transport. Davis is currently a CIFAR Fellow and co-director of its Humanities Urban Future program, which focuses on Mexico City among several other global cities. Diane is also a co-chair of the David Rockefeller Center Faculty Committee of the Mexico Studies program, and she and Gabriela have been the masterminds behind these incredible two-day event that we're embarking on today. So here's Diane. Thank you. And Gabriela Soto Laviaga is a professor of history of science and Antonio Madero Professor for the Study of Mexico here at Harvard University. She specializes in modern Latin American history, in particular histories of science, medicine, and technology. Her prize-winning research includes jungle laboratories, Mexican peasants, national projects, and the making of the pill. She won the Robert K. Merton Prize and recently an article on Octavio Paz in India. And Mexican wheat seeds as exported technologies won LASA's Mexico section Best Article Prize. On October 2024, she was elected to the Academia Mexicana de la Historia, a singular honor for historians of Mexico, especially those outside of the country. Some named honors include fellowships from the Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton, the Dibner Distinguished Fellow at the Huntington Library, and most recently, she was selected to deliver the Centennial Lecture for the 100-year anniversary of the History of Science Society in Mérida. Her first museum exhibit, which is called Measuring Difference, is currently on display at the CHSI Gallery here at Harvard University, and I encourage everybody to go check it out while you're here. It's a terrific, terrific exhibit. Her book on Mexico's agrotech impact on India is forthcoming in 2026. Gabriela is also co-chair of the David Rockefeller Center Faculty Committee for the Mexico Studies Program and chair also of our Latinidad and Global Diasporas Initiative. So thank you so much, Gabriela and Diane, for your efforts and everything that you do for Dr. Class. Thank you, and welcome to all of you. Gabriela?
Thank you so much, Sol. Before I introduce our panelists, I wanted to say a few words, and thank you, Sol, for that really generous introduction, and to all of the Dr. Class members who have just, staff who have just been extraordinary in supporting us. This would not be possible without their help, and I wish to just say how deeply grateful Diane and I are for that. We started planning this symposium months ago with a single idea. In 2025, both Mexico and the United States would have newly elected presidents. By March 2025, we would have had 2 months in which these new presidents would have been interacting, cooperating, and laying a blueprint of future relations between our two countries. We could not have imagined what the present day would look like months ago. The last few months have indeed been a whirlwind of some predictable and equally erratic seeming events and proclamations. For instance, at some point this summer, when the symposium was still in the early planning stages, we thought we would have 2 female presidents dialoguing. We might have had a significantly different conference today with different conversations if that had potentially been the case. Tuesday morning, just a couple of days ago, ICE detained Alfredo Lelo Juarez Seferino, a Mixtec farmer worker and labor activist from Washington State. Lelo had been a farm workers' rights organizer since he was 14 and worked as a berry picker. Lelo was undocumented and had been ordered by an immigration judge to return to Mexico in 2018. Those are the known facts. What is, however, appalling is the violence that was used to remove Juarez Seferino on Tuesday. As a political activist commenting on the detention stated, quote, "We feel that there are no First Amendment protections for people that are doing activism in the immigrant community. This is a basic constitutional right for everyone." Today's panels will be touching on tariffs, the environment, energy, the arts, the law, but at the core, the through line of today's conversations might be an issue of basic rights and protections, basic environmental rights, basic labor and human rights. Today, we will examine the challenges and possible collaboration futures with what Maria Hinojosa encouraged us yesterday, with hope. In fact, the image of the symposium, which you see here, was the winning entry of a design competition among Mexican design students organized by the Harvard University Mexican Association of Students. The winner was Isis Yosaris Perez Hernandez, an undergraduate student majoring in graphic design at the Iberoamericana Universidad Puebla, Mexico. The title is Love Despite Barriers. And may that be one of the issues that we're talking about today. I'm going to introduce our panelists and read their bios at the beginning so that we can continue the conversation. We're incredibly fortunate to have these 4 experts in a variety of fields. I'm going to be starting from the end with Tony Payan, who is the Françoise and Edward Degeron Fellow for Mexico Studies and the Executive Director of the Center for U.S. and Mexico Studies at Rice University's Baker Institute for Public Policy. He's also a professor of social sciences at the Universidad Autónoma de Ciudad Juárez in Ciudad Juárez, Chihuahua, Mexico, where he directed the social science doctorate program from 2009 to 2012. From 2001 to 2015, Payan was a professor of political science at the University of Texas at El Paso. Payan's research focuses on border studies, particularly the U.S. Mexico border. He examines daily life in liminal spaces, cross-border flows, both legal and illegal, and border governance issues. He also explores various topics affecting the U.S.-Mexico relationship. Cristina Lessa is Associate Professor of Anthropology at Colorado College, and she examines indigenous rights and activism related to U.S.-Mexico border enforcement. Her book, Divided Peoples, Policy Activism, and Indigenous Identities on the U.S. Mexico border, explores indigenous identities and activism at the border, as well as how current border policies impact indigenous rights. In her work, Hip Hop is Resistance, Defining Indigeneity on the U.S. Mexico border, she analyzes hip hop as a form of indigenous resistance that expresses indigenous identities and challenges border policies. She has also published public scholarship on indigenous border rights, including Handbook on Indigenous Peoples' Border Crossing Rights between the United States and Mexico, and she co-authored which she co-authored with the Alianza Indígena Sin Fronteras. Benito del Águila is active in the Tijuana-San Diego art scene. He has collaborated with institutions like LACMA and directed Rosarito Art Fest. He co-founded the Latin American Art Festival, serves on boards for culture in Baja California, and was part of the first Secretariat of Culture of Baja California. He is currently coordinating La Línea que nos une, Conexiones Transfronterizas, showcasing over 50 artists. He holds a master's in arts management from the Universidad Autónoma de Coahuila and a business certificate for the arts from the University of San Diego. And last but not least, Alfredo Corchado, who is the executive editor for Puente News Collaborative and former Mexico border correspondent for the Dallas Morning News. An acclaimed author, he wrote Midnight in Mexico and Homelands. Born in Durango, Mexico, and raised in California and Texas, he began journalism at El Paso Herald Post, then moved to the Wall Street Journal. A 2009 Nieman Fellow at Harvard, he has won numerous awards, including the Maria Moore's Caber Prize. In 2020, he was Texas Star Reporter of the Year and received the Justice Trailblazer Award. He also led the Borderlands program at ASU and was named one of the top 5 border ambassadors by the Council of the Americas. Corchado, a UTEP graduate and NAHJ Hall of Fame inductee, splits his time between El Paso and Mexico City. We are in for a fantastic conversation with these 4. And with that, Tony.
Well, first of all, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Carbonell. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the invitation to be here with you. I think those of us who have dedicated a lot of time to think about the U.S. Mexico relationship and lived on the border. I've been a transporter agent for a very long time in the Paso del Norte region, are certainly concerned about what's going on both sides. So because I'm the first to speak this morning, I'm going to try to set some of the issues on the table for you and sort of frame some of the discussion based on my own reflections of what's going on. I think that today in 2025, we are certainly thinking that we're facing a crisis. And yes, we are, but it's not a new crisis. I think we academics and many other folks should have seen this coming way before. I think the financial crisis of 2008, 2009 was the beginning of a political and economic transformation in the world. So we missed it. In January, when Trump took office, it hit us like a train. But the reality is that many of these things had been gestating over time. Many of us who had been very critical of the Mexican government and certainly the U.S. government in many ways just kind of missed it. And so we're now deep into it and have to think about how to come out of it and what is it that we can contribute when we come out of this dark period in this tunnel. After 2008, 2009, and the financial crisis, I think many began to see populist movements emerge. Certainly in Europe, that was a first place. And there were already political parties emerging in various countries. pushing back against globalization. And we saw it. And we saw the waves of migration in 2012. I remember in the summer of 2012 when we saw the first phenomenon that came to be known as caravanized migration. It was caravans of people taking off. 2012, that's 13 years ago. So for those of us, I remember watching that and I said, this is new. This is 7,000 people marching is something new. We haven't seen this before. That's 13 years ago this summer. And of course, those of us who were dedicated to the idea of North America, and I remember Robert Pastor, who wrote that book, The Idea of North America, was very dedicated to that because it was an idea that emerged in the 90s. I think his book came out in 2011. Always academics behind, a brilliant idea. I'm not subtracting any merit from his thought. May he rest in peace. I think was a good idea, but you know, academics were usually late. We don't read the signs of the time very well. But the idea of North America has come and gone. So we now have to think about what the world will look like, not today, not in 5 years, but maybe in 10 years. And so I think forums like this are important because we have a role to play. A lot of issues on the table, obviously the immigration issue, people being displaced by globalization, by what Jean-Peter calls creative destruction, by the processes of capitalism and globalization, which are meant to do that. I mean, just to quote Karl Marx, you think about what he said, and he said, look, the capitalism has historical role. It's meant to destroy and to globalize, and it has its own internal logic. And we often miss those signs of how capitalism begins to affect people and sort of uproot the farmer and the small-time resident in communities, small communities, and how the flood of goods begins to destroy local enterprises. NAFTA is a typical example of how a flood of American agricultural products destroyed Mexican agriculture. And it's meant to do that. Let's be very clear. That is not an undesirable thing. But we also have to think about when that happens, who is affected. Trade, free trade, globalization always has winners and losers. And I think we have to think about the losers, and we don't often think about them. So the populist reactions that we're seeing in Mexico today and that we're seeing in the United States today are the product of the fact that both policymakers and we, I think, have a lot of responsibility in this too, miss the idea that the losers of globalization are also human beings. They have their own response, and in some countries, like in the United States, they also vote. And so they come out, and they came out, and they showed it. And in Mexico, they came out. And usually when there is a reaction, a political reaction like that, towards these forces of globalization and capitalism doing what it's supposed to do historically, if we don't pay attention to those affected by them, then there's going to be a political reaction. And we've seen it. Make no mistake, I think what is happening in the United States is an authoritarian movement, suppressing the rights of minorities, expelling migrants, suppressing universities, any places where people can organize and oppose and critically think are going to come under fire. And that's the case in Mexico too. Make no mistake, the fourth transformation in Mexico is an authoritarian backwards project, and it will die. It will go away, and Trump will go away too. And so I think we have a warning here because we missed what happened in 2008 and 2009 to think about what 2030 is going to be like and 2035 is going to be like. Let me give you an example of what happened with the first Trump administration. When the Trump administration, when they lost the election in 2020, many of the Trumpians or Trumpists, whatever you want to call them, took refuge in a number of think tanks in Washington, D.C. And they worked very hard for 4 years, not just on getting the discourse right, getting the electorate right, winning the 2024 election, but also crafting the ideas that they were going to implement in 2024. That, that 2025 document came out of that. So centers like this one, my center, we have, I think, a fiduciary responsibility to think ahead. Resist and oppose at this moment and criticize and make sure that we don't lose our critical thinking in the process and self-censor, but also think ahead. And because the world is not going to be like it was in 1990 or 2000 or 2010. I think we have to think about those things, because I think what is happening in Mexico, and I disagree to some extent with some of the stuff that was said yesterday. I think that if you look at the project, the political project in Mexico, it is complicated. I mean, when you look at Sheinbaum, for example, or Sheinbaum, if you look at her, she's trying to, I think, reconcile various contradictory objectives. On the one hand, restore an authoritarian project and an economic nationalist project by closing investment and opportunities in energy, in infrastructure, in telecommunications, by suppressing freedom of speech and criticism, and attacking academic institutions like CIDE and journalism, and repressing, I think, and defunding science and technology. That's exactly what we're seeing in the United States today. So I think at the same time, because she knows how dependent Mexico became of access to American capital and to the American consumer market, she's also trying to keep that open. And so, because Mexico's got nowhere to go. Mexico is so heavily dependent. And China is not going to pay a whole lot of attention to Mexico. And we have to remember also that China is a country that sells. It doesn't buy. So clearly, if there is a Chinese project in Latin America, it's about Chinese interests. It's not about Latin American interests. So I think we cannot miss the fact that Mexico is trying to balance contradictory objectives, politically and economically. They are not sustainable. And the alliance that they engaged in with organized crime clearly caught the attention in the United States. And that also gives the U.S. an additional tool to criticize Mexico and against Mexico. So the rule of law in Mexico has become altogether too weak to this day. And they refuse to consider the grievances that civil society in Mexico still has. Sheinbaum, for example, has not met with the Madres Buscadoras. She has not met with the feminists. She has not acknowledged the pain and suffering of the disappeared and the violence. And there is what Maria said yesterday, a culture of denialism. It's in Mexico. They deny Teuchitlan. They said that it wasn't happening. So not much has changed there. And I think in the United States today, we're seeing in its own context, with its own characteristics, in a wealthier society, many of these reactions. So did China abuse the international trade system? Possibly. I don't deny that China may have done that and that there was a lot of resentment. But it has nothing to do with China. It has to do with the fact that we did miss the signs. They were staring at us, and we neglected the losers. And the losers eventually rise up and they react. And so we're facing the consequences of something that we missed. The policymakers, politicians, and we academics to some extent missed. So to conclude, because I think we have like 7-8 minutes and no more than that each, so we can engage in conversation. Let me just say, oh, by the way, one more point on Canada. The Canadians, I think, are in a particular position because the threat to them is existential. The idea of absorbing Canada into the United States. The U.S. Was very proud that after World War II, it had never taken 1 inch of territory. And now we're going after Greenland and Panama and Canada. And when you think about that, it's outrageous, because who are Canada and who are Canada, Panama, and Greenland? Our allies and our friends. We can't be trusted anymore. We're in a different time. Mexico is not under threat of absorption. It's not a desirable place, or rather people, to be absorbed. But it is in a much more delicate position because it's got nowhere to go. Mexico is in a very, very difficult position. Sheinbaum is in a very difficult position, and her project is not sustainable. It's going to break. So what we have to do as think tanks is to begin to do exactly what the Trumpists did. We have to take refuge in the halls of universities and think tanks and begin to think the future and begin to promote the right ideas, but not looking back, but looking forward. I think that's the real challenge. Look, Trump will pass. I live in Houston, and I can tell you, when a hurricane hits, we all kind of hunker down. We go in the basements and we wait and hope, and then we come out and we begin to see what the damage is. Your roof, your windows, your car, your yard, and all the damage that's done. This will pass, and so I think we now have to really think 5 and 10 years ahead and begin to rebuild a different idea of North America. The idea is worth rescuing, but what North America? What future? And I hope that we don't miss it this time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tony, and Christina.
Hello, nice to see everyone this morning. As was noted in my in the introduction that was provided for me, I am an anthropologist, and when I began my work as a student ethnographer, trying to experience as a researcher what it means to work with the community and to learn more about what is happening on the ground with a community in order to add to the body of knowledge that exists about the sociocultural and linguistic nature of what's occurring with that community. My priority as someone of Yome descent, also known as Yaqui, today in the states of Arizona and also in Sonora, Mexico, a very widespread people. Part of my own individual history involves a disconnection from the Yaqui people due to the history of diaspora that impacted the indigenous peoples of the Yaqui as they were pushed out of Mexico at the turn of the 20th century. And my family ultimately ending up first in Texas and then in Arizona. And part of my my own goal as an ethnographer, as a student ethnographer, first learning what it means to work with communities as a part of the work that anthropology ideally does in terms of learning what are the true needs of a community, what is most important to them in order to share more about who they really are as a people. I very much wanted to learn more about my own history by connecting to the Yaqui people. And I was having not grown up in a Yaqui community, I was very naive about the experiences of indigenous peoples and everything that I had read about the Yaqui prior to working on the ground with community members indicated to me that the Yaqui were a very resilient people, which we are. As a people, we have faced many challenges to our cultural survival. However, part of that representation pointed to the various ways in which the Yaqui community were united, despite having been split by political and military forces across the U.S. Mexico border and really across these different parts of the Americas. We're a very widespread people due to our diasporic history. But one of the things that I found to be very interesting from a scholarly perspective, but also very surprising in terms of what had been written about the Yaqui, was that a major challenge posed to the Yaqui were the ongoing challenges of the enforcement of the U.S. Mexico border. And what I found was that there was a lot of division within the Yaqui community, and also as I began to talk more with members of the Yaqui community about what was involved to maintain connections across the U.S. Mexico border, you also saw that there were many divisions as well within other indigenous nations all across the U.S. Mexico border because of the many ways in which various leaders within the community had been pushed in different directions in terms of cooperating with the U.S. government and with the Mexican government in terms of their particular desires regarding enforcement of the U.S. Mexico border, and those who wanted to maintain a more traditional understanding of the lands that were now understood to be divided by the U.S. Mexico border. And in working with the Yaqui and other indigenous peoples on the border through my research, the metaphor of the U.S. Mexico border as an imaginary line definitely appeared as something very significant. That the U.S. Mexico border for indigenous peoples, from a traditional perspective, is imaginary because it is something that has been constructed through colonialism and through the construction of nation states to be able to claim the specific territories over which they desire power over and claim over. And for indigenous peoples, there are many metaphors to talk about the ways in which the U.S.-Mexico border as an imagined construct has been used against them as a sort of colonial tool and an ongoing form of genocide against indigenous peoples. So although it is conceptualized among indigenous peoples as an imaginary line to recognize the fact that it is a colonial construct, it nevertheless has very real impacts. And it has impacts in a multitude of different areas for indigenous peoples, including the ways in which it impacts indigenous peoples economically, and impacts them environmentally in terms of the impacts of border enforcement on the lands of the indigenous peoples, but also cultural and psychological impacts as well. And much of my work has focused on the cultural and psychological impacts, but for the very short amount of time that we have to discuss today, I'm just going to note what has become the primary focus for the organization that I have primarily worked with, the Alianza Indígena Sin Fronteras, or the Indigenous Alliance Without Borders, and that is the issue of movement across the U.S.-Mexico border for indigenous peoples. The organization certainly does examine various issues and tries to respond to them, but the primary focus has been on the issue of movement. Because each indigenous nation has its own history regarding U.S.-Mexico border policies and have faced different types of challenges as a nation, each nation has their own specific challenges that they do continue to face regarding enforcement of the U.S.-Mexico border. But what we see across the board is that there are some ways in which different indigenous peoples have been able to develop processes for working with both the Mexican government and the U.S. government in order to allow for some level of movement across the U.S.-Mexico border. But there's always a large level of sacrifice that indigenous nations need to make. The Kickapoo are often considered to be perhaps the most privileged because in the 80s they were granted something in the Kickapoo in Texas and in the northern part of Mexico, in Coahuila, they were granted what's referred to as American Indian Card, which implies that this is something that can be granted to all indigenous nations on the U.S.-Mexico border, but it's very specifically granted to the Kickapoo during a time period in which Kickapoo migrant labor was very critical to agricultural work in the region in which they were typically contributing to agricultural labor. And this granting of this card was something that facilitated their ability to move back and forth across the border. But even they have faced challenges and have faced often the inability to take advantage of that particular resource that they have been given. In the case of the Yaqui and the Tohono O'odham nations in the Arizona and Sonora region, again, distinct differences for these particular nations. But what we find here with these particular communities is, again, needing to work with the governments in order to be able to work through processes, but then finding, again and again, despite the messages that they're receiving from both governments, that their rights as indigenous peoples to connect across the border, to be able to connect to their communities, and to be able to have a traditional movement for the purpose of protecting their ceremonial traditions, what they find is that increasingly there's more power given to agents on the U.S. Mexico border, and increasing numbers of agents and other types of technologies in order to enforce the border, so that there are these increasing challenges for indigenous peoples to be able to do the type of traditional work that they desire to do in order to maintain their communities and their cultures. One primary issue is that there are no clear procedures to protect the rights of indigenous peoples to cross the border, often leading to the detainment or rejection of individuals when attempting to cross the border. And also, one clear issue is the ways in which sacred items that often move across the border necessarily for the purpose of ceremonial activities are often mishandled
30 seconds.
by agents. Thank you. But indigenous peoples on the border have been working together in order to try to create a clear set of guidelines in order to have the rights of indigenous peoples better recognized. And this is something that different indigenous peoples continue to push for through alliances that have formed, including the Tribal Border Alliance that brings together indigenous peoples from Canada, Mexico, and the United States to talk about shared issues regarding the border. And I know that we're out of time, but I just want to very briefly mention that the Yaqui Nation has also recently put forward very specific guidelines to help to address some of the challenges that they as a nation, but also other indigenous nations along the border are dealing with. And this is something that has made some headway. It is being considered by the Department of Homeland Security. But of course, with the current changes to administration, it's very difficult to see where those types of conversations will be going in the future. So that certainly is something that we'll want to keep track of as we see what are the next stages for protecting the rights of indigenous peoples.
Thank you so much, Alfredo.
Buenos días. I just want to go back to Gaby's introduction. One thing she missed, I'm also a proud fellow at Dr. Class, so it's great to be back. Dr. Class. Thank you, Paola, June, Diane, for my time here. I am a reporter, so I'm going to make it simple. And I was thinking maybe I could tell you 3 stories of things that I've seen on the border in the last few months that have dramatically changed. Actually, I've been a reporter for, Maria and I were started together, so almost between 35 and 40 years. But things that I have not ever seen on the border that suddenly I'm seeing now. And it says a lot about the times that we're living in. I come from El Paso, Texas, a city of about 800,000 people. It is considered one of the safest. I think it was the safest last year, no? Yeah. Safest in America. And we learned under the first Trump administration that the name of the game is optics. It's all about optics. We are we are the theater, we are the prop, we are the piñata. Although with piñatas, you usually have a fun time. You know, people come and they drink and they dance. There's not much dancing these days. But it's a piñata in the sense that you have politicians who come to the border. Used to be every 4 years. Now they come like every other day. Commercials, etc. And the idea is to hit the piñata. Hit it as hard as you can, because that's what gives you campaign donations. The more fear you have, the more the bigger the enemy, that they portray the enemy, the more that you're sure they're going to get something out of it. But things that I've seen lately, one is the whole militarization of the border, and this is happening. I mean, one of the things I didn't see in the first Trump administration was just how fast things are happening, the velocity. I was on the highway in El Paso. We have main highways, Interstate 10, and I'm on the highway, and there were Border Patrol vans, in front of me, but in front of them was, I wrote this down because I want to make sure I don't screw it up, a U.S. Army Stryker armor vehicle. I mean, this is along the highway, and it is now situated on a hill overlooking El Paso, overlooking Anapra, Mexico. There's something like 10,000 soldiers who have taken over Cristo Rey. Cristo Rey is the peak of the mountains. It was inspired by the Cristeros in the 1920s, but it's there, and they have border patrol agents in and out all the time. The other thing I saw that's really dramatic is talking to smugglers and talking to migrants in Mexico. The Mexican government claims that about 250,000 people are in Mexico, throughout Mexico. About 50 or less who were in the CPP-1 program. But they're living in limbo. And many of them, I think the vast majority of them, are in central Mexico or in not Ciudad Juarez, but Mexico City. But in Ciudad Juarez, it's kind of an interesting thing. The first 3 weeks of the Trump administration, everyone disappeared. I mean, you could not find a migrant. They were either at shelters, and then also at shelters, they were coming in with, some even were carrying guns because they were afraid of organized crime. And, to protect their families, they would come in with their own weapons. They would have to leave them in the front. But even to go to the grocery store, they had to have something to protect them. But in talking to them and in talking to coyotes, it usually, when there's a crackdown on immigration, the first thing that happens is the prices go up of cartels. This is the first time I've seen where prices have actually come down. It used to be $2,500, $3,000 to get across from from Juarez into the United States. It is now about $1,000. There's a couple that I constantly see in Juarez, and I'm always asking, ¿y cómo está el precio hoy? ¿Qué pasó hoy? Pues hoy está el precio especial. It's like it's now under 1,000. I said, so what are you going to do? He said, we're going to wait it out. Maybe we'll get to 200, 300. But it's that level of desperation. I have not confirmed that story in other parts of the border, but it's happening in El Paso, Juarez. And the other thing that's happening is that because there's so many soldiers in the area, there's also a lot of boredom. I mean, Border Patrol agents forever have been bored out of their minds. And I have a couple of sources who I've been talking to for years, and I was surprised. Last week I said, listen, I'm going to the Northeast, I'm going to do a couple of talks. How has your life changed? And they're saying, we are scared shitless that we may lose our jobs. I said, why? He says, because Elon Musk is trying to do away with waste. And this is when you know that this whole effort to get rid of waste is not really, that serious. I mean, and I said, well, you're the star of the theater. You're the star of the prop, of the production here. There's no way that you're going to lose your job. But I was surprised that there is that worry that we're not doing much. And nothing's happening on the Mexican side. On the Mexican side, it's been interesting to me how the Sheinbaum government is encouraging the public sector and the private sector to try to create jobs. They believe that with the help of organizations like Emerson Collective, they're trying to create as many as 500,000 jobs for the Central Americans who they think will stay, especially in the southern part of Mexico, and la región del Bajío, which is where a lot of the automotive, aerospace going. Got my time, so I'm going to cut through the chase and tell you the last story. The last story is about a father and his son who have been in the U.S. since 2019. They worship President Trump because they came under Trump, and Trump was able to, or the Trump administration, they were able to give him a parole to work in the U.S. while his paperwork was being processed. He's lived in around the Dallas area for these years. I check in with him every other week, every other month, just to see how he's doing. I've done something like 5 stories about him. And one thing he told me when I saw him in January, he says, I will no longer be going to the ICE offices to check in because I don't trust anyone. So I'm going to go underground. He changed the address. He moved to a different address because he says they have all my information. They have my information. He came with his son. He came with his son because he felt that that was the only way he would have a chance at asylum. He was running away from people who had killed one of his neighbors, and they were after his land. So he ended up in the U.S. Suddenly, the guy has disappeared. I talked to his priest back in Guatemala. I said, what do you think happened to him? I mean, has anyone heard anything about him? And he said, we hear through the rumors that he may be in El Salvador, that he might be one of these people that they picked up. He doesn't have tattoos, at least that I know of. So it's this whole uncertainty that's there. And with that, thank you.
Thank you so much, Alfredo. And Benito?
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I'm very happy. Well, my field of work, it's the arts and culture of both sides of the country. And I would like to start my presentation with this quote that impacted me very much the first time I read it. The last resort of kings is war, but the first one is always cultural diplomacy. And well, as a community of artists that works and creates on both sides of the border, we have been trying to apply this. We have taken in our own hands the cultural diplomacy, trying to help understanding between the two nations. First, I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself. I'm an artist, and I'm also a cultural developer. This is a photo of mine in Borrego Springs Arts Institute. Every year there's an exhibit of contemporary Latin American art, and the collective that I belong to always participates there. This is one of my projects. And well, my kind of art is what I will call Mexican pop art. It's a type of art that blends Mexican iconography with pop art, and I try to create a language that resonates with both countries, Mexico and the States. This is my work. But also, I'm involved in several cultural projects on both sides of the border. This first one, Rosarito Art Fest, I have been director of this festival for 14 years. And it's a binational project because the community is binational. But we also do projects in the Southern California area. Like for example, this one, it's the Latin American Art Fair in San Diego, California. We also have the Dia de los Muertos festivity in La Vista Memorial Park and Mortuary. It's a Day of the Dead celebration every month of November. And another of the projects that every year takes place is the Mexican Folk Art Weekend at the San Maluf Museum in Rancho Cucamonga, California. So that's the kind of work I have been trying to do for more than 10 years, cultural projects on both sides of the border. And well, it started because as part of the Rosarito Beach arts community, which Rosarito Beach has the biggest population of artists per capita in the northern part of Mexico, we realized that there's a big community of expats, Americans artists living there, but there's also a big community of Mexican artists that dream to exhibit in the States. So we have been working on erasing the borders with culture. That's one of our ideas. And well, we came to understand that art is not only business. Of course, we are happy that it's a business. Andy Warhol said that making money is art and working is art and good business is the best art. But we have come to realize also that we have a power, a cultural power that is to build bridges between the two cultures. Why this is important for us? Because it helps us to tell our stories from the border, because it helps us to challenge the stereotypes, because there are stereotypes on both sides, and it helps us build connections. For us, it's very, very important, those three things. This is an example of what I was telling you. Those are two good friends that I love and appreciate very much. Robert Kidd, he's on the right side, and my friend Scott Kennedy on the left side. Both of them live in Baja, and they have been for decades living there, and they choose to live in Rosarito and Ensenada to create their artwork, but they are very famous here in the States. They are represented in several galleries over here. And what I like very much about them is that they have blended into our community. So that's why I tell you that it's a binational community. And this is another example of what's going on right now. For the last 15 years, we have been part of Artwork San Diego. This is a photo of that event that takes place every month of April. And in Artwork San Diego, there's a pavilion, the Artes de Mexico pavilion, where this community that I form, it has like 20 artists taking part of this festival. Actually, that photo is of the Mexican pavilion. The first artist over is my friend David Silva, his booth. So it's a big space where we can precisely share our art, but in a big cultural way. This is another example of what is going right now. This is a good friend of mine, Alejandra Phelps. She has decided that the now world famous big wall between the two countries, she has decided to make it her own canvas. So she has been working on that the last years with her project Mujeres Pájaro, where she expresses, makes awareness about the social issues, especially in the female field. And as some of my friends over here have given some examples of what's going right now, I'm going to give you two examples. This is currently happening these 2 weeks. It's taking place the Latino Film Festival in San Diego, California. And what I'm sharing with you guys is some screenshots that I took from Panka. She was the artist. She's the artist that was chosen this year to make the poster of this year event. And when she saw the final print of the poster, she got a bit surprised because one of her characters got erased from the original design. It's the guy over here. It was an immigrant that is not taking part of the poster anymore. So we're starting to see those kinds of issues. But well, as a community, we're also in the academics, but we are in the day-to-day solving problems, and this is one of the examples. This friend of mine is Robert Friedman. He's a photojournalist that till 4 weeks ago, he used to work for USAID. He's no longer there, as many other people working in the US government because of the cuts, job cuts that are taking place. So our work in San Diego and my organization, Artwork Rosarito, we have decided to make him the feature artist of both festivals, and he received a grant in order to participate for free on the art fairs. So that's another example of what's going right now. But I also wanted to share with you our current project that I'm very excited of. Every year we make an exhibit with around between 60 and 80 artists in the main cultural center of Rosario Beach. And right now we're working on this exhibit that will take place on May 24, Memorial Day weekend. It's called La Línea que Une, Conexiones Transfronterizas. For us, in the border, the line, La Línea, it's the border. So basically, we want to speak about the experience in that border, not just the cultural experience, but the day-to-day experience. And the idea is to have artists from both sides of the border as one community, the community that we call Cali Baja, Southern California and North Baja community. So to end my presentation, these are some of the issues that we work at. We try to create and share and engage in dialogue using the arts. And in these times of political tension, the cultural diplomacy is not just an alternative for us, it's a necessity, and a necessity that we need to work on day to day. As artists, we have the power to share narratives, to foster understanding, and to remind both nations that what unites us is stronger than what divides us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, all of you, for this Shared Challenges panel. You've really set us on a wonderful road to discuss from various perspectives, from policy, from the arts, from indigenous rights, and from journalism. And I would like to ask you about how we are framing what are the important issues. In the last few months, the last couple of months, the threat of deportations and the influx of fentanyl has dominated much of the coverage about the border. And a recent Gallup poll revealed that immigration is, quote, the most important problem, end quote, facing our nation today. But based on your work and familiarity with the region, what is happening right now on the border that is not being covered by the media, but that you feel is a crucial issue? And why is it important for us to focus on that story? So why don't we start, we'll go down this way, and then for the next question, we'll go down the other direction. Tony?
Sure. Look, having grown up on the border, as kind of bicultural, bilingual person, I can tell you that I've tracked the border since I was a kid. And I think Alfredo is probably in the same position. And we've seen the border change a lot. And it's a very resilient space. when I was growing up, back in the 80s, I was a young preteen in the 80s, and used to visit my cousins, and we used to go over to the bridge, and we used to see the inflatables and people waiting on the water across the river, standing on the bridge, and no fences, and the Border Patrol, there was just a few guys going back and forth, running in their trucks. And then we saw the fencing, and then we saw the wall, and then we saw the militarization, but we also saw the stories of integration. We saw the increase in trade. We saw the infrastructure. We saw how borderlanders adapt and change. It's a hard place. The border is a very hard place. And borderlanders, in particular, I think, are just incredible people, I think. 15 million people live on the border. I'm not talking about the states. Texas has 30 million, California has almost 40 million. I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about the 15 million of us who live right up against the border. And I say live because I teach in Juarez, and I go to Juarez every other week to teach to this day. And I cross the border. And I can tell you there's resilience there. And borderlanders are quickly adapting and quickly changing. And they're working remotely, and they are finding ways to stay in contact with their families. And they're, after September 11th, we saw how people began to say, I can't just go to El Paso to shop. I have to make a list and then do it once a week. So there is resilience, and I think those stories need to be told. And the companies, if you look at Tijuana, if you look at Nogales, Juarez, Reynosa, all the different towns on the Mexican side, and you look at El Paso and you look at San Diego, people find ways to continue working and living on the border. The 7.5 million people on one side and 7.5 on the other. Of course, San Diego is like the big thing, because they've got about 3 million people in the area there, 3.5. So they're a big chunk in there, in Tijuana and San Diego. But people live along the border, and I think they have adjusted and have adapted to all that's happened to us from the 80s when I was growing up, and I'm sure Alfredo was growing up. I think those stories need to be told. And when it comes to immigration, I said something, this project is not sustainable. So what we have to find, I'm glad that I think Alfredo brought it up. What's the rhetoric we have to use to counter the narrative today? We don't have one. We don't have it. We're on the defensive. And on purpose, I think. The chaos that we see and live today is on purpose. It's by design, so that, and Alfredo, I'm sure, knows that, Trump says something outrageous today, and then the next day we're trying to figure out how to respond to that, and he says something even more outrageous, and now we're going to have to respond to the more outrageous thing, and then he says something most outrageous the third day, and now forget the first day and the second day, and now we're going to try to react to the third day. Flood the zone, it's what it's called. But I think the border teaches us something about resilience and about the way people live, and I think that many of us have to show the numbers and the data. That's true. We have it, and we've seen it. We publish it, but we also have to build a narrative around that data, and we have to show people in Minnesota, in North Dakota, in Indiana, that the three countries are better off together than they are fighting among themselves and then fighting with the rest of the world. So I think we have to prepare that. But I think the resilience would be the one thing about the border that I would highlight, and that we're not really, taking advantage of.
Thank you so much, Tony, and thank you for sticking to your 3 minutes. Benito?
Well, yes, I agree that the media coverage is focusing on fentanyl and migration, but I think that we as a society, we have the obligation to take control of that narrative, and especially in the arts community, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to take the control of the stories that are being told. One example is the exhibit that I was telling you about that we're currently working on. We're trying to express the reality, of the day-to-day style of living in the border. For generations, we have been Mexicans and Americans living there on both sides of the world or the border. So that's what we're trying to do to be resilient, but also to take that control, to control the narrative through our art.
Terrific. Thank you so much, Benito.
Also try to stay
Yes.
to 3 minutes.
You can use one of mine.
Oh, it's wonderful.
I just took 2 minutes.
Yes, I would definitely echo what's already been said in terms of the wonderful amount of resilience that exists on the U.S. Mexico border. And we don't see enough the types of beautiful productions and beautiful narratives that are being created by these cross-border collaborations that do occur for various communities that populate the U.S. Mexico border. But I'll also say that the narrative of our border being open is something that's very damaging to not only the ways in which the entire population of the larger nation who is not present on the U.S.-Mexico border perceives the border and what it represents. And primarily this concept of the open border seems to represent this sort of gaping wound that brings in all of these dangers, so that we see these increasing levels of enforcement, which pose all of these challenges to being able to do the wonderful types of collaborative work that is being done. And while I think it is very, very important to recognize the resilience of the communities on the U.S.-Mexico border, and I think that is something that needs to be emphasized more in the ways in which we talk about U.S.-Mexico border populations to negate the many negative stereotypes that exist about these communities. It would also be very nice if those communities did not have to be so resilient. If we could begin to change the narrative about what a more open border actually means. And of course, it's not the reality that the border is open. It's become increasingly closed and increasingly difficult for people to have the types of cross-border collaborations that we do see despite the increasing levels of enforcement of the border. But it would be wonderful if we could somehow adjust the larger community's thinking about the U.S.-Mexico border in terms of it being perhaps somewhat open, but that the openness is good, that it's good to have that level of openness that allows for sharing and for collaboration.
Thank you.
I can try to be very positive and also say that the border is all about resilience. It's a peek into the future, tolerance, compassion. But I will tell you what keeps me up at night, what keeps me concerned about the border is that as my job as a reporter, it is how we lost the narrative, to disinformation, misinformation. That is the biggest threat to the border. Been a journalist for over 35 years, but I have to tell you, in my 1 year on a nonprofit, Puente News Collaborative, I feel like it's the most meaningful job of my life, trying to debunk all these drive-by social media influencers with their little cameras and pointing at the fence, pointing at the walls, and saying, "No, this is an invasion. This is an invasion." How do you combat that? You have to, excuse the language, but in chinga. You just have to fight back, and sometimes it feels like David and Goliath, because you have Fox News, you have Newsmax, you have all these independent influencers, and so we're constantly trying to teach border residents. We've had some workshops. We had like what you call a pop-up, where you go to a flea market and do a pop-up and teach people what journalism is, how it works, how you can tell your own story, how we can all take our story back. But that is my biggest concern. 3 minutes, right? All right.
Right on time, my friend. So we just covered in this shared challenges panel, But I feel we should speak directly about how the proposed and already imposed tariffs are impacting communities on both sides of the border. Could you give us a concrete example about how this particular challenge might impact or is already impacting the groups with which you are most familiar? And Alfredo, we'll start with you and go down the row.
I mean, we're already seeing the impact. First, it's kind of not a funny story, but because it is tragic. I have a friend who owns a tequila company, brings the tequilas from Guadalajara to the border, and it was a day that Trump was supposed to put the 25%, and then as the truck was moving, it went up. No, it's not going to happen. Yes, it's going to happen. And he's at the line, and there's a protest going on, and he's thinking, okay, I'm going to get through it, no tariffs. He didn't. So that batch of tequila was 25% more. What the warehouses we're seeing in El Paso and New Mexico are just packed with products because people are so concerned about what's going to happen. In this case, April 2nd. So there's all this concern, but what's really worrisome is the economy. I mean, the several restaurants just in the last couple of weeks have started to close down. They've started to go away. And in talking to a Mexican government official with the Sheinbaum government, said, we are worried shitless because you're looking at least 1.3 million Mexicans out of a job. And we're already seeing that on the border. I mean, so as Mexico is trying to keep in and employ some of the people who are in limbo in Mexico, what happens if these deportations do happen, massive deportations, and what happens if the economy really takes a hit because of the tariffs that are being discussed, or just the uncertainty. Will it happen? Won't it happen? My favorite restaurant, I was just there on Saturday. I just got a call yesterday. They shut down. Too much uncertainty. So that's a big concern for the border. We're not used to unemployment, especially on the Mexican side. So what's going to happen in the next few weeks or months?
Thank you.
I've been in Colorado for quite a while, so unfortunately I don't have on-the-ground observations of what's been happening on the part of the U.S. Mexico border that I've been working in most closely regarding responses to the tariffs, the plans for the tariffs. But I do know that there has been increasing feelings of economic insecurity regarding the extent to which the border can be open to economic engagement between communities. I grew up on the U.S. Mexico border, on the Ciudad Juarez, El Paso border specifically. My father's family is from El Paso. And I do remember a time when things were relatively open and when it seemed like it was just, even though there were very negative stereotypes about that region as being a region that was not economically booming, I do recall that it was always important to have that ability to cross the border, to be able to have economic flexibility. And now that that is something that is increasingly difficult, that poses lots of economic challenges. And one can imagine that with now this reality of tariffs that will raise prices for those who reside on the border, that is going to become even more of a concern in term, and then also just fears about crossing the border. All of these are adding, I think, to already vulnerable economies on the U.S. Mexico border and increasing ideas about relations that can continue to exist cross-border. I think even though we shouldn't necessarily depend on economy to make community, as someone who grew up on the U.S. Mexico border, I can see how that movement across borders does help to establish relationships across the border. And now, unfortunately, I think those are increasingly going to disappear, both as the border becomes more closed, but also as these tariffs make household economies more vulnerable.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, for us, it's a little bit complicated because in the community, locally we create our own artwork, but the market is here in the States. So we cross the border very often, once or twice a week, to ship our paintings, and till now we have been treated very well. Actually, whenever I cross the border with one of my paintings, the guy in the border crossing says, "Oh, wow, it's yours! Oh, how cool! Go ahead, cross. You can cross." But we are very worried that may change, and we depend very much on the U.S. economy for our trade, because the market is here. So till now we have not seen any problem, but let's hope it keeps it that way.
Interesting. Thank you so much, Tony.
Well, a couple of things on that. I think the effect is already being felt in the economy. We had a grant to look at nearshoring about 2 or 3 years ago, and that was the buzzword, nearshoring, 2 or 3 years ago, and everybody was talking about nearshoring. And I'm always very skeptical of the new buzzword or the new fad, because it kind of fades away. And I didn't see it in the numbers, and I kept saying, I don't see it. Nearshoring, it's not happening, and the numbers are not showing it. And it never really materialized. But now with the tariffs, and by the way, the tariffs are a blunt instrument that President Trump is using to solve a wide array of issues, which it's essentially a hammer that thinks that everything is a nail, whether it's in China, whether it's China's trade practices, whether it's Russia's war, whether it's Panama's giving access to Chinese, whether it's Mexico. I mean, Trump thinks that everything can be resolved by tariffs. That's not the case. But on the U.S. Mexico border, I'm afraid that what I saw going south towards the airport into Juarez, for example, was that all these industrial park constructions, all these maquiladoras stopped. All of a sudden, you see the shells, because the way they do it is they bring the pre-built walls and then they kind of put them together like almost like a Lego type of construction, and then they stopped. So nobody's investing right now. Everybody is putting everything on hold. Nobody's hiring. People are being laid off. And now that the tariffs on cars and vehicles and car parts are going into effect, apparently in a couple of days, I think companies are going to be scrambling to figure out where to go, whether to build in Mexico for the international markets or to build in the United States for the United States. And that affects the border, because if you think about many of the maquiladoras in Juarez, for example, or Reynosa, or anywhere else for that matter, sometimes what you have is the wire comes in from the United States, and then it gets kind of assembled into the harness in Juarez, and then it crosses the chassis, and the rest of it get crossed into El Paso, and then something gets done there, and then some car parts come into Juarez again. They get reassembled, and back and forth, 3, 4, 5 times until the car is finally built, or the car seat is built. So what are you going to tariff? Everything, every time it crosses? So every time the wire crosses, 25%. That wire crosses back with the harness, 25%. Then the harness crosses back with an added value, 25%. Are you going to do that? The day of the tariffs that eventually were suspended, there were lines in the Laredo port of entry because the CBP itself was scrambling to figure out what to tax, how to collect the money, who was going to pay, who wasn't going to pay, and then eventually went away, because sometimes tariffs are imposed and that takes months to implement, and Trump wanted them to do it in just hours or days. It creates a lot of that chaos. I think the border economy is going to suffer, number one. Number two, very quickly, I think the produce, I've seen all kinds of numbers, 40 to 60% of the produce and fruits and vegetables that we consume in the United States come from Mexico. That's true. quite a bit. That is going to be felt immediately by all consumers, whether it's in El Paso or in St. Paul, Minnesota. That's going to be a reality. We're going to pay more for cars. We're going to pay more for fruits, vegetables. And then the final thing is that I see on the border, I see a lot of fear. I see a lot of fear. People are afraid. I follow several groups on border issues, and we were just talking this morning about these groups that communicate very quickly on Facebook or WhatsApp or whatever, and there's fear. Is it true that they're taking away the passports of women who birth in El Paso? Is it true that they are doing that? And there's all kinds of fear. We gotta figure out a way to get over that and begin to regain that narrative and begin to highlight the positive stories, because we can't. It's not possible to live in fear. This fear is by design in both countries. I'm very critical of Mexico City and the Mexican government. I'm very critical of the Trump administration. I think we have a responsibility to counter that. So I would say that we gotta figure out how to not be afraid. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have just 2 more questions, and we're going to have time to open it up to the audience for questions of your own. So you might be thinking about one as I pose this one. This question is about possible solutions coming from the border. Each of you has already illustrated and quite elegantly the challenges that we are facing, the fear, the disinformation that's coming from the border. But I'd like to know if you could speak about, in these increasingly divisive times, what solutions are already happening, or what solutions do you feel need to happen at the border? And why don't we start with Benito, then we come down this way, and Tony, you can close us off.
Sure. As I mentioned before, we need to take control of the narrative. And in that way, at least for us as artists, we can develop mutual understanding on both sides of the border. As I have mentioned it several times, we are just one community. So it's a local effort to keep working on this community that has been there for generations and decades. So basically, that's what we need to work on, to take control of the narrative by exhibiting our artwork on both sides of the border and keep working on that.
So one of the solutions for you is the importance of continuing to just showcase the art on both sides.
Yes, because it helps to understand each other. Whenever you get to know your neighbor, you don't have any fear about him because you already know him. Mm-hmm. And art, it's a key that opens the door to that.
Super. Thank you so much. Christina?
Well, I mentioned previously the Tribal Border Alliance that was formed between various indigenous nations in the U.S. and Canada and Mexico who are grappling with issues related to the border and how that affects their sovereignty as nations. And that specific coalition formed as a result of the first Trump administration. And not that these issues did not pre-exist. These nations have been facing issues related to borders increasingly since the 1990s, but the Trump administration was much more forceful than previous administrations about the extent to which they felt they were going to prioritize border enforcement, border wall construction, so that there were many concerns among various indigenous nations about the extent to which sovereignty, as it had been previously recognized, even very limited ways, would still manage to be recognized by the U.S. government. And one of the outcomes of that coalition and the conversations that happened between these different indigenous nations were individual nations, through the sharing of information and sharing of the problems that they faced, discussing various guidelines that they wanted to propose to the U.S. government, to the Mexican government. I mentioned the Yaqui that had made a specific proposal for specific procedures that would benefit the Yaqui Nation and that could also be used as a template for other nations. And that was a proposal that was put forward to Homeland Security, and we're still sort of in limbo in terms of figuring out what's going to happen with that. So I think that is one example of some of the work that's being done. And I know that with the new administration, there's certainly already there are already conversations happening about how do we build from what we did previously with these conversations in order to figure out next steps to protect our sovereignty as nations. But it would be also to echo what Benito said, I think it's also very important to be able to share and get support from the broader public for these types of initiatives, the types of conversations that are happening and the collaboration that is happening between tribal nations, obviously very important, but it's only important if there is broader public support for the initiatives that are being proposed by these nations. And so I think the more that we can find ways to make those types of collaborations part of the national narrative about border policy transformation, I think that would be certainly something that would be wonderful to see and that would ultimately make these collaborations more fruitful.
I'm always very inspired by the number of NGO groups who go back and forth across the border. Lately, you see a lot of human rights advocates, lawyers, American lawyers, traveling into Juarez to teach them workshops, help one another. I also think we can learn a lot from Mexico, from Ciudad Juarez in this case, about our own humanity. And I think El Paso, to me, is a very crucial place as we try to figure out the long-term problems about immigration. Every time there's been, I mean, this is not the first time, talk about mass deportations. We had the great repatriation program in the 1920s and 30s, and that led to a big guest worker program because Americans finally, look. I mean, they can be blah blah blah. We can do this on our own. We can just pay more money, but in the end, they need employees. So you had a big guest worker program. Obviously, 1942, World War II was going on, and they needed more Mexicans to come along. 1951, North Korea, same thing. I am here today at Harvard because employers in West Texas and Arizona and California could not find workers like my father. So my father comes in as a guest worker, under a guest worker program known as the Braceros. And he busted his butt for 5-6 years. He thought, okay, I have enough money. I just got married. I have a first kid coming up. I want to go back to Mexico and have a little grocery store. And his employer tells him, we can't do without you. You're like the best there is out there. And my dad says, well, I miss my family. I want to go home. And he says, I'll give you a green card, and I'll give all your kids a green card. So because of that, we came here. That Bracero camp is the only one that's still standing in El Paso. And it's become like our little Ellis Island of the Southwest in El Paso. It's become a historical landmark. They're building it. They're fixing it. Gabriela, maybe someday you will go there.
I would love that.
Because it's a monument that also it's a lesson for America today. You want to kick everybody out. You want to deport them back to Mexico. Who's going to replace workers here? I mean, I say every week I check in with sources, but also with dairy workers and dairy farmers in Wisconsin, with people who take care of the elderly, of children in Nebraska. And they are concerned that if the workers are deported, what will they do? And I said, well, you got a choice. You can hire someone for $50, $60 an hour, or maybe get robots. Will robots replace Mexicans? And they asked me about the guest worker program. And I know there was a lot of abuse at that time, but I think there are things that people can learn from the border. People can learn from the experience in El Paso and other border communities on how to handle the current challenges that we face.
Yeah, I think that I think the challenge is to build coalitions. And I think let me just mention a couple of the groups that I think are particularly called to think about this and to resist. Even if you don't engage in open confrontation, it's probably not that productive. You have to engage in dialogue, even if there are folks that don't agree with you. One of the most important communities, I think, on the border and everywhere is the business community. So they have to understand that their interest goes way beyond the maquiladora or manufacturing. The business community needs to understand that it needs to invest in those communities, and it needs to invest in the other communities that create dialogues, universities, think tanks, journalists, NGOs, people that really engage with the border and between the two countries. I think that's one thing. Academics. I think universities give up very quickly. I mean, look, whether it's here or Columbia University or even my own university in Houston, Rice, telling us, sending memos about let's be cautious, let's think about, how we say things, and, we self-censor and we step back from it. I think we have to engage other universities in Mexico. They're also in pain. The Mexican government has cut off almost all funding for science research and has punished universities very severely. And whenever an academic or a journalist speaks up in Mexico, they're under serious threat. So we have to engage academics in solidarity everywhere and rebuild those links with students and with academics and to recreate the narrative. Another one, I think, is journalists. Journalists tell the story. You have to tell the stories about, you have to tell people in Kansas, you have to tell people in Montana, you have to tell people in Kentucky that they will pay more and that the poor will pay more because they spend more as a percentage of their income more on food, i.e. fruits and vegetables, than wealthy people do. So it's going to cost you. Why? Because people have been seduced. If you look at Webb County, Texas, in South Texas, that county, which is 98% Mexican, had not voted Republican since 1894 or 96. And they went for Trump last year. Okay, so they're seducing people with some narrative that is making them vote against their own interest. It reminds me of the book by Frank, What's Wrong with Kansas? How have folks that are going to be affected by these policies been allowed to be convinced that these policies are in their favor? There's something wrong. So I think there's some false consciousness, to use another Marxist term, going on. These people, and I think journalists, academics, and the business community have a particular responsibility. And one more, in this great coalition, churches. I have a deep respect. Obviously, I grew up Catholic, like many of us on the border. And I can tell you, the Bishop of El Paso, Mark Seitz, who was a professor of mine at the University of Dallas when I was an undergraduate, I took liturgy with him, a class on liturgy with him at the University of Dallas, which is a small Catholic university. So I took a class on liturgy. Why not? And he was the professor at that. He's now the Bishop of El Paso. He was a professor at UD when I was in Dallas as an undergraduate. He's very engaged. And my goodness, he's become really a great force of resistance. Just yesterday there was, a procession downtown El Paso, sort of trying to counter the narrative. So the church, academics, journalists, and NGOs, let's rebuild coalitions and let's prepare. So I think hunkering down, hiding away, self-censoring is not going to help. But open confrontation. I mean, I go to Capitol Hill quite often as I lead a think tank, and one of the best people that I've engaged in conversation with is Dan Crenshaw. And you would say, Dan Crenshaw, this Republican from Texas, who's, my God, you couldn't have any more person Trump is than him. Well, I have to talk to him, and I have to engage him in conversation, because engaging here it's a little bit like preaching to the choir. We're kind of convinced here in this room of what the solution is. So we have to engage the other side too, build coalitions and engage the other side. I think that we have to do it because that's going to be the way to start breaking down. I'm reminded of a sentence in Latin, because I was a Latin Greek major when I was in undergraduate.
30 seconds for that Latin phrase.
Just one. The drop doesn't break the stone by virtue of its force, by virtue of the fact that it falls over and over and over and over on it. Thank you.
Totally worth those 30 seconds.
30 seconds here. I want to thank Tony for bringing up the whole journalism part. I mean, the thing we're trying to do at Puente News Collaborative, there's 26 counties along the U.S. Mexico border. Only 10 of them have some kind of newsroom. And I use the word newsroom very loosely. So our mission is to try to take those stories, fill those news deserts along the border with stories about Mexico, with stories about the border, but also push those stories into the Midwest, into a Michigan, into a Wisconsin, Minnesota, and other states, to try to educate people about what the border is and how the border impacts their daily lives. Thank you.
So, and thank you so much for that, Alfredo. In the remaining 5 minutes, does anyone have a question? And if several people will collect questions and people can respond to one. So can you be succinct with your question, please?
We have time for maybe 1 to 2 back.
Okay.
So I know we talked about, my name's Eric Shaw, I'm alumni of the School of Design, and we talked a lot about narrative shift, but I feel like there's so much confusion, right? Like, open borders are good, it's free trade, it's jobs, and then the next day open borders are bad by the exact same policy, right? And so how can we also hammer down a narrative? And I think, just last thing would be like, a lot of folks weren't convinced about open borders and free trade for a while, right? We were all sort of like, it was imposed on us in a certain way by Clinton in those moments. So like, just how do we hammer down a narrative, right? Because I just feel like it's shifting every day, and I know we're talking about narrative shift.
Terrific question. We'll take a second one, hammering down a narrative, and we have one here in the middle. Thank you so much, Darinel.
Hi.
Is it working?
Yes.
I was simply wondering, so you talked a lot about Trump specifically and how he's done so much in these 3 months, but I also wonder, right, how did the Biden administration allow Trump to do that, right? Because from what I understand, the border wasn't picture perfect before Trump came in, and if anything, Biden kind of set up Trump to do what he did. So what I'm wondering is that what errors do you see in the previous presidency that allowed us to get to here? Because yes, we can look to like the future, as you were saying, and how we're going to fight back, but I think we also have to look at the errors we made.
So you have 2 questions from which you can choose one and answer in 1 minute.
Yeah, I just want to address the question of the narrative. You're absolutely right. I think those of us, look, in many ways, Republicans are simple thinkers, black and white, right? They're going to tell you, look, this is bad for you, this is good for you, and that's the end of it. For us, it's a bigger challenge because we're complex thinkers. And Democrats, I think, tend to be more complex thinkers. So for complex thinkers, it's a lot more difficult to build a narrative because we usually say, well, but what about this? But what about that? But you said this, and then you contradicted that with this. So it's a lot more difficult. So I think one important intellectual task for us who believe in this project of going at it together, not alone, it's going to be a lot more difficult to build that narrative. And we have to think through the contradictions, and then we have to go deeper into the roots of it. Why is it that Canada, that's resisting and imposing tariffs, is being treated the same way as Mexico? Because people say, oh, Sheinbaum is so smart, she's handling it very well. No, she's not, okay? Mexico City is being treated exactly the same as Ottawa, even though Mexico is folding and Canada is fighting back. So something has to explain why they're being treated more deeply. So I think, to conclude, I think the task for us is more complex because we're complex thinkers. But it's not impossible. It's been done before, and it can be done again.
Immigration. I think that's part of what did President Biden in. Immigration and the disinformation that was going on all along the border. I mean, they had no way of really attacking it. It was coming in from all kinds of directions. But as I was reporting all along the border, I mean, I kept hearing from, especially from Hispanic communities, Latino communities, that immigration was their issue. I mean, why are these, as they would say, Venezolanos getting all these breaks when our own parents came in and never really got that kind of stuff? So I think that really helped President Trump get reelected.
Christina?
Sure. So I'll say that in terms of shifting the narrative, I think that a part of what it is that people who are complex thinkers, so academics, artists, journalists, people who think a lot about these issues and try to make sense out of the different perspectives and issues that we're grappling with. I think something that we need to do amongst ourselves is to not necessarily dilute our conclusions, but find a way to present those conclusions to individuals who don't necessarily have access to models for complex thinking. I think that we've been privileged, those who work within that model of complexity for working through problems, to be able to be educated in this sort of more liberal form of thinking, to be in these critical thinking practices. And I think we need to keep in mind that most people do not have access to that type of critical thinking model for working through challenging issues. And so I think that we need to find a way to be able to communicate what we want to communicate, but in ways that make sense to people who just really need to understand how things affect them the most individually. And I think we also need to build more empathy as well. I think that we very often, as intellectuals who are presenting our ideas, do tend to preach to our choirs and assume that if we're just saying what is right and true, that other people will be persuaded by that truth. And we can, I think, come off as very combative to those who are just existing in very different thought worlds. And so I think we need to work a lot, not only on our rhetoric and how we deliver messages to a broader public, but also in our ability to be empathetic and to understand that these are people with real lives. These people who disagree with us are real people with real lives who need to have their own perspectives and their own challenges understood.
Thank you so much. And closing off the panel, Benito.
Thank you. Well, I would like to talk about the narrative again. We are the ones that are living the reality. So it's in our hands to write our own experience. This is an example that I gave you in my presentation. Panka did her own narrative, and she was censorship. But anyway, using her own social media, she's still working on giving her opinion on the subject, on the matter. So we need to keep working on that.
So it's quite interesting to listen to these 4 sensational presentations, and we really honor that you could be in conversation together. There's several themes that kept coming up: disinformation, narrative, control the narrative, sovereignty, also uncertainty, fear, and financial concerns. But equally was the notion of coalition, of sharing, and especially of teaching and reporting the facts and the news. So with that, let's report the facts and the news, and let's share and build coalitions. And join me in thanking this fantastic panel. We now have a break of 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And, yeah.
I believe it's time to start. Is this open? Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's 11:09 already.
Okay, buenos días. My name is Rafael Fernández de Castro. I live in San Diego, California. Of course, I'm Mexican, and I have lived in the border almost 8 years. So, but first of all, let me congratulate you, Gabriela and Diane. I sympathize with you. It's very hard to organize a conference on U.S.-Mexican relations nowadays because this is a moving target. There's so many things happening, and so congratulations. This is wonderful, and my recognition. Let me make 2 observations about the border. We have this beautiful panel. I will introduce them to you. But let me start by saying that I believe that the U.S.-Mexico border is similar to an estuary, where the fresh water of a river meets and the salty water of the ocean. What happens there? You have nature with asteroids. It really grows like in a crazy way. I believe the U.S.-Mexico border. We experience their globalization with asteroids. Migration flows, they're huge. Environmental degradation is devastating. Water issues, they're very complicated. And also, I mean, there's a lot of very positive, there's a lot of innovation. I'm highly impressed by people in Tijuana. By the way, all of us who live in Calibaja, there is this special region between Tijuana and San Diego, I would say Southern California and Northern Baja California. And we're very proud of our region still, with a lot of challenges, but we'll pick the brain of these guys here and we'll talk about that. So I believe that is wonderful, and I invite you to come to the border, and thank you, Diane and Gabriela, for putting so many panels about the border, because the border, I see the border as a laboratory, as a lab of globalization. Everything is there to be seen. Everything is there very intense, and it's beautiful to observe border flows there, and it's beautiful to observe cooperation. But also, it's a tough place. People, that's why, and Tony's right, people become resilient because this is a tough place to live there and to create things there. My second observation is more political. I will say that the U.S.-Mexico border is ground zero nowadays. I believe because of the deep crisis that we have been experiencing the border during the last 4 years. Let's face it, during the Biden administration, close to 5 million people entered the U.S. through the Mexican border, and that created a big crisis. And to me, that was basically the key, or that paved the way for Trump to come back to the Oval Office. It really helped him, and I believe that because of that, Trump will come back to the border in a very harsh way. And nowadays, we're living in the border, what I would say, a calma chicha. I don't know how to translate that into English, but bliss. We know that something is going to happen there. There's a lot of fear in the border. Border floors are down. Also, let me just to give you some numbers and to put in perspective, I mean, the deep of the crisis that we live in during the last 5 years. December 2023, it was the peak month in which the Border Patrol encounter, now they say, migrants. The number of encounters that month was 300,000, the peak ever. It is very telling that out of those 300,000 migrants detained by the Border Patrol, less than half, only 44%, were from Mexico and Central America. The rest, that 56%, were coming from 99 different countries. What I'm trying to tell you, and this is something for you to consider, is that the U.S.-Mexico border is connected to the well-being of the world. If there's a problem in Ukraine, in March 2022, when Russia invaded Ukraine, you wouldn't believe it, but 1 week after, we were getting 1,200 Ukrainians landing in Tijuana airport in a daily basis, and about 200 Russians. Suddenly, May 2023, we started to see landing in Tijuana 400, 500 people from Turkey every week, not every day. What was happening? There were elections in Turkey. I don't have to tell you that there's a lot of Venezuelans, a lot of Haitians, a lot of Ecuadorians, a lot of Nicaraguans coming into the U.S.-Mexico border. So this is a border that's been connected with the world. What is happening right now? I will say 2024, basically migration flows stop coming into the border. The last year of the Biden administration, flows diminished 80% from 2022 to 2023, and now, just the first month into Trump 2.0 in office, we only have, the Border Patrol has the less encounters in the U.S.-Mexico border in the last 25 years. Nobody's coming to the border because there's fear in the border, and we know some crackdown is coming out there. So this is what is happening in the border, and I believe that that you are very lucky in having this wonderful panel here. Let me introduce them briefly. Megan works at El Otro Lado, which is a wonderful NGO. Megan does the strategy. She crunched the numbers there. She's a former student at GPS at UC San Diego. She's my former student. I feel very proud of her. And she's become one of the leaders in the NGO community there. And I'm very proud that you're here, Megan. We also have Flavio. Flavio is someone who truly gets the economy of the border. He understands, I would say, the way we co-produce each side of the border, and he understands better than anyone else the economic potential of the border. Thank you, Flavio, for being here. We have Joaquin Luquen, and Joaquin, he heads the Smart Border Coalition. I will say this is the premier group in San Diego, in Tijuana, a binational group that basically, is composed of business leaders and social leaders, and they basically think about the border smartly, and they push about better infrastructure in the border, and they very much about how to improve, how to make the border, make sure that the border connects instead of just separates. So thank you, Joaquin. And finally, and not least, we have Fona and Teddy. They're professors at UC San Diego. We're colleagues there. And I will say, Fona and Teddy, the way I will talk about them is that I believe they've been reconceptualizing the U.S.-Mexico border. They think in the border in very different ways, making sure that this is a binational border. It's not about the U.S., it's not about Mexico, it's about the two sides. And also they do this in a very interdisciplinary fashion. On top of that, Teddy has been designing and building Embajadores de Jesus. This is the largest shelter in the Western Hemisphere, migrant shelter. It's amazing. You gotta go there. Last time that I was there, I was visiting Padre Gustavo, and Gustavo was telling me, and something that is very telling. He said, "Come, Rafa, see this. On top of the mountain, they're building these houses." I believe Teddy is in charge of that. And those houses are basically for Salvadorians that they have decided to stay in Tijuana. So this is not temporary shelter anymore. It's for them to stay. I'm sure that Teddy will tell us about that. Well, we have organized our panel two ways. I will ask you three questions, but let's start with the first one. And the first one, and I will ask Joaquin to start with, is about, by the way, all these four individuals here, they share a passion for the border, and I would say they champions in what they do in the border. So the first question will be, and I will start with you, Joaquin. What is the state of the border nowadays? Have you seen, what are the dynamics in the border of the last 4 to 5 years?
Thank you, Rafa. Can you hear me? Thank you, Rafa. And of course, I'd like to thank, and thank God there's an acronym called Dr. Class, because the David Rockefeller Center for Latin American Studies was a handful. So thank you, Diane, Gabriela, and of course, Julian up there for the invitation. It's an honor to be here with my friends and colleagues from back home. And to answer the question, the border in the past 4 or 5 years, well, wow, it's been in a constant state of friction. And I'm glad the question wasn't what the status of the border has been in the last 60 days, because that's probably a harder question to answer. But we've been having this attention for all of the wrong reasons. We have the attention for illegal immigration. We've been showcased. I remember watching the news when you were watching a few years ago, the conflicts in Gaza, the conflicts in Ukraine, and right immediately we would see the southern border stories. Children, the caravans, and all that. So we kind of had to adopt this national narrative that there's a crisis at the border. And newsflash, there is not a crisis at the border. There is a humanitarian crisis at the border, but all of us that work in the legitimate trade, in the legitimate travel industries, see a border that has tremendous potential, and I would just like to put things into perspective and show a bit of some numbers. And I do have a graph here that shows the potential and the border crossings that occur legally on a daily basis. So basically, we share a 2,000-mile border with the United States. We have around 55 active ports of entry, and there's a little over 500,000 people that cross our border each day, 535 to be exact, each and every day. Most of those people are the same people, commuting back and forth to work, to school, for healthcare reasons, and whatnot. Another thing to, of course, mention about the previous 4 or 5 years at the border has been a slow and steady recovery since COVID. And COVID, of course, taught us how interconnected we are. And I'll talk a little bit about the Cali Baja region, as Rafa said, which is basically the state of Baja California and the 2 counties just north of it in the state of California. And in this little area occur 40% of all the traffic that occurs in the entire 2,000-mile border. And these are stories of people living in Tijuana and having parents in San Diego, or businesses on both sides of the border, their doctor, their veterinarian, you name it. So when one day came in during the pandemic, when this was closed, it immediately just shut the community in half. You were either on this side or on that side. I mean, I recall people that were trying to cross from Tijuana to San Diego. They had to rely on literally flying from Tijuana to Cabo and from Cabo to San Diego on an international flight, because the restriction was only for land border travel. So imagine that. So that taught us how interconnected we are, and it really created this new dynamic of how we get along with each other at the border. So it was a truly challenging times. It was closed for about 18 to 20 months. Finally, it got reopened, and we all got back in business, back into normal sense of the story. But that tells us, and it's been said many times, how resilient this border in particular is, apart from all the borders in California, because this is the border that has the largest portion and the largest economic actor on the U.S. side, different than other borders. So we do have this tremendous interconnected community.
Flavio. Oh, excuse me. Hello? John? No? Yes. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Rafael. Thank you very much, Gabriela. Thank you very much for the invitation for both the Rockefeller Center and the Bloomberg Center. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm very happy to be joined by my colleagues and talk about the border dynamics. So from the economic development perspective, and I'll be sharing from more of the Mexico perspective, and a little more particularly of the Baja California and California perspective. But when we think about the economics or the economic development dynamics at the border, first we need to consider that not all the borders the same, right? So there's different dynamics in the different parts of the border. You just saw a map, it's almost 2,000 miles, and there's different communities along the U.S. Mexico border. Some are larger, some are smaller in terms of population, right? Out of the 15 million that Tony mentioned, Payan, about 7 million are in the Cali-Baja region. So in terms of people dynamics, it's more concentrated in the Cali-Baja area. But in terms of trade and flow of movement of trucks, you can see a lot more movement on the east side of the border, where we have Laredo and those different border crossing areas, where most of the traffic that serves both the interior of Mexico and most of the U.S., at least from the east half to the east coast of the United States, where most of the population is of the U.S., is being served through this border. So there's a lot of dynamics. A lot of the economic development in those regions are in relation to logistics, right? So even though there is a lot of manufacturing in that area, on the Mexican side, it's mostly logistics. Now, as closer to Baja California and Sonora, it is more about the manufacturing and serving more of the West Coast markets, right? Central to West Coast. And thinking about, the economic perspective or the main drivers of the economies of border communities, mostly on the Mexican side, we're all north-facing, right? So we're all crunched up to the border. Everything is about serving the U.S. market. Everything's about that interrelation. Our economies are completely dependent on the Mexican side on the bilateral relationship, on exports, even on tourism and other activities. So most of our dependency, our economic dependency, is focused on that. Now, on the U.S. side, some of the border communities are very dependent on the Mexican economy because they're kind of smaller, right? So like in the case of Cali-Baja itself, the San Diego-Tijuana region is 5 million. So out of the 7, 5 million are in that area. So the other parts of the other border crossings, the U.S. side is much less dense, right? And that kind of happens along the border, except for El Paso and maybe for McAllen or some of those. But even those communities are a lot smaller. So they do have more dependency. San Diego does not. So from the San Diego economy perspective, San Diego has about $350 billion of its GDP. Mostly is driven by innovation in the biotech, in the community, some of the defense industry, and of course, having all of the Navy stations, all that generates a lot of the economy, and part of it is tourism. Some of that tourism is coming from Mexico, and it has been facilitated by different infrastructure projects that Joaquin's going to talk about, but they don't depend as much. So the cross-border part of that economy is less than 5%. So out of 5% or less of the San Diego economy is actually related to the cross-border dynamic. And for Baja California, it's 90%. No? So everything's based on that binational activity. So that's kind of the dynamics that we see, is where we are totally focused on serving the U.S. market. Our whole economic model is created and based, the infrastructure, everything is based on serving that market. And the biggest opportunities for investment of local businessmen have been in those areas, and on creating industrial parks, tourism facilities. Later today, we're going to hear about the beer, the craft beer. That's also part of. So that's even in relation to this cross-border dynamic as well. This kind of dynamics, and we've been having this type of dynamics for a long time. So when we hear at the border the concept of nearshoring, or that it became very famous or in vogue a few years back, we were all like, what do you mean nearshoring? We've been doing nearshoring for 50, 60 years. So for the border area, it wasn't very relevant. So this concept of nearshoring, because we've been doing it for a long, long time. And actually, the question about what has happened in the last 4 years, and my answer is nothing. Nothing has happened in the last 4 years. Yeah, because we had already been doing it, this nearshoring activity. And when it started, when we're getting the comeback from the pandemic, we did have a little bit of increase in manufacturing. A little bit of employment grew, we had a little bump there. And but right now, I was checking the numbers, yeah, so I could answer, and we're basically back to 2019 numbers in terms of employment in the manufacturing sector along the U.S. Mexico border. But it is a very important, area for us, and that's the main driver of our economies. So in all of the 5 states, on the Mexican side, it is 6 states, right? So we have about 1.7 million people work in manufacturing for export. So that is at least 20% of all of employment in the area. And even larger in terms of formal employment, because we have a very large informal economy as well. So it is a very important part of our economic drivers. Now, just to finish that up, in terms of foreign direct investment, in the last 3 years, the great majority of foreign direct investment that we've been calculating in Mexico is what is called reinvestment. So it's not new investments coming in. So about over 90% of foreign direct investment is reinvestment. That means companies that are already there are growing. Some of them are reinvesting. They're not taking out their money. It could also be in terms because of the value of the currency, if it's favorable or not to take out your money, and also because of tax purposes. So the money has stayed there, but we have very, very little new investment. This has coincided with a slowdown in the economy, and Mexico is really already in a recession. And so they haven't said it officially, but we are basically in a recession. We haven't been growing since July of last year. And this is before the whole tariff situation, which we already do see slowdown on the economy because of imports falling about 7%. Thank you.
Thank you, Flavio. Megan?
Yes, can you hear me okay? Thank you so much first off, I just want to thank Dr. Klaas at the Harvard University for inviting me here and giving me the opportunity to share with you all today. So I work with a binational nonprofit organization called Al Otro Lado. We work on both sides of the border. We're based in San Diego, Tijuana region. I work as a data and policy analyst, which means I'm not working directly with the impacted people per se all the time, but I work really closely with our program staff so that we can understand our data so that we can improve our programming, but we can also leverage it to visibilize what's happening at the border and also ultimately advocate for migrants' rights. We help people if they are refugees, if they're deportees, if they're asylum seekers, whatever people in movement on either side of the border, we're there for them to provide free legal assistance and humanitarian protection. And so in the past 4 years, I think this is a good place for us to start to look back to what led to us where we are right now. And so these past 4 years at the border, in contrast with campaign promises to protect asylum seekers, we really saw border management that just continued to prioritize enforcement and so-called deterrence policies with some limited and inequitable pathways, legal pathways to enter the United States. Instead of allowing asylum seekers to access ports of entry on day one, the Biden administration was really slow to roll back policies that harm migrants, such as Title 42, which was a policy that allowed Border Patrol to swiftly expel migrants back to Mexico without screening for their protection needs. Also, despite creating the Family Reunification Task Force, to reunite the over 4,000 children that were separated at the border under Trump's zero tolerance policy. 30% or nearly 1,400 of these children are still separated today. And so we can see from the past 4 years that the Biden administration really shifted away from talking about humanitarian protection as a part of border management into nearly exclusively talking about enforcement and short-sightedly focusing on reducing the number of border arrivals as the singular key metric of a good border management policy. And so, as Rafael discussed in the introduction, as Border Patrol apprehensions increased in 2023, the administration began to negotiate with Mexico to increase militarized enforcement within the interior of Mexico and also at the border, the U.S. Mexico border. The administration also implemented restrictions on access to asylum for any migrant who crossed between ports of entry, disregarding our legal obligations under Title VIII of the U.S. Code. The previous administration also continued to normalize policies that force asylum seekers to wait in Mexico to access a port of entry through this haphazard implementation of the CBP-1 mobile phone application appointment system. It's widely known that migrants often face targeted violence in Mexico, and so these policies being normalized is quite concerning. Just actually this month, we've begun surveying asylum seekers that have been impacted by these policies. And you can see on the slide, from 128 migrants that we've surveyed, they are frequently reporting experiencing threats, assault, abuse by authorities, extortion, and other harms while they wait in Mexico. So this continues to be ongoing. And then, leading up into January 20th, on day one, the Trump administration immediately canceled the CBP-1 system. This left about 270,000 people in limbo who were using this application every day, waiting in hopes to secure an appointment to present themselves at a port of entry. This includes 30,000 people who had actually received a confirmed appointment. Many of these people actually spent much of their savings to travel to the northern border to present for their appointment, and then subsequently learned on the afternoon of January 20th that their appointment no longer existed. And so the same group of individuals that we've been surveying, the second chart on the graph, you can see the wait times that people had been exposed to, subjected to, really, in our weekly Know Your Rights presentations that we do at our office in Tijuana, people really trying to understand the system, really trying to do this the right way through the sole legal pathway that existed. Around 62% of the survey respondents reported having waited over 3 months for an appointment. Around 35% had waited over 6 months for an appointment. And again, this immediately went away. And week after week, we're still having to tell people we have no indication that this pathway is coming back because people had really, hoped to access this right way that was put in front of them. And so, as you can see, it's not that this is all new and asylum is gone now because of Trump. This has built on the Biden era regulations. But right now, what we have at the border is virtually no access to asylum, disregarding international and domestic law.
Thank you, Megan. Just to put things a little bit into perspective, Trump 1.0 essay many different policies and programs to stop the flow of migrants. He has something that we name mentoring. Then he has the migration protection protocols. Of course, he has the separation of the families, and he ended up, and that was the jewel of the crown, Title 42, because it really allowed him to seal the border at the end of his first administration. But of course, that again backfired because it took Biden 2 years to get rid of Title 42, and that basically was, in a way, an invitation for migrants to come in, because on the Title 42, when they came into the border, they were deported in hot pursuit without taking their data and their fingerprints. So then we have a lot of they were trying several times to cross into the border. Some migrants try to cross 3 times in a day, 4 times in a day. So the numbers of encounters by the Border Patrol are not very good numbers, because we don't know if they are events, not persons, and sometimes one person tries 2-3 times in a day. So we're back to those, we're back in Trump 2.0, but I will say now if there's something that I see, there is fear and less activity. Fauna, what is your take?
Thank you, and thank you, Megan. That was really illuminating. So Teddy and I are delighted to be here to share our perceptions of border dynamics right now. I'll respond to your first question, and Teddy, in the next round, will respond to the second. So, regarding border dynamics, we want to illuminate the intersecting challenges of accelerating migration and ecological stress, and how climate change is intensifying these dynamics across the border region. So let me just start with migration, following on what we just heard. Obviously, for the moment, migration numbers are down, a function of fear and the election. What we're witnessing in Tijuana right now is actually a reversal of these flows to the south, with increasing ICE activity and rising cases of self-removal. We're seeing rising cases of people who just don't want to stay and face the inevitable or what might happen, and so they're removing themselves voluntarily. But climate change will inevitably, in the years to come, reverse these flows and begin once again accelerating northward flows. Northward migration in this part of the world, historically, conventionally, is understood as a function of violence and poverty. And of course, this remains true. But climate change is a threat multiplier. It makes poverty and food insecurity worse, aggravates violence, and ultimately compounds the reasons why people take the risk, leave their homes, and walk north. A recent United Nations survey found that 72% of arriving migrants at our southern border are agricultural workers, and identified agricultural instability as a major factor in their decision to walk north. Studies show historically 70% more migration to the U.S. from El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras when local growing seasons are drier. So there's a very important connection between agricultural instability in Central America and arriving migration at the southern border. What this means in time is that Mexican border cities like Tijuana, like Juarez, will feel increasingly squeezed between northward migration pressures from the south and border closure and control from the north. So this creates important questions about urban growth and urbanization in these squeezed cities. By mid-century, climate change is projected to displace millions, as many as 1 billion people across the world, producing seismic demographic shifts that will also be felt dramatically in our own border region. So I'll return to migration momentarily, but want to say a few words now about the border zone as a site of shared ecological systems, stressed systems that meaningfully connect us on both sides of the wall. The images that we're sharing today are actually designed as cultural interventions, sort of tools of communication to change the narrative, as we talked about in the last panel, to create and open more expansive, aspirational thinking about interdependence and cooperation in the border zone. Despite the wall and the ugly political rhetoric designed to divide us, we are a binational ecology of flows and circulations, and our future here is intertwined. Air, water, waste, health, culture, money, hope, love, Gabriella's opening statement. These things don't stop at walls. So we think of walls as unrelentingly porous places, right? So in collaboration with border communities, we curate unwalling experiments that dissolve the wall using visual cartographies and performative strategies to reimagine who we are together in this region. For example, our Mexus cartography reimagines the continental border zone without the line, dissolving the border into a bioregion whose shape is defined by the 8 binational watershed systems bisected by the wall. Mexus also exposes other systems and flows across this bioregional territory: tribal nations, protected lands, croplands, urban crossings, many more informal ones, 15 million people and more. Ultimately, Mexus challenges America's wall-building fantasies with more expansive imaginaries of belonging and cooperation beyond the nation-state. Here it is a couple of years ago at the Venice Architecture Biennale. Conflicts between nation and nature are reproduced again and again along the entire trajectory of the continental border between the U.S. and Mexico. Precise moments when the line collides with natural systems. Here's some images illustrating powerfully what dumb 19th century sovereignty looks like when it hits the ground in a complex bioregion like ours. And here's the westernmost corner of Mexus, where we all live, as we zoom in, the San Diego-Tijuana watershed, which is splintered by the nation-state. As we get closer, we see the topography of Tijuana's canyons clash with the border wall before spilling northward into a protected estuary in San Diego, now layered with security infrastructure. At the center of this conflict zone is the Laureles Canyon, an informal settlement of 100,000 people where Teddy and I work, just adjacent to the border wall. Tens of thousands of migrants have found refuge at the edges of Tijuana in peri-urban settlements like this one. And here's what it looks like on the ground. This aerial video shows Laureles Canyon and the precarious settlements that have sprawled on its slopes. The canyon is impacted by dump sites, drastic erosion, flooding, and landslides, exacerbated by the dramatic precipitation fluctuation of climate change and the informal building practices of migrants who arrive. Laureles lacks water and waste management, so much of the trash and tons of sediment is siphoned northward through sewage drains that Homeland Security carved into the border wall. So it all ends up in the U.S. estuary, right, on the U.S. side of the wall. So it's a powerful illustration of conflict between migration and land use and a stunning historical lack of collaboration between the U.S. and Mexico. Here, the border wall truly is an artifact of environmental insecurity for both sides. As you may know, there's deepening contention across the world between the migration community, and the conservation community, those who advocate for migrants' rights to safe resettlement and movement, and those who prioritize ecosystem health and protection. We recently created this infographic for the IUCN, the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, to illustrate global hotspots where climate change is intensifying this clash. San Diego-Tijuana, not surprisingly, is one of these hotspots, an epicenter of both accelerating climate-forced migration and biodiversity loss. There's much to say about why and how these dynamics impact California and other border states, no matter how big the wall or how divisive the political rhetoric. Again, borders are unrelentingly porous. Finding common ground, very literally common ground for nature and people, is the work that we do at UC San Diego in the Center on Global Justice. And we'll say more about our projects later.
Thank you for that. Thank you for sharing these beautiful pictures and slides with us. Now, you basically have narrated the state of the border. You all can tell that this is very complex. There's enormous opportunities and challenges. So now, let me ask you, what about your actions? What is what you're doing to improve the border, to have this border that unites instead of separates? Let's start with you, Terry.
Thank you. Yes, the Laureles Canyon in Tijuana, that Fona introduced you just a moment ago, grounds our border research. We have investigated how 70% of its open lands have been lost to irregular growth. We have assembled a national coalition of state and municipal agencies, nonprofits, and universities to adopt and protect the remaining unsquatted lands inside the settlement. The Cross-Border Commons, as we call it, is an ambitious binational conservancy project that links the informal settlement in Mexico with the estuary and the U.S., forming a continuous eco-social sponge that transgresses the wall and protects the environmental systems shared by both sides. With our partners in Tijuana, we have built a migrant shelter in one of these conservation islands, in the most precarious, in fact, and polluted sub-basin of the Laureles Canyon. By the way, this is barely 20 minutes away from UCSD, and so that's the reason we engage, these projects to bring the capacities of UCSD to these sites of very radical exclusion and marginalization. This is in partnership with Embajadores de Jesús, a religious organization that in 2016 opened its temple to hundreds of Haitian and Central American refugees navigating unjust asylum processes in the U.S. and Mexico. And with the help of skilled migrants, they began building their own emergency housing. In 2019, we established a long-term partnership to co-produce, to co-develop and expand the shelter to increase refugee capacity. Since then, 60,000 people have passed through this site. To begin the project, we reached out to a multinational factory, a maquiladora, in close proximity to the site to summon their material systems. Over the years, we have experimented with factory-made materials to structurally mediate the recycling of waste, as these informal settlements smartly build themselves with urban waste from San Diego. We proposed an ethical loop where maquiladoras invest in social housing. Here we are inside Mecalux, a Spanish maquiladora that produces lightweight metal shelving systems for global export, retrofitting its prefabricated materials into structural scaffolds for incremental housing. We began construction of the shelter in 2020. The migrant community assembled the Mecalux shelving systems into housing frames. We began healing the topography, creating hydrofiltration channels, gabions, terracing, and water collection systems, demonstrating that migrant housing can help restore local habitat and become the catalyst for building a more inclusive city from below. This is in fact a translatable model of collaboration between a public university in San Diego, a faith-based organization, and a multinational factory in Tijuana subsidizing the materials. We are now developing a full-on sanctuary neighborhood with social services, a school, a hydroponic farm, economic incubators, and a health clinic. A food hall has just been completed with a civic plaza and a large industrial kitchen where our students are leading public health and food justice programming with the migrant community. It has now become the largest refugee shelter in the entire border region. It's also the only shelter centrally dedicated to ecosystem restoration to protect precious natural resources shared by the U.S. and Mexico. The project is getting attention because it moves beyond the transitory refugee camp model into an infrastructure where belonging is made possible. The site includes spaces for vocational training, restorative education and culture, small-scale economic incubators, and a resident-owned construction cooperative that is building the site and will remain intact for future jobs to circle income back into the community. We have not replaced the essential role of international agencies or governments, but we model a scalable, community-driven, more cost-effective alternative. In fact, the city of Tijuana and the state of Baja California have been excellent partners. After years of neglect, our bottom-up investments here summoned the Tijuana's municipality to build a street with sewer and water utilities, enabling us to plug in to increase capacities. And the state of Baja California helped to facilitate an on-site elementary and middle school, a huge victory. Imagine that. Public support for educating migrant children. There is no more effective method for welcoming migrant children into the life of a community. This project represents a deeply rooted approach to design intervention in the border region. We have connected our design office on the UC San Diego campus with conditions in the field and have committed to cultivating long-term partnerships with border communities to design and co-develop spaces of dignity and sanctuary for nature and people. The project that I just showed is one of 4 projects we have built on both sides of the wall, 2 in San Diego, 2 in Tijuana, including one in the low-income border neighborhood of San Isidro, which includes a historic church adapted into a community theater, social service pavilions, outdoor classrooms, surrounded by social housing. This network of cross-border spaces is called the UCSD Community Stations, a unique model of co-development where the economic and programmatic power of our public university becomes leverage for our community partners to develop their own housing and public spaces at the scale of neighborhoods. Each community station is designed, funded, built, and programmed collaboratively between our campus and the community. Finally, for us, justice in the border zone is a distributive concept. Think of the community stations as a distributed university transgressing the wall. Public spaces where universities and communities meet to share knowledge and resources, to collaborate on research, dialogue, cultural and educational activities, and to co-design mediation between the top-down and the bottom-up, to tackle regional disparities and increase community capacity for collective action. We must rethink of infrastructure, in fact, as a post-jurisdictional system to redistribute resources, but also redistribute knowledges for cultivating interdependence in these divided territories.
Thank you, Teddy. Let me share with you that Tijuana is the best equipped city in the entire Mexico border to receive migrants. And this has to do with Tijuana's tradition during the 20th century. About 75–80% of the entire flow of Mexican migrants coming in. Then, at that time, it was about young Mexican male. Now it's everybody coming into the Mexican border. But during that time, I would say Tijuana started to build shelters. The first shelter ever was built in Tijuana in the early 1980s. And that tradition keep on going. And now Teddy and Fiona, they really become champions, and the partnership between the university, the NGO communities, and the religious community really makes a difference. Now let's go to you, Joaquin. So what is what you're doing? What is what the Smart Border Coalition, who by the way was responsible to start the Sentry Lane in between Tijuana and San Diego, that truly makes a difference, because without a Sentry Lane, there's no way to go back and forth the same day. So Joaquin, share with us what is what you're doing.
Sure. Thank you, Rafa. So basically, the 3 pillars that are needed right now for a better border mobility is to focus on infrastructure and to leverage the concept of smart borders and to truly have binational cooperation. Let me just move in here. So it's often said that whenever there's a problem with infrastructure or with the border crossings, we blame the infrastructure. It's easy to say, oh, well, we don't have the appropriate infrastructure. And as you can see behind me, we have and I'll keep going back to this Cali Baja region, which is where we are from, and which is basically the border between San Diego and Tijuana and that area. That port of entry recently went through a $750 million modernization plan. So it practically doubled capacity. It added new crossing lanes. It improved and expanded the Sentry and Trusted Travel lanes, which, by the way, Sentry is turning 30 this year. It started as a pilot program in 1995 in Otay Mesa. It was basically a program that was tailored to the maquiladora industry for the executives that would just go back and forth, and they were essentially trusted travelers. So that's kind of how it happened. From there, it went to Laredo, and then it came back to San Isidro, and of course now Global Entry and TSA PreCheck is done through that. So we're lucky we were able to, not necessarily the Smart Border Coalition, but a group prior to starting the Smart Border Coalition was the one responsible for collecting the surveys and lobbying Congress for this project. But another big thing, out of the thousands of people that cross our border, they mainly cross in cars. So this creates, of course, a environmental challenge, and it creates stress and a time-consuming stay at the border. We haven't really, I guess, landed on a project that focuses on moving people in masses, I would say. Like, there was a project that did not meet political support, which was the binational trolley in Tijuana. So basically, it was the extension of the San Diego trolley that ends literally feet away from the border. And so there was a project by a consultant, and also SANDAG, the San Diego Association of Governments, was also involved in that, in trying to extend the trolley into Mexico, into Tijuana, so people can get on the trolley and avoid being one of the 200,000 people that cross each day at the border. But again, it did not garner enough support. There's another project, which is the binational ferry, which is actually a ferry that goes from San Diego to Ensenada and back and forth. There are other projects like the binational bike path, because again, we only are looking at we're a very car-centric community in Cali Baja. So the conditions for pedestrians are very, very scarce. And again, we have great infrastructure, but we do not have a program to move people back and forth in an essential way. And again, speaking of the infrastructure, we have the photo. We have, and again, who's crossing our border, right? We're a border that is basically a turnstile for people that are workers, that are healthcare workers, construction workers, and yet we still seem to be very scrutinized on who's coming. Keep inspecting them. There's people with green cards in living in Tijuana, because of course the high cost of living in San Diego has just risen and risen and risen. We were talking yesterday how San Diego was actually coined the #1 most expensive city to live in last year. So guess what? Tijuana provides an escape valve for housing and also for healthcare for San Diegans that can't afford healthcare in San Diego. We used to call it medical tourism, you know, the tummy tuck, the rhinoplasty, but now it's actually access to affordable healthcare. So that is something to really consider. And of course, by the concept of smart borders, we really need to just focus on it, not necessarily the technology part, like the AI, the machine learning, the biometrics, the non-intrusive inspection systems, but part of being a smart border is also smart cooperation with both our governments. And one quick example, and I'll wrap up with that, was a creation of the Cross-Border Express. And I don't know if of a show of hands if anyone does not know what Cross-Border Express is. Okay, so Cross-Border Express basically is a terminal in the U.S. side, on the San Diego side. Let me use the clicker here really quick. So, oh no. Okay. So this is the San Diego side, right? And this is at Tijuana Airport. And this is a 390-foot bridge over the San Diego-Tijuana wall. So literally, they built a bridge over the wall. So if you need to catch a flight on the Mexican airport, you just go to this terminal, buy a ticket, and get through seamlessly. This facility has created a petri dish of innovation, of new technologies. They're testing new border crossing technologies because the market that's there is already a safe market because you're traveling through airports. So it creates a great opportunity to come up with new and great things for the border.
Thank you, Joaquin. And for us who live in San Diego, the cross-border express really makes a difference. I mean, it's you basically do not have to enter into Tijuana to fly out of Tijuana. Now the Tijuana airport has 45 different destinations to Mexico. So you can fly everywhere from Tijuana. Remember that 10 years ago, for example, Los Angeles airport, they have about 15, 20 tecolotes. You know what is a tecolote? tecolotes are a red eye. Basically, Mexicans from everywhere, they will fly into Mexico City in the tecolote, in the red eye, to go to Mexico City and then catch in the morning a bus to their hometown, to Oaxaca, to wherever they were going to. Now, that is not happening. Everybody's coming to Tijuana, to the cross-border express, because they can fly directly to everywhere in Mexico. This is fascinating, the connection that Tijuana has nowadays. Flavio, what is the actions that we need to take to fulfill this economic potential of the U.S.-Mexico border?
Well, from the perspective of trying to increase well-being of people, right? So the economy as a mechanism of social cooperation to bring about more well-being for everybody. In that respect, the economic model that we've had on the Mexican side has been focused on cost reduction, right? So all of the focus is cost reduction, cost reduction, cost reduction. That has not enabled more value to be distributed and to be able to have a more healthier economy. So I believe that what we need to do is on the border regions, at least from the perspective of the Mexican side, is to have a paradigm shift from cost reduction to value creation, where we use the talent that we've been building. Manufacturing, and this is something where I sometimes don't agree very much with this idea that the tariffs will create more manufacturing jobs in the U.S. because it's not magic, right? Yet to be able to build manufacturing jobs, it takes a long time. You need infrastructure, training. There's so many things that are required to have this ecosystem that will enable manufacturing to flourish. Unless it's just fully automated, right? So the jobs are not going to come, or the jobs that will be created are very specialized for very highly trained engineers and people with very technological skills. So reshifting our focus into value creation and trying to increase the cooperation with on the U.S. side, so increasing our collaborative efforts to identify the skill sets that are required and try to identify the programs. So the partnerships between universities will be, I think, more important, key, to be able to have this binational perspective of the workforce that is required, to have a focus on a competitiveness, a binational regional competitiveness focus. Not just as how do you serve me and how do I sell to you and how do we benefit each other, but how do we benefit together, right? So changing that paradigm into value creation, into a competitiveness agenda, so we create the skill sets, the infrastructure, and the cooperative efforts to have this shift. That will then, I think, will bring a lot more well-being to populations. The GDP per capita of Baja California, and even so much constructions, apparently so much development has actually dropped in the last 30 years. So we've had all this investment, all these industrial parks, thousands and thousands of jobs, but the GDP per capita has actually gone down.
Thank you, Flavio. Megan, so what is what we have to do to have more orderly and safe migration flows? What are your challenges and what is what El Otro Lado is doing, and what is what you see the NGO community doing there? By the way, there's a new actor in the border that it's helping us, helping you and us a lot, which is the international organizations. Only after the Honduran caravan who came in the fall of 2018, we started to have different international organizations coming into the border. They're very helpful, and I believe that they're helping us a lot to try to have a more secure and orderly border. Megan, your take.
Yeah, so I think, building upon the previous panel this morning, I think it's really clear that a lot of people are grappling with the narratives around the border. And Fauna and Teddy did a really great job of visibilizing what it looks like on the ground in this border region. And so I think it's on our minds, but it's important to remember that, migration, as for many species, is a natural phenomenon for humans. And so policies that, really just focus on reducing the number of arrivals as the goal at the border by, broadly criminalizing migration, these are not solutions. These are, fear tactics, as we've seen. Reducing levels of forced displacement, which, has been growing year over year for the past 12 years. The UN currently estimates that to be 122.6 million people worldwide. Addressing that, requires policymakers to address that which causes displacement in the first place. And criminalizing those forced to move by detaining them, separating them from family members, and removing them does nothing to address that which fuels displacement. On the other hand, it actually just increases vulnerability. And we also should look at the price tag of these approaches. The approach of enforcement only and deterrence is expensive, and policymakers really must examine not only the financial cost, but the human cost of immigration enforcement. And so just to kind of give you an idea, immigration enforcement also, the spending on this has increased dramatically every single year at a much faster rate than the spending on immigration courts. And this is fueling rising court backlogs here in the United States. For example, during the first term, President Trump spent $15 billion on the border wall that he said Mexico would pay for, compared to $11.65 billion that Congress spent on the immigration courts between 2003 and 2024. So we have a big mismatch between these things. Even with all of this, today we still have elected officials calling for more and more money to spend on enforcement. This also has an often overlooked human cost. As you can see on the chart behind me, every year hundreds of people die at the U.S. Mexico border. The figures on the chart show a comparison with Border Patrol apprehensions as well. But the numbers here are just a reflection of the U.S. side of our border. And so we know that this is definitely an underestimate of the true number of deaths and disappearances that occur on both sides. This also includes the San Diego region. Research from UCSD's Health Trauma Center show that replacement of the 18-foot barrier in our region with the 30-foot border wall that we have now correlates to more frequent and severe spinal injuries and deaths. And rightly so, the United Nations have called the U.S. Mexico border the deadliest land border crossing in the world. So these things are important to keep in mind as we, consider all of the flows that happen at our border. And so, to build the border we need, I believe that we really need to reject this disinformation that fuels this really popular enforcement-only approach, again, that we saw even with the previous administration, really adopting and cleaving onto that, leading to their inability to win re-election. And we need to have a different approach that's solutions-oriented and sustainable. This dangerous rhetoric that demonizes migrants as inherently criminal and of a border under invasion helps governments justify this level of spending and increasing activities of surveillance and enforcement that infringe upon the civil rights of citizens and non-citizens alike who get caught up in this dragnet. And so today, even this week, and here, far from the border, we do see heightened surveillance. We see local and federal law enforcement compelled to collaborate with Border Patrol and ICE, disregarding their other public safety priorities. We see discriminatory practices during community arrests. And we're also seeing the erosion of Department of Homeland Security accountability and transparency. And so yeah, we really need to focus on how we can shift this and start questioning this emphasis on securing the border and doing it through a militarized approach on both sides.
Thank you, Megan. I've been, I will say, a very soft chair. We only have 20 minutes to go, and I need to open up. So let's take no more than 10 minutes in this last question. What are your aspirations for the U.S. Mexico border? Let me put it this way. If I were Santa Claus, what would you ask me? 1, 2 gifts you need to have this border that you aspire for. So why don't we start with you, Megan, and we'll go that way.
Sure. Yeah. I have a long wish list, but what I would start with, just expanding on my previous point, really we need resources redistributed from this unnecessarily militarized border infrastructure we have to instead, as my colleagues here have talked so much about, leverage and expand our existing port of entry infrastructure and actually leverage that to process asylum seekers. We've seen in the past that when migrants have access to legal pathways, that arrivals between ports of entry decrease. And so instead of trying to figure out how to, close up this 2,000-mile border with a wall that needs to be replaced, I drive out along the border, I see the new concertina wire DOD is installing, I see months later how it sags, how there's clothes caught in it. This is extremely expensive. It's not a durable solution. So why don't we actually just leverage the existing infrastructure we already have at the ports to do this? And again, rather than fixating on the number of border arrivals as the key metric for a good border, we need new solutions-focused metrics that actually acknowledge global migration trends and U.S. domestic workforce needs. U.S. policies that violate rights and shut down asylum access might be seen as working in the short term, but not only are these policies illegal, but they do nothing to stop migration in the long term. Next, I think almost every panelist has mentioned this in one of their talking points, but we need to grow durable collaboration. We need collaboration that's cross-border. We also need collaboration between U.S. border regions and regions within the interior of the United States, so that we can together imagine solutions that actually work for our localities, rather than just falling in line with the invasion of the border rhetoric, which ultimately hurts our communities, whether it's increased deaths at the border or communities literally terrorized by immigration enforcement and arbitrary detention. So we need to grow that collaboration. And at the same time, we need collaboration for diplomacy. The United States needs to collaborate with its partners rather than compelling its neighbors like Mexico to help externalize the U.S. border further south and outsource its border policing as far south as Panama. This is not durable, and this is hurting our reputation on the global stage as well. And finally, I would say nonprofit organizations need to be a part of the collaboration as well as the international bodies. NGOs, despite facing constant funding threats, we are there to fill the gaps that the government leaves behind. For example, during the Biden administration in 2023 and 2024, Al Otro Lado, we, alongside mutual aid partners in East County, San Diego, in the mountainous and desert rural areas, we went and hauled out every single day food, water, shelter, medical care to refugees and asylum seekers that Border Patrol would hold outside for days at a time. And we did so to prevent people from dying from exposure on U.S. soil without any support from any government, at any level. At the same time, we were also helping individuals that Border Patrol would release at transit stations to help them get oriented, know where they were, get to the airport so they could travel onwards. And through this work, we came across and documented over 1,400 families that had been separated during their processing in Border Patrol custody. And so this collaboration is really important. We're on the front lines, but we can't do it alone. The current administration, is working relentlessly right now to erode access, legal access for people that are in immigration detention, including currently 26,000 children, unaccompanied children and babies that now have no access to legal counsel and will now have to represent themselves in immigration court. The U.S. government is disappearing migrants to places like El Salvador's notorious mega prison. They're threatening immigration lawyers right now. On the 20th of this month, the president sent a memo to the attorney general specifically calling out the immigrant lawyers and those practices. And so there's a concerted all-of-government effect to get rid of due process, to get rid of accountability. And they're currently dismantling bodies like DHS's Office of Civil Rights and Civil Liberties. And so all of this, we need collaborative solutions. We need narrative change around migration. That's more important now than ever. And again, just want to thank you for having me.
Thank you. And I think I have three wishes. One in the short term, which would be certainty. More clarity and certainty. That's really the biggest inhibitor at this point, the uncertainty, and back and forth, different things going on. This, at a more midterm level, I would change the perspective of North America, of USMCA or of our region, to a more regional competitiveness agenda. So how do we become more competitive as a region? How do we better leverage our capabilities and we do smart integration of our supply chains? And in the long term, it would be a shared prosperity agenda. And that would include sustainability and thinking about not just the issues of the economy, but the environment and social well-being.
Thank you. Well, other than having a Centric card that would never expire, my wishes would be along the political will and accountability. That's very, very important on both sides of the border. Both governments need to be held accountable for their part of the issue. I mean, right now we're seeing kind of this forced cooperation with President Trump forcing President Sheinbaum to act on fentanyl and act on illegal immigration. I think it's worked. It's been forced, but el fin justifica los medios, as we say. But also, she was smart in saying, well, you also have this little piece of responsibility because, number one, you consume and you send weapons to Mexico, fueling that supply chain of I guess, the illegal activity. So that is one. Also, we need our local representatives to be more engaged in border policy and border infrastructure. We're so far away, San Diego and Tijuana, from our capitals. And sometimes our capitals and our elected leaders in the capitals tend to get in the way of progress at the border. So we really need our local elected leaders to be more engaged. And groups like ours, all our groups that are conveners, to bring this narrative back and try to get advancements at the border. And finally, just to have prioritized staffing at our ports. I mean, again, I just mentioned earlier, the U.S. government spent over $1 billion in renovating the San Isidro Port of Entry and the Otay Mesa Port of Entry, which includes the commercial ports, but they never took into consideration the staffing. So I guess the two pots that are building the infrastructure and the staffing need to go hand in hand. So prioritize staffing for all our ports of entry. We do have a port of entry that has been in the works for 20 years, which is Otay Mesa 2. We have a Mexican side that's ready and a U.S. side that's still trying to figure out how to figure out the funding and moving forward.
Thank you, Joaquin. Fauna?
So many wishes, but just focusing on one. We're all cross-border citizens here. So I guess my wish would be that we can figure out how to foster a cross-border citizenship culture in the border region where belonging is defined not by the nation state or by the documents that you carry in your pocket, but by the shared interests and aspirations among people who inhabit a violently disrupted civic space. I mean, that's the world that we inhabit. But what you've witnessed here is the kind of cross-sector coalition building that all of us are doing from our different sectors. What's so unique about the border region is that so often people in the business community and people in the human rights community are on the same side of the argument, right? And so I think we've all recognized that in ourselves. We should do this more often at home. Right? I mean, you know,
Harvard.
Thank you, Harvard, for bringing us together like this. So we do things differently in the border region, so we have to own who we are. Yeah.
Howard, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of those wishes would require a very concrete level of specificity in designing new processes, new languages, new new approaches, really about problem solving in this sense. I think education has been central for us, for Fauna and myself, in the community stations model, the redistribution, we called it, of resources, I mean, and also knowledges. At this moment, a lot of our wishes, I mean, I think it's a good thing to say that it's about continuing to advance what we're doing. It's getting very local. It's getting very specific, with very specific actors and very specific geographies that have been, and demographics that have been abandoned. I'm very taken by Tony's reminder that those who we left behind, because at the end of the day, really is about drastic and extreme inequality in our bioregion that we have not addressed. Even when we talk about value creation, we do not address what are those sectors that need to be engaged. So yes, how to build a coalition of care. In this case, I mean, the community stations, I don't want to sound protagonistic here, but it was invented, or at least it was designed as an infrastructure of solidaristic practices to really begin to demystify so much misinformation, to create that cross-border citizen. It would require a new types of experiences that really materialize also in an embodied way what needs to be done. By the way, the community stations began when we engaged Antanas Mockus back in 2015, the former mayor of Medellin, of Bogota, Colombia, who invented this survey called the Citizenship Culture Survey that he distributed across 50 Latin American cities to measure the degree by which a city really, enhanced solidaristic practices, relationships between institutions and publics, and so on. We invited him to come to the border when the first Trump administration was about to begin to perform a cross-border citizenship culture survey. Not one city, but two cities that are divided. Is there such a trace in this binational territory that has been splintered of a public, of a sentiment that would in fact elevate this sense of reciprocity that could organize our socioeconomic relations? And the survey, we performed it, and in fact, most of the results oriented themselves as the need, which has been another topic, I think, throughout the day so far, how to mobilize art, education, as an experiential, cognitive system that enables access to the complexity of these issues, access to communities, the access to the complexity, obviously, of urbanization, and to really visualize, and that's our work has been about the visualization of that missing information so that can reorganize really our language, our relations. Finally, this issue is very important in my wish, is that it's more structural in the idea of transforming, because I think this is an institutional crisis. It's an epistemic crisis. The institutions unable to tackle these issues, to reinvent what we mean by infrastructure, what we mean, in fact, by value production as capital accumulation in a more, as I think Tony also opened up today, reminding us that has been perennially, but mobilizes everything through greedy capitalism. The move from public interest to private interest in such a radical way has produced an incredible violent blow to our collective social, environmental, and economic resources. So my aspiration would be, can we make a case to recuperate the hearts and minds of people that continue to actually vote against their own interests, but oriented to a new political economy? I think the idea that we need to recuperate a civic, public imagination requires a different role for education and a different role for us in terms of design and who, how do we produce that? The Green New Deal, I don't want to divert, but for me it's less about the green than in fact it's about the New Deal. How we reorganize institutions to really direct themselves to that investment, again, in restoring the social safety net. We are far away from that. Maybe we will not return very time soon, but I think education can be an instrument that allows us to again recuperate, and to engage those who are with us in a sense. I think this idea preaching to a choir continues to be part of the dilemma here. So education
Ted.
for us, a new form of education to engage the public.
Thank you, Teddy. I just underline something you said. I will say I just gave up on Washington, D.C. and Mexico City. My wish is that we basically empower ourselves because I don't think there's aid coming from either D.C. or Mexico City. Floor is open. Let's take 2 or 3 comments, questions, and then we'll wrap up. Yes? Could you identify yourself? And
Thank you. This is wonderful. Congratulations to all. So I'm a medical doctor, and my question is, through all this complexity, how is health and medical issue being addressed? And what happens, sorry to say this, but what happens to the people that die in these areas?
thank you. Someone else? Yes, here. Alberto?
Hi, I was wondering, I'm Alberto Fierro, thank you for this fantastic panel and conference. What about water and pollution, especially in the Baja Cali?
Thank you very much all for your words in the panel. I'm Liz, and I'm an MPP1 Master in Public Policy at the Harvard Kennedy School. My question would be, and I know this was centered around the Cali Baja region and local communities, but I want to know your thoughts on how to engage more at the federal level, both in the US but also in Mexico, and how those connections have been beneficial or poses a challenge for the region and the development of a region, a joint region, as you said. Thank you.
Liz was just coming out of working at the Mexican Foreign Ministry, so she actually has this centralist view of the border. One more? We heard Tony a lot. Why don't you give it? Sorry, Tony. I'm sorry for that.
Hi, Jose Luis Rojas, school committee member here in Cambridge. I grew up in Brownsville, Matamoros, on the Mexican side, and went to school on the US side in the 80s. Back then, it was easier to cross, but there was more need to cross, both from the US into Mexico and from Mexico into the US, whether it was for goods or services. But now when I go back to the border is harder to cross. People cross it less, but there's less need to cross because you can find a lot more things from the US on the Mexican side, a lot more things of Mexico on the US side. So people cross less because they already have access to the site on their side. So I don't know if you could comment on that.
Thank you. Guys, lunch is ready, so you will need to take only 1 minute in your response. Well, yes, working?
No.
There's another, I know there's several more questions, but I believe we're running out of time. So we can always have a conversation now at lunch. Teddy?
Just very quickly, I mean, again, it goes back to this issue, health, water, what organizes ultimately this idea of value creation, which is very important for us. Those are not the issues that have been organized in our value creation. I think we've been working a lot with the Kumeyaay leadership, the indigenous leadership in the cross-border, as Jackie was. For the Kumeyaay, water was the organizer of community, to construct community. So that's what I was trying to say. What is the value of socio-ecological flows at the border region that should reorganize not only a political leadership that is based on empathy, but also that prioritizes us as the foundation for that economic well-being that we're talking about. So what socio-ecological, but also the well-being, the health, and also the psychological, obviously. That should be the foundation for a new type of destiny.
On the question of the need to cross, one of the most inspiring things that we saw in Tijuana with the hardening of the border wall after Trump won is that young creatives said, you know what, screw the US, we're going to stay here. And they built this incredible sort of food culture and art culture. I mean, the city just was buzzing with local energy because people decided not to leave. And I think that's an answer to the question about federal support. It just isn't there. Go local and again, retake who we are. Yeah. Thank you.
I will answer the gentleman up there first. On the profile of the border crosser, yes, that is completely accurate, and it's happening in Tijuana and San Diego, which again, a lot of Tijuanenses were by default, by nature, would always cross into San Diego. Now, and it actually happened during COVID a lot, when the border was closed to Mexican citizens. And a lot of the money stayed in Tijuana. So all of these businesses started to pivot and reshift. And now we're seeing tremendous shopping centers, restaurants, and different options. So there's really no need to cross right now. I mean, not the need that we used to have. So yes, I guess Mexico is poniéndose las pilas in terms of offering new options for consumers. And just a quick one on policy, and I'll give you a quick example. And again, I'll pick on CBX. CBX was planned for, what, 20 years, maybe 20 plus years, and until CBP said this needs to be a cost-neutral project, meaning that it cannot cost us anything, and private equity from the U.S. side and from the Mexican side came together, it's when it happened.
Fabio. Megan.
Okay, I can quickly touch on the question around deaths. I'm a data and policy analyst, and data is not neutral. Like I mentioned, we don't have a good sense of deaths and disappearances at the border, and that's not by accident. That's not because we're not smart enough. It's purposeful. Certainly, it would not reflect well on those private corporations that get contracting, to do this kind of work to fortify the border, or for the Border Patrol to keep their workforce really high so they could all sit around and be bored at the border. And it's something that really needs to be worked on. There's organizations that have worked on that, but it's challenging for us on the ground that are trying to reduce deaths, because now we're being accused of aiding and abetting. I remember when we were giving this aid to people out, Border Patrol continuously refused to give water and would discourage us from bringing any kind of aid because they believed it was a draw for people. And we would laugh because we didn't think that, Afghanis and people from Turkey and people from China and people from South America were coming to San Diego because they knew about our peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and waters. But this is how, this is the narrative about death at the border. It's not people dying by policy, which is what is happening. It's people dying because they are choosing to put themselves at risk. And just last week, I got an email in my inbox from Customs and Border Protection because they have to announce when there are deaths and they recover bodies. And even though we have historically low border crossings right now, in that email, they talked about the storms we had in San Diego in mid-March and how 3 people had died that they came across. And so, but all the messaging around it was, 3 illegals put themselves at risk, and you know what I mean? And so we need this narrative shift. We need better data. And we can do it. It's not rocket science, but we need the political will to do it. And unfortunately, it's not there. It's not there federally. And unfortunately for our region, it's also not there locally.
Rafa, just very quickly, you are next. Okay.
No, I was thinking what part of the questions I could answer, but I think the last one about the federal governments, maybe that I have a little bit of perspective there. We depend on federal legislation, right, for trade, for border operations. There's so many entities in Mexico, energy, water policy, so everything's so centralized. So we depend on the legal legislative framework. So what we would like is, not that legislation to understand the dynamics of the border and give more autonomy, more local decision-making. In the last previous administration and this one, again, they've centralized everything. So there used to be a lot more decision-making at the local level, like to register a patent, to get a maquiladora permit, to do. There are many things that we could do in the local representation of the federal government. That all went back to Mexico City. So any small business, anything, just to get permits to be able to operate, they have to go to Mexico City. you know, and so that has become a big problem for us. So centralization and just the not understanding or not wanting to support the dynamics at the border. So that would be, I think, a big change that we would require.
Thank you, Flavio. Of course, I'm not crazy to try to summarize this very rich panel, but let me say something. You can all tell that governance in the U.S. Mexico border it's very complicated. It's almost impossible. There's the three levels of governments: local, state, federal, interact with each other. We have NGOs, we have businesses, we have academics, we have now international organizations, we have organized crime. This is very complicated, it's a conundrum. So I challenge you, Gabriela, Diane, the panel, we should try to organize a symposium about governance in the border.
It's going to be in the next panel on mayors, I promise.
Of course.
Stay tuned. Yeah. The one after lunch.
Beautiful. Okay, so I believe lunch is ready. Let me ask you for a round of applause for this panel.
There's lunch for everybody outside. We have a little less than an hour. If all the speakers can meet me up here also for a lunch upstairs, that would be great. Thank you. Okay, yeah. Okay, everybody, hi, we're gonna get started. I'm Diane Davis, along with my amazing colleague Gabriela Sotolaviaga. We are so excited to have been able to organize this conference with the help of the Dr. Class staff, and I hope everybody is having as good a time as I'm having and listening to all the amazing insights and reflections from people in the 2 morning panels. I see this panel, for me, it's a highlight to have actually existing mayors who are involved in kind of dealing with the issues that were discussed this morning, here to share some of their thoughts with us. So this panel is a conversation between mayors from both sides of the border. I'm going to say a little more about the mayors and some more shifting logistics of this panel. And I will give us a short introduction and tell you the questions that I've asked the mayors, and then we'll hear from them. Let me just first of all say that originally we had 3 mayors. We are happy here to have Mayor Cruz Perez Cuellar, who's the mayor of Ciudad Juarez, Mayor John Cowan, who's the mayor of Brownsville, Texas, and our 3rd mayor, who was with us last night, Carlos Peña Ortiz, was the mayor of Reynosa, is the mayor of Reynosa, and yesterday when he was here, when we were having dinner, Reynosa got hit by hurricane, some terrible crisis, and he had to fly back because mayors have to take care of their cities and their constituencies. So he unfortunately was not able to stay to be on the panel, but he did make a 12-minute video, which we will play at the beginning, in his response to the questions that I had posed to the mayors beforehand. So that's the first logistical thing that I wanted to share with you. Second, that means we will still have a give and take conversation between 2 mayors, but we will hopefully have time for more Q&A than maybe we've had in some of the earlier panels. And the third thing I would say about that is we are thinking, and I'm going to pose some questions to the mayors, some new questions beyond the ones that I've already shared with them, but a lot of them have to do with working on these different scales. Rafael just brought up this issue of kind of thinking, or actually the student from the MPP, about thinking about how cities or regions relate to the federal government. Those are things that I hope we will get to in this panel. So, let me just, first of all say, I'm going to highlight, before I introduce the mayors, a short bio and tell you the questions that they're going to be answering. The first thing that I want to underscore about this panel, why I see it as a transition into kind of later parts of the conference, the next 2 panels, is that we are looking at mayors or cities, border cities, and we've talked a lot about the border this morning. The elements of the border, the conflicts, the tensions, the economic crisis of the border, some of the questions I've asked them will be talking about those things. But we haven't really talked about elected governing actors yet. We've talked about NGOs. We've talked about people, flows of money, flows of people, flows of changing narratives, but we haven't really looked at governance. Who the elected officials that are standing in the front lines of all these social and economic and political problems. So, and somebody, I think it was Fona, brought up the notion of citizenship. So we're looking at elected officials, but I'd like us to think about this as a panel that focuses on the governance challenges of cities at the border, but think more generally about the governance challenges in the context of new relationships or new tensions between the United States and Mexico. So we will be thinking about the problems that have been laid on the table, but we are going to be hearing about what can and cannot be done, or should not be done, from the perspective of governing officials who have a responsibility to their constituencies, but also a responsibility to the nation and the Constitution in which they are embedded. So again, that's why I think we're kind of taking this panel, I'd like to see us as taking more to talk about the nations
and what's happening between U.S. Mexico relations. Obviously, a part of that is what's happening at the border, but really there's a larger sovereignty challenge on the table that Gabriela and I had in mind when we organized the panel this way. So that's what we're going to try to get accomplished today. Now, let me first do some good introductions. Mayor Cruz Perez Cuellar, Mayor of Ciudad Juarez, he's been in that position since 2021, and his work showcases leadership and commitment to his community through professional and political work, focusing, and these are some of the areas, and we'll probably hear more about that have been a part of his kind of leadership, looking at economic revitalization, getting investment in Ciudad Juarez, which everybody in here probably knows, on the other side of El Paso. Looking at advancing infrastructure, social, and economic development. And in addition to his political career, he's worked as a businessman in various sectors since 1978. He is originally from Ciudad, we say CJ, but Ciudad Juarez, and holds a law degree from the University of Ciudad Juarez and a Master of Public Policy from the Tec de Monterrey. Then we have Mayor John Cowan, Mayor of the city of Brownsville, Texas, and I just sort of learned yesterday, a sixth generation from Brownsville, it's family, sixth generation. And for those of you who don't know the geography of Texas, Brownsville is at the southernmost point of the state. It's the 18th largest city in Texas and the largest city in the Rio Grande Valley, with a population of almost 200,000 residents. The 2024 Leading Metro Locations report recently named the Brownsville-Harlingen metro area as the #1 metro location for economic growth. So you can see mayors care about growing their economy because they got to get their funds to pay for services from somewhere. But again, we'll be talking a little bit more about how they're balancing local challenges of governance in a national context when there's economic crisis and other sorts of things. The last mayor, who unfortunately can't be with us today, but you'll hear from him, Carlos Peña Ortiz, the mayor of Reynosa, Tamaulipas, which is, very ecologically vulnerable ecological zone on the Gulf. He's promoted the largest municipal scholarship program in the city's history, and in addition to his nationally recognized programs, his administration stands out for investing in major projects without generating debt for the city. And he also holds a Master of Public Administration from Harvard's Kennedy School. And so we're sorry he can't be with us, but he's made an effort to do a video. Now, let me just tell you the questions that I've asked all the mayors, because that might give a little background for what we're going to hear from Mayor Peña Ortiz. The first question I ask people to think about, and the questions that Gabriela asked this morning and everybody's asking are all on our minds. These are slightly different versions of them tailored for mayors, but the first question I ask them, how have you and your staff prepared for the current changes at the border, in particularly in the context of migrant deportation, militarization of the border, and other disruptions set in motion by U.S. federal policies and or Mexico's response. So thinking about the mayors and their staff, how are they kind of handling changes in their everyday work because of that? The second question was, which residents, businesses, and city operations have been most impacted by the new administration's policies, and how are you responding to them? So really focusing on the microeconomy. Third, if you could give voice to what your constituencies are most concerned with in the current era of tariffs and overall uncertainty about conditions of trade and trade flows across the border, what would they want all of us to know? And again, we've heard from some NGOs and academics, but we really want to know about the constituencies that mayors have to listen to and how they communicate their interests. And then finally, and maybe this last one we can come to after we hear from all the mayors, and I'm going to push this last question a little more with one or two more rounds of questions before we open it up. The last question was whether they had seen any new forms of local, regional, national, or transnational solidarity or polarization. So solidarity or maybe polarization, political alliance building, or political alliance breaking emerge within the city over the last several weeks and months? In other words, has the turmoil of all these shifts at the border really impacted the kind of political relationships among citizens? Because if you're an elected official, you come from a party. If you want to talk about your partisan politics, that's fine too. But you are the stewards of the city, but you also are a political, you represent the city in some political conversations. And so we want to know whether these changes have made that easier or harder for you to kind of do what you need to do to represent your entire city and make your city function well. So those are the 4 questions that I want them to think about. So Julian, can we start with the video? I guess it's a video from the mayor of...
Hi there, my name is Carlos Peña Ortiz. I'm the mayor of Reynosa, Tamaulipas. Reynosa is a city of around 1 million citizens. It's across the border from McAllen, Texas, and is the biggest city in the state of Tamaulipas. It's also an industrial hub in Mexico, and one of the biggest international crossings that we have between the U.S. Mexico border. Actually, most of the produce that crosses to the U.S. goes through Reynosa. Most of the avocados that we have in the United States go through our city. And obviously, one of the biggest industries is also transportation in our community, besides the industrial sector. I would like to thank the David Rockefeller Center for Latin American Studies and the Bloomberg Center for Cities at Harvard University for organizing this beautiful forum. And also thank the moderator, Diane Davis. Thank you very much for inviting me, as well as my colleagues, Cruz Perez Cuellar from Ciudad Juarez and John Cohen from Bronzeville, Texas. I'm sorry I cannot be with you guys today. I'm in, my city's flooded right now, so I had to designate my city as a flood zone. And because of the heavy rain that has been going on for the last 24 hours. And I wasn't able to be there with you guys, but I would love to next time, because I'm a Harvard grad, 2020, and obviously always happy to talk to my Harvard people, because I know you guys are the best, and you guys are always finding solutions to make a better world and a better future for all of us. So I really wanted to talk about how things have changed in the border in the last couple of months. This is my second term as a mayor. I started in 2021, got reelected in 2024, was the president of DIF from 2016 to 2018. Then I went to Harvard and graduated from my MPA at the Kennedy School. And I've seen a lot of administration. I've seen the Obama administration, how it worked in the border, the first Trump administration, the Biden administration, and now again, the second Trump administration. And every single time there's a change in administration, there's a lot of uncertainty regarding the policies that will be in place for the next couple of years. And the first couple of months are always difficult. There's always a lot of change, a lot of chismes about what is going to happen and what will mark the policy of the new president. So what I can tell you is that one big change that we've seen is that at least migrant flow has gone down significantly. We've been preparing for massive deportations, and with the help of our president, Claudia Sheinbaum, we've habilitated various migrant camps. We had a few already that were municipal migrant camps where we can have up to 6,000 migrants. And with these new facilities that we've created with the help of the federal government, now we have capacity to albergar 16,000 migrants more. So it helps us a lot to be able to be ready for any situation. But the reality is also that migrant flow has dropped significantly, maybe 95% in the last 2 months. We usually had in Reynosa the biggest migrant flow going north in the northern border, because Reynosa is the closest city to Houston, to Dallas, to Atlanta, to New York, to DC. And most people that were trying to go to those places, especially in the East Coast, cross through Reynosa. And we've seen a drop, a very significant drop in most migrant groups. There's no more Russians, Ukrainians, Kazakhstan, no African groups right now. Very little Central American, Venezuelan, very little, Cuban a little bit. But basically, our migrant camps were full for the last 8-9 years. And we usually had around 16 to 20,000 migrants in our community. And nowadays we have close to 700. So, and that has happened in the last 2 months. The change in policy has obviously helped push back a lot of migrants that were planning to cross the border. And deportations have not been as massive as we expected, at least for the first few months. But we are ready to receive our compatriots. If they come back to Mexico, we'll be able to receive them with our arms open, so they can come back and have a job ready for them, and housing, and every type of facility. That way, they'll be able to normalize their lives when they come back to Mexico. And when it comes to security issues, we've also seen a drop in violent crime. Where we live, we have a large presence of Gulf Cartel and Jalisco New Generation Cartel. And these two groups have usually created a lot of violence in the region. And for the last month, we have not seen a lot of gunfights, very few violent crime, and it has dropped significantly in the last 2 months. We'll see what the changes in policy will do in the next couple of months, but there has definitely been a change, and people have seen it, and citizens of our community do feel it. When it comes to the economy, that's where the uncertainty and problems arise, both in the U.S. and Mexico. As I mentioned, my city is one of the biggest industrial sectors, and it's also a transportation hub to the U.S. And obviously, any tariff policy would affect our commerce significantly. And that's why most of us are pushing so that this type of tariffs don't affect our sectors. And even though we depend a lot on the industry, most of our economy is diversified with in the medical sector, technological sector, and other sectors that are not automotive. So that helps us a lot, just because the tariffs that the Trump administration is planning are mostly for the automotive industry. So this gives us a really big advantage in regards to other regions of Mexico that are losing a lot of jobs, and factories are closing down and are affecting their community gravely. For us, it hasn't happened yet, and we're hopeful that the negotiations between the Mexican and the U.S. government will keep it the way they are right now. That way it doesn't affect the Reynosa region. And so a lot of the issues in regards to the economic tariffs that are planned by the administration, it's weird for us because we live in the border. We're a binational community, we're a bicultural community, we share values, we share businesses, we share religion, we share families, and we're basically just divided by a river. So when they try to divide a binational, bicultural community, it's obviously really hard for us because there's people in Mexico City or Washington, D.C. that are making decisions but don't really understand what living in the border is. And everybody has an opinion on what's happening here at the border, but nobody really knows unless you live here in the border. So it's really important for us, for people to know what we really think, the people that are here underground and are living every single circumstance, whether it's a change in security policy or a change in economic policy, that it does really affect border cities like Reynosa, Tamaulipas, like Bronzeville, like Ciudad Juarez. And obviously, what we're trying to do here is to try to showcase the situation that are happening in our communities. That way, people in Washington and Mexico City can be influenced by what we really think and what the communities of the border are really suffering and what they're really thinking about in order to create policy changes that contemplate a binational policy, a bicultural policy, and understand that at the end of the day, if people on the border and the American side are affected, the people on the Mexican side are affected as well. And vice versa. If people on the Mexican side are affected, the people living in the American side will be affected significantly, because our businesses are so intertwined in this globalized economy, especially in the border, that every single tariff change does affect everyone that lives here. So there's a lot of questions that we have in regards to the future of our community. How are we going to cooperate in security? How are we going to cooperate in water programs? We share the same river, we share the same water, and historically we've been working together with programs like NatBank, where they invest in the border cities like Reynosa or Ciudad Juarez. And obviously that money that was used helped both sides of the border. And if there's no collaboration from the U.S., and what would happen long term with the water resources that we have available here in the border communities? There's other issues like the agricultural sectors being affected because of the need of water on the Texas side, and on the Tamaulipas side, we have issues on contraband that is also something that needs to be addressed by the U.S. authorities. A lot of people that are committing extortions a lot of people that commit extortions by the cartels live in the Texas side of the border. A lot of people that are committing the contraband of illegal oil or clothing or cars or food live on the U.S. side of the border and finance FTOs, which are foreign terrorist organizations that were recently designated by the Trump administration. So all these designations, all these changes in policy are something that have created a lot of uncertainty for our community. And obviously going forward is something that we want to discuss openly and understand the issues and problems that we live here in order to address them as soon as possible, to create well-being for both sides of the community, the American side and the Mexican side. So I really appreciate you guys listening to me, to the mayor of Reynosa, and hopefully next time I'll be able to see you guys in person in Harvard. So happy to see you guys, and thank you for inviting me. Saludos a todos.
Wonderful. It's not live, otherwise we could clap, but, so, wonderful. I mean, again, I'm seeing these themes across the conversations, and it's too bad that Mayor Pena couldn't be with us. But we do have two other acting mayors who've been here for the whole session, and we're going to turn it over now to Honorable Mayor John Cowan to talk a little bit about Brownsville and some of the questions we put on the table.
Thank you, Diane. I'm not sure.
Is that working? Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Diane. And again, I apologize for my my horrible impression of RFK Jr. I've developed this throat condition over the last 24 hours. So it's been a challenge, but I was elected mayor of Brownsville in 2023 in May, and that was at the height of the migrant influx into Brownsville. My first month, we had over 50,000 migrants come through our port of entry from 31 different countries. And we were able to manage that through a combination of relationships with our federal government, with our NGOs, with the city leading that effort to efficiently get people to their destinations, right? And I think it was a success story. And our residents in our community they were not impacted whatsoever. So I think that was a model that we set forth for border cities, from a city-led response to migrant influx. Fast forward now to Trump 2.0, we really feel that the federal government is not going to be part of any solutions to our issues at the local level. They're cutting grant programs. The SSP funding is not going to be available to handle any migrant influx going forward. Like Mayor Peña did say, the numbers are drastically down. I think our region, historically, we were over 1,000 people a day crossing. Now we're in single digits, right? So it's almost stopped completely. But other than that type of funding, we're looking at cuts to our health programs, our ability to respond to infectious disease, right? Which, we have, sometimes we have to deal with Zika and other types of mosquito-borne illnesses. Our transit system is a lot of it's federally funded, so those grants are at stake. Since Trump has been elected, we've seen a drastic decrease in our bus ridership. So people aren't going out and shopping as much as they were in public places. Our sales tax numbers are impacted as well. And so I think it's concerning that people, there's a lot of obviously uncertainty just in the area. Most people don't realize there is another border checkpoint 100 miles from the border, north of the border on the U.S. side, all along the U.S. border. So for us, it's in Sarita, which is in the middle of the King Ranch. So there's this region, 100-mile region along the U.S. border. It's kind of, it's unique, right? Which means they're historically, under Republican administrations, Democratic administrations, a lot of people that have been able to come across the border very fluidly. And migration or immigration status was not a real concern in this region. Okay, so now we have generations of families, of people that are in our informal economy, that are part of our culture, part of our community, that now are significantly at risk. And so we have seen a few ICE raids since Trump has been in office, but it hasn't been to the extent of what has been portrayed in the media of like just these massive raids, right? So I think it remains to be seen how far this is going to go, but it's something that is a very big concern of mine as mayor.
Is that good? Okay. So, thank you, and we'll come back
Sure.
with maybe more questions in a second, but let's turn it over to Mayor Cruz Perez.
Okay. Well, hi to everyone. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you very much. This important forum. I will try to respond some of the questions that you give us. First of all, I want to say Ciudad Juárez is the border with El Paso, Texas, and Las Cruces, Nuevo Mexico. We have 1.6 million people in the Mexican side, and we have like 1.2 million on Las Cruces and in El Paso. So in all the region, we are 3 million people. We have been working with migration all the history of Juárez. For example, we have a shelter, a municipal shelter, from several years behind, and we have received people from 36 different nations in our shelter many years ago. So we are really accustomed to migration. And what I can tell you about what's going on right now, as Carlos said and the mayor said, the numbers are decreased. But I have to say something. For the first time since I was born in Juárez, I see a federal government who is concerned about what is going to happen. President Sheinbaum, also is Carlos, the name right, Reynosa mentioned, she puts centers for because we were expecting a massive deportation, so we have the help of the federal government, and our president was very concerned about what's going on. So she's helping us, although we don't have the numbers that we were expecting. About economy is another of the questions. Well, uncertainty is making a lot of damage right now. We have a little decrease on employment, just a little, but the big problem is that huge companies are waiting. You know, they want to invest more. We have more than 300,000 people that are employed in the industry directly, not there are more indirectly. So they are waiting to see what's happening. So they are ready to invest more money, but they cannot do it. I talk to them a lot, and they say, well, we want to keep investing, but we have to wait. So I think all the world is waiting for April 2. So we hope. I think that the negotiations between Mexican and U.S. government are going well. Our president is taking a very good leadership, but we have to wait. So the question was about how can we prepare? It's difficult to respond to that because we don't know what's going to happen. So we will need to make a huge plan of action to be prepared, but we must know what's going to happen, you know, what the tariffs are going to be for our country. And then I just went to Taiwan because the Taiwanese enterprises in Juarez, they generate 40,000 direct employees and direct, and if you put together direct and indirect, it's 80,000. So we're trying to be prepared, but we have to know what's going to happen. And about security, well, also the Mexican government is doing a great effort, you know. There's 10,000 militaries from the National Guard in the border. And well, we have to keep trying to stop fentanyl and drugs crossing the border, but also we have to ask the U.S. to stop the flow of weapons to our country. That's not a problem. I have to say this. It's not the problem for just one country, you know. You have to fight the consumption in the U.S., also the consumption in Mexico, because in Mexico there is also, unfortunately, consumption of drugs. But we need to fight, you know, the drugs trafficking from Mexico to the U.S. But we need the U.S. fights, you know, the traffic, the weapons to our country that are killing a lot of people. And finally, this question was for me, me llamó mucho la atención. No sé cómo se diga en inglés. How do you say that?
Caught my attention.
Okay. It says, finally, have you seen any new forms of local, national, or transnational solidarity or political alliance building emerge within your city over the last several weeks and months? Well, I have not seen them. Let me tell you why. Because we are a region, you know. We have an alliance. We have a great communication with the mayor. For example, I was elected in 2021, and the mayor of El Paso was Oscar Lizer until, well, a few months, January. And January, it was Renard, the new elected mayor. We have a great relationship. We have meetings with security meetings in Juarez, with Juarez authorities and El Paso authorities and Las Cruces, and then we go to El Paso, and then we go. So the reality on the border is radical, different from the narrative that we heard, you know, in the news. When I heard the news, I say, well, we live a different reality in the border. We are friends, really friends with El Paso and in Las Cruces. And we have a very, very good relationships, and we work together. So there is no need to make, new forms of local alliances. We are allies, and we are friends. So it's kind of frustrating when you see the news and you see all the stuff going on all the world, but when we are to working together, so we are definitely regional partners. There are no, what is the other one? The name of the forum? Regional partners or?
Oh, yeah, or
No, we're not
distant neighbors or
we're not
uneasy,
distant neighbors. We're regional partners and friends.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I'm actually really happy you brought up that point. I want to make it like, let me just say a little bit about the title. We took the notion of distant neighbors from the known book by Castaneda, right? Jorge Castaneda. Alan Riding, excuse me. Sorry. I'm thinking about the Mexican analyst of the U.S. relations. But the point was that that was an understanding, in a way, of the nations, right? But this is, I think, the next question I want to ask all of us, which is, and you've just reinforced what we've heard this morning about collaboration, cultural fluidity, networks of economy, history, culture, families, daily crossing. So for those people who live on the border, you understand the reality of that regionalism, shall we say. But it is precisely the imposition of national policies that are creating fissures. That doesn't mean it breaks those relationships. But the dilemma that we're facing, again, is the territorial scale at which we need to be struggling over a more equitable, humanitarian, just future, to take some of the ideas that were mentioned in the earlier panel. So I hear what's interesting, and I know it will probably be the same. We've heard from the Baja California, Texas, now we have Ciudad Juarez, El Paso, these relationships, historical relationships. On the other hand, I heard you talk about the good relations between the Sheinbaum administration and you, thinking about turning to the federal government to support you in this time of, let's say, disrupted sovereignty. But I don't hear that from the U.S. side. So that's my question. Are now we moving to an era, well, maybe everybody in the border shares this connectivity, but again, as I said earlier, this is a panel on governance. And governance doesn't just happen at the city. You are in a city, you're part of, both the Mexico and U.S. are federal systems. Maybe Mexico hops more to the city than the federal, to the nation. Maybe we can hear a little more about the relation between Brownsville and the rest of Texas. But the question becomes, to answer what was said before, not just who should be involved in struggling over a better future, but what is the territoriality, the political territoriality? We could continue to develop those strong relations at the border, but will that become a political region? Or is that just what you're doing because you're forced to interact? But who's going to be challenging the larger national decisions that are putting your relationships in precarity? So do you want to pick up on that one?
Sure. Last year, we formed an alliance called the South Texas Alliance of Cities, which gets comprised of the biggest cities in the Rio Grande Valley, McAllen, Edinburgh, Mission, and then including Laredo and San Antonio. And so we meet once a quarter in different cities to talk about common issues, common opportunities, and strategize on how we can advocate for our region. I really think we should expand that across the border and talk about this southern border, northern Mexican border region, because I think we have all the potential in the world to make that the economic powerhouse globally, right? We have all the assets and markets in place to be able to execute that. But from a political perspective, I wasn't elected as a Republican or Democrat. I didn't have to declare a party, which is a good thing, because city issues aren't partisan issues. Not every mayor has that luxury. So, but from the state level, they also are taking away rights of cities on how we can govern our own operations. So we're fighting that, just like the state's fighting the federal government. It's very hypocritical. But I think we should always try to promote as much local control as possible, because each city has different needs, and we should be able to have the flexibility to take care of those needs how we see fit, for the most part. But I think there's, again, I try to go to Mexico every couple of months to meet with different groups, different business leaders, different mayors. So I make it a real point of my term to build those alliances and build those bonds, because I think we're all in this together.
Great. Great, Cruz?
Well, right now we're in a unique situation because we didn't have it before. What we got used to is that, like Mexico City was, you take care. Really, right now we have a very good support of our President Sheinbaum. She's very concerned and occupied in what's going on. But this is right now. It wasn't that before. I was talking with Renard Johnson, the mayor of El Paso, and we were talking about just thinking about making a plan together, I think we have to make like a plan to take our concerns to Washington together and then to Mexico City. Because the real problem in the border is that we live one reality, and it's very different from the view of Mexico and Washington. It's a very difficult thing. Let me tell you something. This was about Renard, but Oscar Lizer, the mayor that just, we kind of sometimes laugh together, yeah, because we say, well, we have a very good relationship. We got, the crisis, the migration crisis that the mayor was talking about, and we work together very close. But we realize that we talk a lot and we try to help each other, but the solutions are not in our side. So he cannot decide something to solve the problem, and also I cannot. The real solutions are in the legislative level and in the federal government. So that's a huge problem that we have to see how can we work together. It's very difficult because it's two countries, it's two federal governments, but we have to try.
Yeah, I mean, I really appreciate both those comments. This last one, I'm thinking again about the prior panel to us. So there's an understanding that you have a partner, that you're relying, and you understand your fate is tied, but both of the sets of mayors, again, I'm just repeating that kind of larger framing, have to deal with their nations, their political systems. So an observation I might make after your really interesting comment, I didn't realize you came in without a party, and that in this particular political moment, maybe even in Mexico too, I don't know. I mean, if you're Morena, it's one thing as opposed to if you're a mayor from another party. I don't even know which party you were elected on, but the point is that you've said that you want to create more alliances with other cities farther north of the border. You're staying into Texas. One might ask, well, why not across the U.S.? But the point being that you need to strengthen your position because Washington doesn't understand, you've said this, what it's like to live on the border. Washington doesn't understand that. I would suggest, maybe, and I don't think I'm editorializing here, we could say that the disconnect between the border and maybe cities and the nation in the United States, and I know this is a conference sponsored by Dr. Class, and we're really here to talk about Mexico, and we're going to talk about it more, especially in the next two panels, but let me just say that I'm seeing that in the United States, we're in a crisis in federalism because we have a federal government that wants to use the states for some things, but not for other things. Right? It wants to make a national policy about what happens at cities on the border, and it's not even allowing the mediation of states always for things, and you talked about health, et cetera. On the other end, I hear you talking about maybe more solidarity in Mexico between cities and the national government. I know somebody in an earlier panel didn't think that necessarily, so that's up for discussion. But maybe this crisis moment is offering opportunities for more solidarity across the nation in Mexico and more fragmentation in the United States. So the reason I'm putting that on the table, it raises my next question to all of you. if you don't, I mean, this, and you might have different answers because the national context in which you're governing your cities is different. Institutionally, it's different, and you're dealing with these new fights, for example, over tariffs and migrants, et cetera. So the question becomes, why could you or would you choose a regional solidarity to solve those problems when the real problem is the relationship of the region to the nation? That's my question. What are your thoughts about? I know that's maybe sounds too Harvard-ish, abstract, but I mean, I really think this is what we're talking about because you can't solve all your problems by yourself. You may have political solidarity, but the economy is falling. So, what are you thinking about these alliance buildings or fighting back in different territories?
Well, I mean, I think we're definitely stronger together as a region rather than going individually as a city to DC or to Austin. You know, as the South Texas Alliance, we were able to get President Biden to come down and tour Brownsville to see what was happening and ask for resources because he needed to come down. He'd never been there, right? President Trump also came down to the border for different reasons to showcase a more chaotic environment, right? And tell those two stories, right? But I still think it was important that both of them were at the border at the same time to showcase that, hey, this is, that this area needs attention, right? But I think, you know, we have so much opportunities for investment, for infrastructure, for workforce training, water resources. All these things are binational issues that we cannot do by ourselves. And we will not unlock our opportunities if we don't get the buy-in from the state and federal governments.
Correct. And in that, maybe we can circle back later. I'm just going to ask two more questions after we hear from you, but to the ecology. So thinking about the variety of reasons that there would be a binational cooperation. You just mentioned ecological water, for example. So do you have some thoughts about
What's the question again?
Well, I mean, thinking about whether you see maybe more political alliance building between cities in the border and Mexico City and the kind of the nation, and how would you balance putting your political kind of capital into creating regional solidarity as opposed to strengthening your relationship between the region and the center, let's say Mexico City, the nation in Mexico?
Well, first of all, I want to say something about the political situation. I have to repeat that we are in the unique situation. I am from Morena, and the President Sheinbaum is from Morena, but our governor, Maru Campos, she is from PAN. And right now, I sorry to keep repeating the same thing, we are in the unique situation because in this issue, this problem right now that we're facing with the uncertainty to the Trump administration, we are all together. So I think this is a very good thing right now in Mexico. We had a lot of difference. We have a political campaign in 2024. It was very hard and tough in the state. Also, me trying to be reelected, I got huge opposition by PAN. But right now we're working all together. So that's and to the question that I said, we need to do both because we got a reality that we live on every day. So we have to be working with El Paso and Las Cruces. We have to face a lot of issues all day, every week, every month. So we have to have regional solidarity, and also we have to work in a strategy to work with federal government in both sides of the border.
Yeah, that's a wonderful answer, and I feel like you're thinking about that too. It's both and, right? You say work on the regional solidarity, but you continually look for your allies or make it a larger project. So that's extremely interesting. And maybe if I think about some of the kind of admonitions or the recommendations that came in the earlier panels about changing the narrative or kind of showing the demonstration about how there is cooperation, et cetera, maybe making sure that those narratives and that evidence is all over the United States and doesn't just stay at the border, and we can learn from Mexico in that way. I just have two more questions, and then we're going to open out to the audience, because I know we have a lot of people that have thought about these things about governance and on the border and the city, state, and nation, shall we say. These last two questions are ideas that were generated in earlier panels. So I think I'll start. The first question, I believe it was Tony Payan, might have raised this issue of the North American region. Because I wrote it down, and of course we're all thinking about the new map, right? So the so-called Gulf of the Americas instead of the Gulf of Mexico. But I guess I want to throw out the possibility for you two to think about. Maybe we can hear from others later when we open out to the Q&A. Is it worth, not just thinking about the border region, is it worth thinking at all about a North American region? When we heard about supply chains and manufacturing and histories and cultures, of course, a lot of that is at the border, but we've also heard this morning about in the way that what Trump is having a fight, that was Tony's point, across the whole region with Canada, United States, and Mexico. And of course, Sheinbaum responded with her map of the Gulf of Mexico and the history of the Gulf of Mexico. But what do you guys think about the notion of a North American region? Do you think it has any traction to anybody who's a constituency of yours or anybody, or should we just be thinking about regions in a more micro scale? I guess that's the question. What do you think?
I really think we shouldn't give up hope on the North American region. I think that's, we would be unstoppable if we worked together, right? Instead of creating barriers for trade, for immigration, if we were smart and worked together to create practical, logical solutions, we would take all our countries much farther than they are now. But I think the rhetoric about protectionism, isolationism, America first, really, it's put us on this path towards, tariffs and anti-immigrant, and it's just, hopefully it's just a phase and we get out of it and we recognize that this, there's a better path. And I don't think, like I said before, the three countries together will go a lot further together than they will individually.
Well, I think the same. I think that the real problem to the U.S. economy, but not U.S., all the region, Canada, Mexico, it's the truth. It's China. China is selling a lot of products in all the world, and for example, in Mexico, there are some operations to decomisar.
Please.
Huh?
The
commission? Okay, to the commission. To seize products from China that are not paying taxes. And that's something that maybe the U.S. government is right. We are partners, so we have to be working together. But the real problem for our region is China, talking about the economy. So we have to, I am agree with Mayor, we have to work together. Canada is not an enemy from the U.S. Well, let me not talk about enemy, but there is not a competition from the U.S., Canada, and also Mexico is not. We have to work, we will be unstoppable. I want to, me voy a robar su palabra. We have to work together. It's not a good, it's common sense, because we have to work together to face this world new economy that we're facing right now.
Right. Great. Well, the last question I was going to ask, and I might withdraw it because I think these last comments might actually allow more questions from the audience. But again, I was thinking a little, maybe it was again Tony this morning, but thinking about the future. I just so happen to be, we mentioned it in my bio, I'm the co-director of a very modestly titled project called Humanity's Urban Future, where scholars, it's funded from Canada, Canadians support it, to study 6 cities of the world around the world, and one of those is Mexico City, to think about what is the future. So not just like in the next 2 years or 3 years or getting out of this crisis, kind of projecting a little bit more of where are we heading. The question about North America is kind of thinking about heading to a larger future, but I wondered, the question I wanted to ask, and if you don't want to answer, it's fine, we'll open it out to question, Q&A, but like, could you imagine your cities 30 years from now? What do you think, let's say, think about what you expect you're going to see in those cities. We're talking about North American futures. That's a real struggle. We don't know what's going to happen with the uncertainty. We don't know what's going to happen with militarization, et cetera. Where do you think Brownsville will be 30 years from now? And then I'll ask you, and then we'll open it out for questions.
Well, fortunately, Brownsville right now is going through a transformation. We have the biggest energy project in the country happening at the Port of Brownsville, with the LNG export terminals being built, and then SpaceX has their rocket production site and testing facility, and their headquarters outside of Brownsville. And so it's $40 billion of projects in our area happening all at once, right? I really think what's happening with tariffs and migration, those are significant headwinds for the opportunities that we have in front of us. We should be, my goal as mayor is to diversify our economy as much as possible, so we're insulated to fluctuations in certain markets, right? Historically, Brownsville's been very affected by like the Mexican peso. If there's a big devaluation, our local economy just crashes, right? And it's happened multiple times in the last 4 years. But I think diversifying our economy, making sure we're strong in all sectors, and partnering as much as we can with our neighbors across the river to have a regional supply chain base that can propel our economies in the way we want to go. So that's, that's where I think Brownsville's going. That's where I think the region should go.
Okay, wonderful. And you'll have the last word on this.
As I told you before, I was in Taiwan, and they're ready to invest more in our city. They already had invested a lot. I think reality is going to impose. We're living right now a uncertainty moment, difficult moment, but we are a region. We are connected. I have family in El Paso, Texas. They're my cousins, but they're U.S. citizens and they live there. So reality is going to impose. I think we will have a very powerful region in the economy, and also we have to deal with security. We have to go to make some solutions about security in our country. But I see that a very good future. I think common sense will prevail.
Okay. So let's open it out to some questions for our mayors here. Maybe also some threads from some of the earlier panels. There's a question up here.
We were talking about non-governmental organizations before, NGOs, and kind of the role they play. I'm actually familiar with some of the NGOs in Brownsville, like the Good Neighbor Settlement House, etc., all of those. Not so much Juarez, but my question is, how in your daily life do you see your work with NGOs, and has that shifted with the shifting presidencies, etc.?
I think NGOs play a crucial role in keeping our city functioning well, right? Good Neighbor Settlement Houses, for example, is a great example. They provide services to our homeless population, people that are going through some tough times, and so the city doesn't have the expertise nor they don't need that effort in addressing those issues. We always want to partner with organizations that are mission driven specifically for those areas we want to address. So that Good Neighbor, for example, is facing up to 50% cuts in their budget due to federal funding being cut. So we're trying to develop strategies on how we can support them as much as we can going forward, because the last thing we want to do is create societal problems, you know, in terms of increased homelessness or those mental services that are not being addressed, or, you know, we don't want people to fall through the cracks. So I think we're trying to figure out plan A, B, and C, how to deal with those situations going forward.
Well, they play a huge role in our society. For example, we have about more than 30 shelters for immigrants in our city, and one is from federal government, another one is for municipal government, our government, and you know the other 28 are from the ONGs. So they have they play a huge role. And in our government, we create a fund to help them. It's 40 million pesos, like $2 million, to all the NGOs. And let me tell you why. I put some example. For example, if you work with drug addicts, if you in the government you want to put a new facilities and you know hire people and all that stuff, you will spend a lot of money. But if you work together with the NGOs, is it, you work with them and you help them, and you fund them a little bit, you can do a lot more. Your money will be potencializada. It works. So every dollar, every peso that you put in there, it will be, va a rendir mucho más.
Diane, you provoke us about thinking about North America, and I have to say that it's not only about North America. I believe we're seeing the end of Pax Americana. We're seeing the end of this governance led by the U.S. the last 80 years, which has been unprecedented growth and well-being in the world. I believe that's coming to an end. Yeah, there's an implosion in the U.S. because in the White House, I mean, the Trump doctrine is zero-sum game. It's not about investing in Japan or in the European Union. So, I believe so. This is very difficult to think in North America, where you have someone within the White House that he basically do not believe in alliances and in this kind of partnerships. On the positive side is that, I mean, North America is a reality. We have economic structures there. We have one North American auto industry. We have an aerospace industry, and we have a lot of value chains, and that won't be destroyed. Not that easily. We'll see how much. But I believe this is a good timing for, I would say, for sub-regions to flourish. I believe in Cali Baja there's important things happening. I believe Texas has very good relationship with the Mexican neighbors. But this is a question for Mayor Cruz and for you, John. I mean, we have a sort of a Trump in Texas, Greg Abbott. This is different than Trump. I mean, he's political, very astute. He's a hero for Republicans. He's the one bossing migrants into Chicago, and that explains a lot that some of these Mexicans in Chicago, in New York, in Massachusetts, they decided to vote for Trump because he basically divided the Latinos. So my question to you is, I mean, but on the same time, Greg Abbott, who hates migration, I mean, he gets economics very well, so he understands the importance of Mexico. What is your, I mean, how can we deal with Abbott? What is the lesson from Texas to the rest of U.S. Mexican relations or to North America? Because in spite of Texas being chasing migrants, I would say it's flourishing, and it's flourishing along with Nuevo León and with Tamaulipas and with Coahuila, and there's very good economic relationships there. So I wonder if you could set an example. What is the model that we should follow?
Well, I think with Governor Abbott, I think he listens to the business community, right? If the business community says we need labor, we need migrants, he's going to react. So I really think that message needs to come from that base. Right now, we have 1,800 people a day moving into the state of Texas from other states in the United States. So, but we cannot sustain, we cannot grow at the rate that companies need to grow or they're expecting to grow. So there's going to be a breaking point where, we're not going to have enough people to do all sorts of things, and I think we're already there, right? So I think that message is coming soon. So that hopefully you'll see that shift in tone, because every migrant is a net positive to our economy. I mean, that comes from the Federal Reserve. I mean, we need migration, healthy migration to grow and to sustain our economy. I mean, there's no one that an economist that argues against that. So I think they're going to have to listen to that message.
¿Yo por qué? Oh, why me? Oh, let me tell you the truth. We don't have a lot of interaction with the state government. And it's the truth, really. We have a lot of interaction with the mayor of El Paso and Las Cruces, the county judge, Ricardo Samaniego, and we have a lot of interaction with the Border Patrol and CBP, with the security authorities from in Mexico, the federal government and state government. And we have a lot of tables, mesas de trabajo, work table, a lot of work meetings with them. But really, we don't have a lot of interaction with the state government of Texas. That's the truth. And I want to keep my visa. Nah.
No, but again, that's my point. That's a really interesting difference there. Okay, we talk about two nations, but like how they actually, the territoriality of who they listen to, who their allies are different, which may be a barrier to this regionalism. But anyway, we have a question, Flavia. Yeah. And then maybe there's...
Hi. Congratulations on those plans of investment that both of you have mentioned, and especially impressive what's in horizon for the south coast of Texas. So my question is about workforce development, and may touch on what you were saying right now. It's like, what's the strategy to have the workforce that will support those investments? And does the strategy include a broader regional cross-border vision? Are you thinking about how do you integrate talent from the Mexican side, and are universities involved, and just kind of broader strategy about workforce development to support those investments, and also for the investments in Juarez?
Yeah, I think it has to be regional. I was in Monterrey last week at Monterrey Tech and having those discussions, right? And we need more of everything. We need more engineers. We need more pipe fitters, welders. I think the career and technical education sector is going to be really big for us. We absolutely need to think regionally when it comes to these opportunities. Because I don't want Brownsville just to grow. I want Matamoros, Reynosa, and northern Mexico to grow as well, because we all lift each other up.
Well, in the state level government, they have a lot of convenios. ¿Cómo se dice convenios?
Okay, agreements.
Agreements with the universities, because we have a problem. We need more engineers. So our state government is talking with universities to have more engineers, and then also they have an agreement with the UTEP, the University of Texas in El Paso. So there is no way to grow without engineers right now. So our state government is working on that, and we can help, but it's something that is doing our state government.
I see there's 3 hands up there. This gentleman, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 hands up. So maybe let's take 2, and then we'll do 2 more. We have 15 minutes, so there'll still be time, but please.
All right, thank you. Hi, I'm Victor. I'm doing right now the MCMPA at the Harvard Kennedy School. And I've got one question for you, Mayor Chris. I believe one of the main arguments from the current administration in the U.S. About stopping the inflow of immigration towards the U.S. from Mexico, it's about stopping crime and stopping the drug smuggling into the U.S. I think that might make some sense when you consider that your city is considered to be one of the most violent cities in the world right now. I think it's, by some rankings, it's the 5th most violent city. So my question would be, what are the strategies you are implementing right now to try to reduce the crime and the violence going on in your city? I would like just to understand a little bit more about that.
And then we'll have one other question from you, that gentleman, yes, from Cambridge, yes. And then we'll let you guys answer it. There's one online and then there's 2 more, yeah.
Well, good luck combining these two. But so I live here in Cambridge. My name is Brian Core, and I grew up in a border city. I grew up exactly 6 miles north of the border, 10 kilometers in Detroit, Michigan. We're directly north of Canada in Detroit. And one of the things that I'm seeing as a possibility is that there is obviously the fight with Canada and a very similar yet different relationship about the border. People in Windsor, Ontario very much live in a border city. Detroiters don't necessarily think that as much. And yet I'm wondering about the possibilities of this North American region and cities on the border between the US and Canada working with cities on the border between Mexico and the US, and how those two liminal spaces could work together to reframe the conversation. Because the discussions are very different, and yet the story about tariffs is exactly the same. Parts go back and forth across that bridge with Detroit and Windsor, or through the tunnel that goes between the US and Canada, and they're going to be hit with tariffs every time. How can those two sets of border communities reframe a discussion?
Do you want to start? Let me just say that that's really great, because we're back and forth. I mean, is the answer, as if we're going to come up with the answer here at Harvard on this seminar, but focusing on the U.S. Mexico border region, are we thinking about North America and really thinking about a narrative that challenges borders in general and not just this particular one? So.
Now, yeah, on the border, the northern border opportunities, right? I think there's definitely an opportunity to work together because, like you said, we have similar challenges, and we can tell that story. And we can also advocate for better and smarter infrastructure and technology programs to maximize the crossings, right? So I think, especially in the border entries that are most used up there in the northern border. But I can tell you, I'm a U.S. Customs broker, and so I know that the rules and the way we operate in the southern border from a customs perspective, they are different from the northern border. So there's little
the rules.
There's little port policy, right? So I think there's an opportunity to share that and work together to optimize that from a national perspective.
Okay. And there's also the question about violence too.
Yeah,
So.
the first question. Well, when I arrived to the office, it was like the 5th. Right now is the 13th. It's the most recent statistic. We went to the 5th city, most violent in the world, to the 13th. So that's a huge advance, and we have 40 months with decreasing the violence in Ciudad Juárez. 40 months, you can see all the statistics. How? Well, first of all, we're working together with the federal, the state government in Mexico, with the U.S. authorities, and we have a lot of investment in technology. We are the municipal government that invests more money in all Mexico in technology. So we're doing good. We're advancing, So I think that's. But I think I understand the speech about the smuggling drugs in the U.S., but I think the problem is from both countries. For example, if you can finish all the Mexicans who sell drugs, but if somebody is still buying drugs, there will be somebody else who sell them, So I think that we have to approach to that problem with responsibility. It's a responsibility for the consumers and for the sellers and for both countries, As I told before, we have to Mexico has to see what's going on with the drug cartels and the insecurity, but also they have to see about the weapons that are entering in our country. And well, the other question, I think this is new. When I think about the border, I always think about Mexico and the U.S., not Canada and the U.S. So this is a new thing that we have to learn about, and I think Canada and Mexico they have to work together to face this new reality. But as I told you before, I think reality is going to impose. And for example, Texas exports a lot to Mexico. So if somebody can be hurt with all these things that is going on, it's Texas. The economy of Texas is very related with Mexico, no? So, but negotiations are going well with Mexico and the U.S. We hope common sense prevails.
Okay, we only have a few, there's two more questions. I believe there's two, yeah, Erica, yeah, and then, and then one back there. And I'm just gonna throw, sorry, but there's one online which might be connected to this, and it's actually maybe in response to this last round. Antonio Giron just said, without doubt there exist historical relationships in the region and in the frontier zones, but from a social focus or social perspective and not only economic. So there's existing relationships, but if you're thinking from a social perspective and not merely an economic perspective, that's the point, because a lot of the answers have been about economic. Antonio asked, what do you believe is the effect of the policies that have been implemented by the actual administration of the United States now in U.S., for the short term? Thinking not just ideally that there's an economic region that we do it, but what is happening now? And your comment about all the importing or the exporting from Texas to Mexico is kind of like, speaking of that, really, would it be possible to advance integration? That's the question from online. But now we have two others, and then we'll end with final comments from both of you. Yeah.
Okay, hello. I'm an undergraduate at the college. I'm a senior. And I study government, and I'm really interested in sanctuary city policy. I'm writing a capstone on it. So I was wondering kind of your thoughts on that, and like being from Boston right now, that is big headlines right now with what is happening at Tufts and Columbia, and we heard about it yesterday in the keynote speaker. So like on a local level, especially like in Texas when they ban sanctuary policies, how are you as a local politician, and I guess just in general as local politicians, handling immigration and on a local level when it can have tensions on a federal level, and maybe in the context of Mexico, same thing on a local level. What do you do when you have like immigration in your town and dealing with those issues?
Great. And then Eric, I think you maybe one more over there. Does somebody get a microphone? Yeah. Oh, she's coming around the back, so yeah.
Hi. First of all, I love mayors so much. I've worked for 7 mayors. This takes me back to COVID. Like, it feels like you guys are put in a perpetual crisis mode, right? Just dealing with this every day and this uncertainty, right? If we're able to get some certainty, right, because that's been the word, how would you want to innovate and do new things within your cities? Like, what's that vision for, like, if we could put this on the shelf, we solve this tomorrow, like, what's that vision you ran on, and what do you really want to see for your city? I want to end with something sort of high and remind you that you ran to do something big and not just deal with crises.
Great. Yeah. And let me just, you remind me, Eric, a shout out for the Bloomberg Center that's helped support this conference and that it helped make our connections with our mayors. So, and I'm totally a big fan of mayors too. As you know, we share that interest. So let's hear some final words from the mayors.
Yeah, just that I participated in the Bloomberg Harvard Mayor's cohort last year. It was great. Yeah. But to answer your question about sanctuary cities, I don't believe there's a technical legal definition for sanctuary cities. So, but as a city, we're not responsible for enforcing immigration laws. So we really don't get involved. We have very good relationships with Border Patrol and CBP. I think with that line of communications always existed, even previously to Trump. Even now, and so that will continue. But we are not, as a city, participating in the raid process with the ICE and all that. So that's not something that we're charged to do. That's not our responsibility, and we're going to continue that. But your question about what the vision is if we weren't dealing with crises all day. To me, it's it's breaking the cycle of poverty in my community, right? Brownsville has historically been one of the poorest cities in the United States on a per capita basis. And that's just generational poverty, right? And that's due to lack of investment in our community from a private sector and a government sector too. And so my goal is to increase it in both, right? And we're doing that. So there was a Harvard study that showed Brownsville is the #1 city right now for intergenerational income mobility. So people are rising their incomes faster than anywhere in the country for low income families. So it's a great thing that's happening. So we're going to continue to build on that, increase the amount of value that's generated in our community, right? We've been a pass-through city. Goods just come through, right? There's no value that's generated. So that means the salaries are low, house values are low, city revenues are low, so we can't take care of our streets, our park system. It's all related. So we're going to continue to attract investment. Like I said, $40 billion of investment that's coming. Our whole city is worth like $10 billion. Like that's a big. So it's just we're going 5x, like in a couple of years, right? So it's an exciting time to be there, and I'm really just happy to be involved. Thank you.
Okay. Well, for the first question, I think you don't have a lot of time to think about, all the policies with the immigration. When you have the crisis, you have to solve it. You have to act immediately. So there's no time to think about, federal issues and all that stuff. And about your question, well, I think what I want to do if we have this problem solved, first, keep advancing in security. As I told you before with the question that they made, we were in the 5th place in the most dangerous cities. Now we're in the 13th. Do I like it being the 13th place? Of course not. But I have to recognize that we have advanced. So we have to keep going in that way. The other thing, diversify our economy. We have a lot of economy and industry. So we need to take care of industry. Of course, it's the most important, but we have to do more things to diversify our economy. And finally, involve the citizens in the government. Let me tell you something very quickly. When I arrived in office, they didn't do algo que se llama presupuesto participativo. They didn't do it. Okay, so we made it in 2022, and 22,000 Juarenses vote. Then in 2023, 44,000 people went to vote to the projects. And last year, we had 96,000 people voting for 300 projects. This year, the people of Juarez registered 900 projects. So imagine the vote that we will have this. So I am in love with this. We're doing a lot of things. We're putting a lot of money in the people's hands, and people is so if if you can do that, people participate with the government, you will have more security. It will be, you will attend causes, the causes. Thank you for inviting me.
Well, you know what, I'm just going to make a final comment. I think, I'm so happy because you bring the whole Industria panel full circle when you talked about participatory budgeting and citizens. Because remember, I said this is a panel with elected officials on governance, which is the relationship between citizens and their constituency. And of course, participants, music to my ears, I teach urban governance over in the design school, and we try to introduce that. So maybe what you've laid the foundation for here is a possible experiment in regional participatory governance to kind of loop together so many of these ideas that we have, thinking about what would that look like, how maybe to introduce environment and not just ecology. But I think that there are a lot of great ideas that came out of this panel. I think we should give a huge round of applause to our mayors. Next presidents of your countries. No, thank you so much. And we're gonna move to our next panel. So
Thank you.
thank you. It was great. Excellent. I just realized you would do Bloomberg. You could come back to the GSD. You really have to come back. Yeah. Oh, they want to take a picture because they want to. Yeah. Oh, they want to see you. I just. Santa Marina.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, because they want to take a picture of the three of us for the newspaper, the Harvard newspaper. I'm going to be in the middle.
Sí, está allá. Ahorita lo vamos a poner todos nosotros. Sí, ahí busco.
Do you know where Ronaldo's going to be sitting? Okay. Perfect.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. We're going to get started. I don't know if the microphone is actually working. It will be working soon, I hope. Is it working now? Can you hear me? Okay. Okay, let's wait for a couple of minutes. Is it working now? I think it's the same thing. Okay, I think it's working now. All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Santiago Cregueras. It's a privilege to be the moderator for the next panel. I'm a fellow at the Weatherhead Center for International Affairs and longtime friend of the David Rockefeller Center for Latin American Studies, where I had the opportunity to serve as an intern more than 25 years ago when I was a student here, and I have been involved in many of the activities, so it's really an honor to be part of this. I'm really thankful
to Professor Diane Davis and Professor Gabi for inviting me to join this important event, also to Sol and the rest of the Dr. Class team for this opportunity and for putting together this important event. This panel is about infrastructural connections in environmental contexts, and we have an array of great experts who are joining me in this panel to discuss a few ideas concerning the physical and digital connections that allow people, that allow goods and ideas to move between places. As you know, these connections include roads, bridges, railways, telecommunication networks, a lot of stuff related to physical infrastructure, water supply, public transit systems. Obviously, we will not be able to talk about all of them because we could have like a specific conference just for these infrastructural connections. But we'll give it a try, and we're going to start hearing from our panelists. Let me introduce them first. Carmen Maganda is Associate Professor and Head of Department at the Instituto de Ecología y Ecol in Jalapa, focusing on society-nature relations, environmental governance, and water management. She leads CONACYT-funded projects on water social impacts and community projects in Veracruz, collaborating with Sendas AC and Global Water Watch Mexico, one of the two nonprofits, I guess. Her expertise is community water governance that has led to invitations to major forums, including the 2023 United Nations Water Summit, and she has also coordinated binational water governance projects at the Mexico-U.S. border. Welcome, Carmen. I'm also thankful to have Rolando Fuentes. He's a research professor at the GADE Business School at the Tecnológico de Monterrey, a non-resident scholar at institutions like the Baker Institute, the Oxford Institute, and CAPSARC, and specializes in energy economics and policy. He has testified for Mexico's Energy Commission and has prior experience as a senior economist at CAPSARC. His work has been featured in The Economist and has received several accolades, including the Chevening Scholarship and Best Paper Award at the Florence School of Regulation. He holds a PhD and a Master's in Science in Environmental Economics from LSE and UCL. Welcome as well, Rolando. Great to have you here. And Stephen Mume, who is the Professor Emeritus at Colorado State University, and he specializes in U.S. Mexico water relations and environmental policy. His book, Bordered Water, The Politics of U.S. Mexico Transboundary Water Management from 1945 to 2015, offers deep insights into binational water management, environmental challenges, and cross-border cooperation. He continues to serve as a non-resident fellow at the Baker Institute Center for the United States and Mexico at Rice University, where he contributes policy analysis and commentary on transboundary environmental issues. In 2020, the Association for Borderland Studies honored him with a Lifetime Achievement Award. Welcome, Professor Mume. So we're going to get started, and I'll give an opportunity to each one of the panelists to have some introductory remarks. And if you allow me, let's start with you, Carmen. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I'm very honored of being here. Thank you for the invitation. My name, well, is Carmen Maganda, as you see. I was born in Acapulco, Guerrero, Mexico. I don't know how many of you know that southern part of Mexico. It's very beautiful. Okay, raise your hands. Who knows Acapulco? Okay. Well, unfortunately, I was not living or born close to the beach. I'm coming from a very poor corner of the city, and I have experienced in first person a limited access of water and sanitation devices. So therefore, that's one of my major fields, actually. I am very committed to the human right of water and sanitation in its 5 characteristics: sufficient, safe, affordable, accessible, and I'm missing one, actually, which is acceptable. So this human right to water it's been problematic in many territories, not only in the border, but of course the border is what we're here talking about. And therefore, I have to mention that among the limitation that it faces, this human right to water, is the transparency on water management procedures. It is also the limited involvement of local knowledge and indigenous knowledge. We have an expert here also about that, and a general lack of public information. And I want to share with you that most of my research have shown that there is a very limited knowledge in any type of citizens pretty much everywhere I have been in the world. So allow me a question. How many of you know where is coming from the water you have in your houses, the water source, the water river, or the water basin? Can you please, if you are not an environmental expert, please, that's the only question that I put. Can you raise your hand? I see one hand there. I see a few hands here. Thank you very much for sharing. Do you know the name of your water representative in the table of decision-making water processes? No. Okay. Do you know the water agenda or the water plans in the city where you live? So I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to put Harvard in my list of places that I have been talking, that there is also one more of the proofs that there is very limited knowledge on these matters. So that's what I'm really focusing my talk in: transparencies, access to information. This is very questionable in Mexico. Even in my capacity of researcher, I have some limited access to resources. And if that is my case, we can imagine other peoples with less tools to do more research, no? Therefore, my message today focuses on the need to recognize a shift in the cognitive paradigm. How we think the problems, how we will think about the solution, that is very happily bringing me here. Harvard was the niche, the hoop of the cognitive revolution that was so called in the 1950s. We have Miller, Bronner, that were from the psychology department here, that were making the difference in all cognitive studies. We have been talking here about the shift of narrative, changing the narratives, try to imagine a different futures. All that, very needed, very necessary, is going to start here. Of course, with the action of the mayors, definitely, with the aims to change and to provide more infrastructure, is always going to be welcome, innovation. But the main change, accordingly, we have been listening from yesterday, Maria Hinojosa, or this morning, other colleagues, Cristina and Fona. I mean, they have been talking about how important it is to change our own epistemological process to how we're going to face this situation. So that's my main message today. So I want to invite, in this reflection, through the next questions, to think about other values and other concepts that are needed to be taken into account to keep walking into the coherent, equitable path of sustainability. And this is cross-border water culture, but I'm going to focus on water in my answers, if I was not clear yet. Community-based water management, integrated water sharing concepts such water diplomacy, water solidarity, they exist, ecosystem integrity, environmental human rights such as the human right to water and sanitation, among the newest one, which is the right to a healthy environment in 2022, and empathy with nature and indigenous knowledge, indigenous and local knowledge. So this is me. I'm very happy of being here. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Carmen, for introducing these issues related to the shift of narratives, the values and concepts, and this equality path in regards to water. We'll be talking a little bit more about that. But before, I would like to give the floor to Rolando to also give us some introductory remarks.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. I think I have a presentation. Do we? Yeah. Can I change it with the clicker? Okay. Okay. So, yeah. All right. Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for bringing us together to discuss a timeless issue, which is the Mexico-U.S. relationship, in a very timely moment, which is happening now with these tectonic shifts in policy and in politics in Mexico and the U.S. And I want you to note that that is in itself a contradiction. Yep. It's a timeless topic in a very timely moment. So what I want to discuss here in my presentation is that I want to enhance this concept of a contradiction in terms of the environment, energy, infrastructure, natural resources, and to convey a framework where we can analyze this contradiction a bit further. So in all these topics, the commonality between energy, environment, infrastructure, natural resources is that we will be better off if we collaborate as countries. If Mexico and the US collaborate in all these issues, and think about renewables, think about the grid, think about natural resources, infrastructure, etc., that will bring about efficiencies, resiliency, and shared prosperity. Yeah. However, the new reality, in the new paradigm, all these things are weaknesses, are leverages. Yeah. From the one side, in the US, the new administration sees cooperation as a weakness, and they don't want to rely on their partners. Actually, they neglect their partners. Also, it's happening in Mexico. In Mexico, at least in the energy sector, President Sheinbaum, she claims she has actually changed the constitution to enhance energy sovereignty, which I think it's a little bit misunderstood in terms of energy security. She understands, I think, energy sovereignty as the dilemma not between countries, but between the state and markets. Yeah? That limits the action field where we can have some type of solutions. Anyway, so the new policy and politics framework brings about more fragmentation, nationalism, and a transactional logic to these problems. So the question really is, how do we do the rational thing to do in light of irrational politics and irrational policies? How do we do long-term, how do we think about long-term solutions when the shocks feel, the impact of shocks are closer than any possible solution? So while I fully agree with Tony that we have to think as academics in the next 10 years, I also agree with John Maynard Keynes that says that in the long run, we'll all be dead, right? So my aim here is to propose some creative, if you like, strategic responses to these dilemmas, to these contradictions. Yeah. Next slide. I'm an economist, but I'm a strange breed of economist, and I communicate through stories. So like any good story, it starts with once upon a time, right? So once upon a time, there was a bright future for all of us. Yeah, we have the NAFTA generation, which I think you too, and I see a few of us who probably remember this iconic cover from Time. Yeah, with a beautiful, very young Salma Hayek, always beautiful. But this NAFTA generation is coming to a close. Yeah, so I think there should be another Time magazine reflecting this. Anyway, so once upon a time, there was a story of two countries that they thought that cooperation and collaboration was wise, was efficient. More or less, no, I mean, we've seen that it's not always the case, right? But more or less, I mean, at least we had the intention to cooperate, yeah? When all of a sudden, policies changes, as I said, the Trump administration sees this as a weakness and as a weapon, because before we could talk and collaborate and cooperate on specific issues of energy, environment separately. But now this is embedded in a wider portfolio of things, drugs, migration, you name it, fentanyl, whatever. Yeah, so this makes it a little more complicated to cooperate. All this is happening in the context of where we will need even more cooperation. We are more vulnerable, as we've said, we've seen in the, one of the first panels. Climate change will bring about more risks in the environment, in energy, and we will need to have more cooperation, not less. There's a problem here. And while the solution might seem to decouple, Mexico, let's decouple from the energy sector, from the natural gas sector, for example, from Texas in Mexico. Let's decouple with our trade partners. Maybe we should focus on China. All of this will take time. So this is, sorry. So this is what I call there is a time inconsistency problem here. Yeah, the solutions will take longer to implement, and the policy change can be overnight. No, I mean we've seen this. We're discussing whether there will be new tariffs in April 2nd or not. They will be imposed immediately. The solution to find another partner will take years. Yeah. So how do we go about this? How do we solve these contradictions? So here's what I'm proposing. Some of these solutions have already been discussed one way or another here. The first one is that we should break down the spaces of cooperation. There are 50 states in the U.S. We've seen that there are some states for which Mexico is a really important partner. So we should explore the prospects of having this type of cooperation at a state level, either state level or like in the other panel at a municipal level, or with Mexico, California, Mexico, U.S., etc. Second one is that there are some things that we can do in Mexico to preempt future problems. And those are the things that we should be doing now. Yeah? We should expedite, for example, the need for permits for renewable energy, if that's what we are going to need if we face the prospects of quotas or taxes or tariffs on natural gas coming from Texas. We should do that. We should expedite the financing. Those are things that we can do because are done on paper, not on the ground. The next solution, and this has been discussed also in this panel, is that we need to have a change in narrative. From Mexico passing from being the evil, the source of all evils, to part of the solution. How can we cooperate with the new administration who has some valid concerns, and that Mexico should be able to cooperate on those concerns too, because they are also Mexico's concerns. I'm thinking about drug trafficking, for example. I mean, why shouldn't we be cooperating between these two countries? And lastly, is that, as I said, I'm an economist, and I think in terms of the margin. I think that we can think of ways to solve these problems in a modular way, yeah, as opposed to have all these big solutions trying to solve, for example, the entirety of the energy sector. There are some modular solutions that we can take advantage by using new technologies. So a modular approach combined with a clever use of new technologies can help us solve, for example, some bottlenecks in the energy sector. And this has been a proposal that we have discussed at the Oxford Institute for Energy Studies and also the Baker Institute. I think I'll stop here. There's another part of the story that I'm telling you, and that this is not only happening with Mexico. Mexico is just one part of the system that is passing, that is happening with other actors too. Canada, Panama, Greenland, you name it, Ukraine. Yeah. So how do we think about these problems, this story that I just told you, in the system, in the context of the whole, everything that is happening now? But that's a topic for the next, perhaps, intervention.
Thank you. Thank you, Rolando, for bringing in the energy sector into the conversation, and these leverages, these risks, these importance of the way energy sovereignty is seen from different sides of the border, and energy security, and the importance of these permits that you briefly mentioned, which have also caused a lot of uncertainty in terms of how the energy sector is meant to be evolving, and how in this idea of sharing prosperity, in this idea of in Professor Rebecca Henderson's words, in terms of reimagining the world or capitalism in a world on fire, how these things can be related and become more certain. And if you allow me, I would also add to the conversation for your next interventions the importance of energy efficiency, in addition to solar, wind, and energy storage, which I guess it's part of the importance of any energy strategy. With that, I would like to give the floor to Stephen. Thank you.
Well, thank you all, and thanks to the David Rockefeller Center and Latin American Studies. It's dear to my heart. I began my life as an academic in studies of Latin America and Latin American politics and Latin American government many years ago. So I'm very fond of that. Thanks to the Bloomberg Center for the opportunity to talk about the border environment. These days, I'm a little bit of a Jeremiah on the border environment front, and I'm going to be the alarmist on this panel. So just be forewarned. Part of my perspective is that in the last few years I've been on the Good Neighbor Environmental Board for the U.S. and Mexico. It's a presidential advisory board that advises on environmental infrastructure, among other things, looking at the U.S. Mexican border and its many needs. And I can tell you, I can't speak for the whole board, but I do talk to a lot of people, that there are a lot of people who are really worried right now about where we're going in terms of the border environment. And let me just frame this a little bit. In both my book and in my other research, other articles, other publications, I'm probably notorious for being an optimist about the border environment. Border environment has been one of the areas of real cooperation between the United States and Mexico. It's something to be immensely proud of. And that goes back to agreements that go back to the mid-1940s, water agreements, water treaties. It involves environmental agreements that go back to 1983, and actually even earlier than that, 1978. It involves other subsidiary agreements that have been reached since then that deal with some really extraordinary problems. And through all of that, we've been able to cooperate. It's taken time. It's not as if there aren't important differences and disagreements between the United States and Mexico. But we've been able to cooperate and get the job done, at least eventually. And most of that doesn't make much publicity. It really goes under the radar screen. Yet there's another side to the story as well, and it gets to infrastructure, which is I think what we need to address at least a little bit on this panel. and that is that if you go back to the NAFTA period, in 1991, the U.S. Mexican Chamber of Commerce did an estimate of what environmental infrastructure was needed and what it would cost. It's $22 billion. It always sticks in my mind. $22 billion. 30 years later, by the most generous estimates, we have invested about $18 billion in the border environment, and that includes the work of the North American Development Bank, and it includes the work of the International Boundary and Water Commission and other state and local governments. So, it's kind of a mixed narrative. It's a narrative that on the one hand is very positive, and it really we should think about the border environment as an area where, regardless of whatever else was going on in U.S.-Mexican relations and the ups and downs and the conflicts and the cooperative moments, etc., the border environment has really been a success story in a lot of ways. But not as much of a success as we would want. There's still so much that needs to be done in terms of infrastructure and development along the border. And if you paid any attention to the news in U.S.-Mexican water relations, et cetera, you know that Texas is in a deep dispute with Mexico over the Rio Grande and its water supply. And we're running up against the need to renegotiate our relationship with Mexico on the Colorado River at the end of next year, et cetera. That's important. And if you paid attention to the news Thursday before last, you probably saw that the Trump administration decided to deny emergency water deliveries to the city of Tijuana. That is, besides being colossally stupid, is a major escalation that will not serve either country well going down the line. So I want to talk about some of that. I want to talk about some of the institutional history that we have, and you know why we've been successful in many aspects. But I also want to talk about some of the problems, et cetera. And as I said, I am a little bit of an alarmist at this particular moment, not just because of what happened in Tijuana, but there's some other recent decisions by the U.S. administration that I think have likely have lasting consequences for U.S.-Mexican border environmental cooperation.
Thank you, Stephen, and that optimist, alarmist view is a great combination, I guess, to move on. Thank you for bringing in the importance of the development banks. I think for some of us who have actually worked with them and they have been essential in some of the policy development for at least Mexico, I guess, and many other countries. Whereas if they had not existed, it would have been really difficult to launch many of the initiatives. So I guess it's something that we need to keep in mind, and their role in the infrastructure sector, in the environmental and energy sectors has been really important. And I think it's a good segue to move on and continue. And one of the problems, since Stephen, you finished talking about some of these problems, I would like to invite Carmen to talk a little bit about the intensifying droughts. And as you know, with climate change, these droughts and extreme water events have been really stressful. So how can the U.S. and Mexico develop more resilient water sharing agreements, obviously particularly in the regions of the Colorado River Basin?
Thank you, Santiago. Well, in the second panel this morning, someone was already asking, and what about climate change and water, no? So it wasn't an environmental panel. I was thinking some of those participants should be here this afternoon. Unfortunately, I don't see them. But anyhow, we have started this talk already since the morning. Yes, climate change impacts have reached us. Water, as many other stressors, is being threatened. and borders are not exempt. And it is very important that we are talking about this today in this conference with this name, which is an amazing name actually, because besides that our administrations, maybe yours more than mine, are focusing on migration and border security. I mean, there have been few decades where the water crisis along the U.S. Mexican border is calling for attention. And I met Steve Momey, Dr. Momey, in California. I didn't mention in my background, but I am a very proud fellow of the Center for U.S. Mexican Studies at UCSD. So we met there, and we were working in this project, so-called Border Water Project on the Colorado River Basin and Delta, which is important because the Delta is the part from the Mexican side. This was from 2002 to 2005. And we have already been identifying some complications related to intensified droughts. Curiously, climate change was not yet a popular term by then. I mean, we were just talking more about intensified droughts. And among these challenges, we name increasing evaporation, reduced surface water and groundwater availability, reduction also related to polluted waters, untreated waste, but also coming from agricultural chemicals, and the inequities in how these impacts are experienced and affect tens of millions of people on both sides of the border. And some of us were trying to focus in the water governance, how some authorities in both sides were addressing or not the situation. No? Mostly addressing, Steve is right, I mean, we found more cooperation than working against or anything. That was very interesting. I have an article on how local border communities are often the victims of collateral damage of centralized decision making. This is an article in the Journal of Environment and Development. It is so called like that, collateral damage. And this in the field of water security is very important. And because the situation has been exacerbated, it seems to be an unlearned lessons since we finished this project in 2005. Nevertheless, I want to point two positive efforts that we have also identified that can provide a hint of hope. One of them is cross-border water culture exists. It once referred to political culture, defined as community norms that promote cross-border cooperation and strategies on water distribution. My article on border water culture in the Journal of Political Ecology is digging deeper on how this concept was built and what else we can bring to that. But I want to call to the common sense cooperation mostly among local governments. I'm pointing the case of irrigation districts. By instance, Imperial Valley and Mexicali, for example, I documented an anthropological research there of successful cooperation beyond the treaty, beyond whatever other limitation, and there were cooperating in each side of the border, getting the needs, the communities, and the irrigation processes. No? I mean, this border water culture shifts time to time. It shifts periodically towards the idea of rationality in decision-making and water distribution, or what Helen Ingram calls dividing the water like ice cubes. So you are in that border, so many cubes, and this is my side of the border, no? But my proposal, well, is to call this cooperation that has been already documented, and if the governments have shown records of working together, if they did it once or twice or whatever other example, positive examples we have, like the mayor of Ciudad Juarez, that means they can do it and keep doing it, despite the federal guidelines. No? And the second one is related to the grassroots environmental activism, still active, still there. I mean, this is more in the field of our colleague that we listened this morning, Cristina Leza. But Daniel Sabet has very interesting work also in the grassroots movements between the border, in the two sides of the border, and also Jonathan Fox's works are very recommended if you want to go to that line. But that means that there is still activism there, trying to do things, trying to clear rivers. Pro Natura Noroeste is also very active in the southern part of the Delta. And I want to finish this just with wanted to reflect about the word resilience. I know it is here, it has been mentioned here since the morning, but that's one of the shifts we need to do also. Because resilience means come, hit, and I will support and be attentive, reacting to that, no? Almost like conductivism, no? I mean, I have the influence and I react or I defend myself. So there are some other concepts like anti-fragility, for instance. There are other views to do not necessarily call communities resilient communities, but that go towards more empowerment approaches. And normally I'm very eclectic in different forums, but I think we're talking with peers time to time, so it's good to bring also this into our reflection. Resilience needs a shift as well. So I want to bring also other words beyond resilient water sharing, and these schemes are more integrated, such water diplomacy. I was mentioning at the beginning, so I'm going to take a minute just to explain that this concept is very involved into water cooperation through the establishment of a network of actors in different levels of organization, different levels of governance as well. So it is called Water Diplomacy Network. And we have seen in some of the coalitions that Steve was mentioned, for example, an increased plurality of stakeholders. And that's the idea where water diplomacy may be considered as, with its pursuits to water-based conflicts through power-based negotiations with different stakeholders. No? And the other concept that we've seen, and I also have an article with COF in 2020, is water solidarity, and it is very related to the vulnerable populations. We wrote about this in the pandemic time, because we saw internationally a very interesting movement in different countries, mostly Europe, we were there at that moment, and they were very focused in reducing social risks among society weakest members that were not having access to water during the pandemic. And by instance, in Spain, they were lowering the price of the water, other ones were just giving it for free, and there was a whole, we can call it the small actions or very focalized actions, but they are registered also in this chapter of water solidarity. And I will stop there for now. Thank you so much. Maybe I'm very sure with my time. No? I may recover later.
We can continue the conversation, and I'm sure that in the Q&A session, Professor Diane Davis will have something to say, because she's an authority in water and water management here at Harvard and all over the world, obviously. With that, I would like to ask Steve if he wants to add something to this conversation. Carmen mentioned that you work together in this Colorado River Basin project, and you also have experience in regards to these intensifying droughts and extreme weather events. Do you want to add anything to that, Steve?
Oh, certainly. I'm happy to talk about that. So the short course is that the entire northern border of Mexico and the southern border of the United States has been in drought for 30 years. Simple as that. The hydrology goes up and down, etc. But the averages are very low. It is clear that we have to adjust our expectations about water availability on all of our major river systems. And so right now, that is creating a lot of vexation throughout the region. Now, what I would say is that it's not a time for panic yet. But and the other thing that I would say, this is a theme I'll probably keep coming back to, is that our institutions aren't bad. Our institutions aren't bad. Our treaty system is pretty good, especially for a treaty that was designed, back in 1944. It's 70 years plus old, and it's still pretty good. what I mean by that is that it's one of those agreements that allows the governments to decide what they want to do. Our problems are with the governance and the governments, not with the treaty. You've heard it, you may have heard a lot about the Texans' concern with the treaty system. Yeah, right. Well, the treaty system is actually working. That's the important thing, but not working as good as it could be, etc. So what we need is for the governments to come to grips with the reality, the hydrological reality that we have, and that's true in Mexico and it's true in the United States. And that process of coming to grips with that has been uneven. It's been uneven. If you look at recent agreements, what we see is that we're ahead on the Colorado and behind on the Rio Grande. We're ahead on the Colorado. Why do I say that? Because we actually acknowledge climate change as a factor in the governance of the Colorado River, and that goes back to 2010, Minute 317 of the International Boundary Water Commission. Goes back to 2010. That involves the work of multiple NGOs, climate activists, as well as the state governments and stakeholders all across the seven U.S. basin states and in Mexico. People haven't always seen eye to eye. In fact, they still don't see eye to eye. But at least some part of that important structural aspect of water management is being recognized as something that's real, that's enduring, persistent, and that needs to shape the conversations that people are having about how you carry forward existing cooperative agreements on the Colorado River. Same cannot be said for the Rio Grande. And frankly, I'll just be blunt, the problem is Texas. The problem is that our treaty system allocates water in different ways. We really have 3 treaties in one. And they're quite separate from one another. And they're not supposed to be transitive to thinking about each one. That is, you don't reason from what happens on the Rio Grande to a solution on the Colorado River. That's not supposed to be done. And it hasn't been done for many years. And the reason for that is historical. I spent a lot of time with State Department archives over the years. And I can just tell you flat out that California didn't want to deal with Texas, and Texas didn't want to deal with California in 1943. Simple as that. And if you want to, don't take my word for it, read the 1,300 page ratification hearing for the 1944 Water Treaty. And it becomes clear as day. So it was, the agreements are written to be intentionally treated separately, the basins treated separately. But the problem that we have on the Rio Grande today has to do with that promise or that obligation that Mexico took on to provide a certain amount of water to Texas, etc. And then in the context of man-made events and climate change, it's been much more difficult to meet that obligation in a certain way. And that's the key, in a certain way. And then I don't want to get technical, really strain your afternoons getting into the weeds here. But the problem that we have there is that we have this promise. It's supposed to play out in a certain way, deliveries over 5 years, etc. And yet the treaty also allows for a lot of variability in how Mexico complies with this obligation. Mexico, by the way, is in compliance with the treaty as we speak, et cetera. Might not be in October of this year, but we'll see. But it is, and so long and short is that we need to focus on resilience and reliability of flows to users, and not so much on these fixed figures. This is what was done on the Colorado River. So, anyway, that's probably more information that people wanted to hear.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for that, Steve, and we'll leave water for a little bit until we come back to it during the questions. Carmen and you have shared the importance of cross-border water culture, resilience, and water sharing, water solidarity, the role of the institutions and governance, and how this shift in the narrative and this shift in the conversation has to evolve. So now let's start talking a little bit about energy again. Rolando, as you know, is an expert in the energy sector that I'm really familiar with. And I would love to ask you, Rolando, if you can share some ideas in regards to how can Mexico develop a more resilient energy strategy, considering its reliance on U.S. Natural gas and the potential risk of export restrictions under the Trump administration, under the Sheinbaum administration. You and I participated in the administration, and some of the members in the audience as well in Mexico, in the times in which energy strategy was developed, a long-term energy strategy was developed, and throughout these past years this has changed. So can you talk a little bit about that, please?
Yeah, actually, back in those days, there was a lot of talk about shale gas. There was a shale gas revolution in Texas that, I don't know, quadrupled the production of natural gas. And in Mexico, we're thinking about whether, how much of that shale gas will pass in the basin into the states of Tamaulipas and Coahuila, Nuevo León, etc., Veracruz. Back in those days, I thought, why should we develop all this and get into all this trouble when we can buy gas from Texas at $2-3 per million of BTUs, or the measure of natural gas? We are partners, right? And I think that the important bit was just having a reliable supply of natural gas. How wrong was I? No? Because now one of my main concerns about the energy sector is that natural gas can be weaponized by Trump. Yeah, I think it's, and I don't want to give ideas, a way more efficient way than tariffs, because tariffs actually harm, at the end of the day, the U.S. consumer. Whereas natural gas, and Montserrat probably has better numbers than I have, is I think that Mexico imports 70 or 80% of natural gas, 85. CFE produces electricity from U.S. gas in 80, 70% as well. So, and you don't need that much disruption of natural gas supplies to make a mayhem in Mexico. Yeah, it could be just a few hours during peak time, where you basically can stop Mexico industrial production. So I'm really worried about that, to be honest. So again, thinking ahead, the picture that I gave you in my last intervention is incomplete. Yeah, because it misses the other part of the world that the Trump administration is having problems with. Yeah, so I and other colleagues, we came up with an idea that these solutions that Trump is imposing, part of the new policy, the new irrational policy, it's by force. Yeah, peace in Ukraine by force. It's really easy to. Well, not easy to impose peace in Ukraine if you don't supply information, weapons, etc. Right? No migration whatsoever, by force. But this is not a stable equilibrium as we speak in economics. Yeah, if you think in terms of game theory, this is pretty much an out of equilibrium outcome. Yeah. So what we did is that we used, and this is really fun. This I think it's a cool application. We trained a bot with artificial intelligence, an expert in game theory and system dynamics, and we wanted to see what was the best course of action for Mexico, applied then to the energy sector with a leg with the energy sector, by having all these interactions together. Yeah, with Canada involved, with Ukraine involved, with the Panama Canal, and we got, I mean, still work in progress, but some really interesting and counterintuitive results. One of the games that we played where Mexico will duly accept any tariffs, for example, that they impose. 25, yeah. Another 25, welcome. Another 25, another 25, another 25. And at the end of the day, the game showed that that there's a negative feedback effect in the U.S. where constituencies in key states, consumers, inflation, all this backfires into the this type of policy. So the game ended by saying, okay, if Mexico keeps accepting anything that they say without retaliation, Trump will have no ammunition against Mexico because they accepted everything. They went along with all the things that they say, and look, it didn't work. Yeah. The counterintuitive game is that if instead of accepting and not retaliating with all these non-commercial, non-sectoral measures, if Mexico retaliates, you achieve the same results just earlier in time. So which one is best? No? Can you uphold, can Mexico resist a very tremendous and dangerous period of time in order to bring back senses to the American consumer and to the American states and etc. So based on that, I mean, the strategy for Mexico that we're thinking is whether Mexico should or shouldn't react, or should Mexico should or should not make partner or ally act at the unison with Canada or the US or Europe, or should we just wait, yeah, and let others resolve the problem, because that's at the end of the day what we want to see in order to solve or to ameliorate this problem. As I said, this is a work in progress. It's very cool because our bounded rationality doesn't allow us to go so many steps ahead with so many variables, and that's why we need our artificial intelligence to solve this. No, when it's ready, I'll pass it to you. And but I think it's an interesting exercise at least.
Thank you, Rolando. And I think that this conversation, including artificial intelligence in the energy sector and the rest of the infrastructural connections in environmental context, is really important. And at least for the energy sector, when we were talking about the different pillars, at some point that a strategy should have in terms of energy, including energy production, energy consumption, energy efficiency, and energy storage. I think that now with artificial intelligence, we can also sort of play with that. I know my colleagues are very well prepared for talking about air pollution and some other things that we have planned for this panel, but we are running out of time, and I really want to open the floor for questions from the audience, and I'm sure that you can jump into some of those comments that you have prepared as you answer these questions. So let's start with the Q&A session. Please introduce yourselves and make sure that your question ends with a question mark. Thank you.
So I'm Georgia Bush, and I work at Banxico. So this has been really interesting, and thank you, Dr. Klaas, for having yet another fabulous, broad-ranging meeting. So I have a very simple question. What is the best case scenario in 5 years? I mean, realistic, right? So it's in the distribution of potential scenarios, but what is the best case scenario in 5 years' time?
Thank you. And let's take 3 or 4 questions. One more in the back and one more here in the front.
Hello, my name is Ivan. I'm a senior here at the college from Colombia, but in another life I was Mexican. And the question that I have right now is that due to the growth in, the consistent growth in manufacturing in the north, and also the growth in data centers in Querétaro, in a place that is extremely dry, do you see the private sector taking more of a leading role with the water distribution and also with the energy distribution in order to take care of the production that the private sector could have?
Thank you. That question in the back, and then we'll come back to the front here with Professor Davis and the gentleman here in the front.
Hi, I'm Liz Hegel. I'm from Mexico. So you can either go to the positive thinking or the negative, the pessimist. But what would be strategies that you could advise to regular population? Like, what strategies are on the ground? What can we tell our children? What can we tell the normal people, not the intellectual, not the Harvard community? What strategies have you thought about? So that's my question.
Okay, we're making June run up and down.
Do we want too many questions?
I think we'll take these 5 and then.
My name is Ricardo Cortez. I'm from Mexico City, chemical engineer, retired. And I think the idea that you're planning to do something, it's not considering the fact that in Quito and Paris agreements, and every time the countries meet, they haven't done anything about reducing the cause of climate change. So how can you, what can you propose to do something that actually is going to affect that?
Okay, Professor Davis, are you?
Do you want?
Yeah, please, because it may be the only round of questions.
No, I mean, a great panel, and I do want to second the question that links water and energy, because we've got like 2 kind of angles on the panel, which is great. I guess, so I'll ask a question about the water. Or maybe I'll do this quickly. I'll make a quick comment, and it's going to lead to a question. Both really interesting presentations. And I love the historical analysis, Stephen, and thinking about in the 40s, of course, that's when the Bracero program. So a lot of interesting things happened with collaboration in the 40s, including water, which we can come back to. Maybe think about in the future. But I guess my question is about the kind of mismatch of the scales of federalism in thinking about water between Mexico and the United States. Because your description, Stephen, of the tension, when national sovereignty works, there can be a treaty. But it gets undermined when the states in the United States can't agree on the water that goes all the way across between Arizona, California, etc. And I guess the question I'm asking, it's almost similar to what I was saying on the earlier panel, whether in a certain way the centralization of federalism in Mexico allows for more effective treaty formation than the kind of fragmented federalism in the United States, and that then will be a constant barrier to cooperation about water. And just one other quick question, speak on water for Carmen. The other difference, I've done a little work on water in Mexico, and I've thought a lot about, I've had students working on the water issue. So how water is priced, so let's think about markets. And the way, water is not just free, right? And there are different markets that are used in the United States and Mexico. The work I did in Hidalgo and Apan, we understood that the Constitution gives the federal government power over anything under the ground, but rivers can be managed by states. So I guess I want to ask a question of not just the different political systems, but the different market arrangements of water in Mexico versus the United States, is that a barrier to more ecological cooperation? Because I'm totally on board, and it was brought up this morning, about the importance of our ecological future as being a way of cooperating on a region. But if these fundamentals, state and market fundamentals, make that impossible, what do we do? Sorry.
Thank you. So I will ask you to be as brief as you can in answering all these questions, and take some of them, not all of them. I'll give you 2-3 minutes to jump into whatever questions you want. So let's get started with you, Carmen, since you have not spoken for a few
Thank you.
minutes.
Well, thank you. It's hard to choose one question or two. All of them interesting, but hopefully we can keep talking later on. Yes, there are many things. I mean, our new government wants to put Mexican's economy between the 10th highest economic places in the world. We're right now like 14, 16, according to OECD or the World Bank, depending, no? That means we will have lots of pressure to try to match all these GDP-oriented indicators, no? And I'm bringing this, I will go to water through this, because, I mean, the green GDP, the one that is in our dreams about the natural capital impacts, our effects of our actions, production, not only related to climate change, but producing in daily economy basis, is still under discussion. I was just reading in the United Nations about the green GDP, and the latest discussions were from 2023. So I don't know if they are really going to move on that, because that may be the switch that we are needed for thinking in the big guidelines. But I'm going to go to lower in a little bit. So first I want to go from the upper part. And I think that's where we need to keep pushing. I mean, can be any other concept, but nature capital oriented. I mean, seeing the impacts of our productivity. Because yes, I'm here with my papers prepared to talk to you about the RESAs, which are the regions of critical environmental damage in Mexico. The terminology is in Spanish. But we are very related to productivity. And the whole border from Tijuana to Matamoros and the impacts of the maquila are there, letting us feel like the business as usual in the industrialization is really damaging our water reservoirs, the nature, etc. So unless these higher level directives switch their orientation into something more natural capital orientation, from the bottom down, it's going to be complicated. However, I'm a believer, and I want to try to address the answer to the lady. I do always think that top-down initiatives have to meet forcibly with bottom-up. I mean, it has to be a median into that one. And so, yes, there are some things we can manage in the day by day. And I think they have been mentioned since yesterday, since the keynote, and today, this morning. And among those things are, we all perceive the problem with different perspectives. I mean, some of us in these panels are more positive. Some of us are being very negative about the situation. And we have different beliefs because we perceive the situations and the reality with different schemes. I mean, the colors are not black and white. And with this, I want to bring something. We have talked about some cooperation. We can talk about some conflicts. But the point here is our own narrative matters. And I like very much Benito this morning with the artistic way to say it and to express and to mention. Now, what you can tell children, in my opinion, is how you see the problem or the benefits or how you see the life itself matters. Because that doesn't need to be the same one like the media, the trends are going through how reality is or how problems are or tensions are. But how you see it, it counts. So it's something that, I mean, it may sound like, okay, how that's going to change. I'm coming back to my cognitive research acts. I mean, if we are just not, the shifting in the narrative, the changes of narrative are just not going to come one day, I wake up this morning and the change of narrative is here. No, it's something that we built. We built little by little, going to listening how someone else perceives the problem. And this is also tied to water officials. Because water managers, do not really care. I mean, they care about the infrastructural solution. Bring water, supply, etc. However, they do not ask how people is experiencing the water shortage, or how does the people have any other knowledge produced by local communities or indigenous communities. So we have lost that curiosity. I mean, it's not only a technical infrastructural solution. If that would be the solution, it would have been there for a while. That's where I have been standing also. But it's something that you build little by little, trying to understand how the other people sees and perceives the situation. No? With this, and I'm finished with I'm trying to match some of the questions. Thank you, Diane, very much. Different markets. First of all, I want to mention that Mexico holds the 96% of water supply in the country, no? But that small 4% that is not in the network, yeah, you are right. I mean, can be open to private sector. However, I want to mention from my own research how people in very rural communities, by instance, in Veracruz, there is a lagoon systems where we have to take one boat 1 hour to reach one community. And they don't have water supply in regular basis. But who one can live without water? No one. I mean, so they bring water somehow in the boats with the Rotoplas, big containers, or however they want. But they bring some water there. They try to capture some rainwater, not with all technical support or eco-technical support sometimes, but they are trying to make their things. And this is not private, but it's another way to go. There are about 20,000 communities doing this. Meanwhile, I'm talking, I mean, in daily basis. This supplies about 7 million people in Mexico. Private markets are looking at that? Maybe no, because this is really the lowest of the lowest income. So may not be so attractive, I know. However, they are community-based managers. And we have been fighting for that in United Nations Water Summit in 2023, for the recognition of these community-based managers, because if they have done it in Colombia, in Bolivia, and in other Latin American countries, they can do it for Mexico. And that will provide more capacity, more instruments, legal support, so they can do it not in the dark, not in the polluted water situation, because they don't have the technical facilities to move safe water sometimes, but it could be done. So it's another market, may not be as private as we wish to catch that interest, but it's there and it's happening in a reality. If you're curious about this, I also have wrote about that. In ResearchGate, you can find of this research. It is so-called dulce, negra, y salada, but no potable, which means they have some water surrounding because of the lagoon. Unfortunately, no potable, but they bring water to themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmen. Steve, do you want to have a go in any of the
I'll try and keep
questions?
this quick. So best case scenarios is a successful renegotiation of the current shortage sharing agreement on the Colorado River at the end of 2026. I think that will happen. One thing to remember is that Mexico has been very cooperative there. Very cooperative, more cooperative than it needed to be. Okay. Now, this is a lesson Texas should heed, okay? Because the Texans aren't being so cooperative right now, and they will need to be on the Rio Grande. So on the Rio Grande, what I hope is that we get an interim agreement by perhaps a couple of years from now, and that then creates a basis for moving forward future negotiations and diplomacy and conservation projects, which have already been agreed to in principle. But the money and the financing, this is a big deal now along the river, and all the way from really from Del Rio and Sierra Cuna all the way down. So I'm hoping that happens. Another big thing, and this is where I'm more pessimistic, is in the extension of the La Paz programs for border environmental cooperation. These have been very successful. They're funded at a very modest amount of money, but it's money that Mexico and the U.S. participate. They contribute an equal amount of money, and it provides seed money for multiples of environmental projects. It supports the work of the North American Development Bank through the Border Environmental Infrastructure Fund, and so. But right now, what's happening is that the new administration is gutting the EPA. And it's gutting the EPA. That's going to reverberate all the way down the line. I'm very, very worried about that, because the program that we have, Border 2025, needs to be renewed at the end of this year, right? And these are not very favorable times, right? And the Trump administration, and its first Trump 1, tried to zero out these programs. If it zeroes out these programs, then Mexico will zero them out too. That's the way that this works. And so that's something that I'm very, very worried about. People on the Good Neighbor Environmental Board are very, very worried about, et cetera. Finally, just a point to Diane's comment about federalism. Years ago, in 1981, I wrote a dissertation at the Center for U.S Mexican Studies in San Diego, which could be summarized this way. There will never be a groundwater treaty between the United States and Mexico. Why? Because water is proprietary, right? It's proprietary. And the rules regulating water vary from state to state and then across the international boundary. Mexico more centralized. Now, I hope I'm wrong. I'm currently working with a team of scholars on Mexico and the United States, basically trying to negate my argument, to create the basis for a groundwater framework agreement. But the problem is precisely the proprietary nature of all water, including groundwater. Now, the good news is, and this is where changes in Mexican water law have made a difference since 1992 and updated over a decade ago, it is that it is now possible for, this is good or bad depending on how you look at it, right? So for ejidos to alienate their water. That, curiously enough, in the Mexicali Valley, has provided a basis for environmentalists to acquire ecological water, right? To buy water from farmers who want to sell water, and to create a supply that they can take then to the governments to say, well, why don't you pony up a little bit? To then create revegetation programs, support existing revegetation programs along the Colorado River below the southern international boundary. And so, and that's important because it's part of this Pacific Flyway. Snow geese have to get somewhere. And so basically, I think that the changing world of market economics for water is both a problem and a solution. Environmentalists, I think, have proven themselves capable of being very creative in how they go about creating funds for water, and hopefully these will endure for the long term. That couldn't have happened before 1992, for sure, et cetera. So there's the positives and negatives, but still this proprietary aspect to water is a barrier, I think, to doing a number of things. Yeah.
Thank you. Steve, Rolando?
Yes, thank you. Very good questions. Thank you. I'll start with the ones I know, and then to the ones I don't know. All right? So first, I think that the cost of climate change, I would disagree that it hasn't come down. But I have mapped, it has come with a lot of innovation in the electricity sector at least. And I've mapped a large database of startups worldwide, and there's a lot of work in this sphere. A lot of it with regards to solar panels and just the general solar energy. A lot of them are in the United States. A lot of these startups, a lot of them are in Massachusetts. So I think that the cost of dealing with climate change has come down. Yeah, not necessarily perhaps in terms of COP or in terms of things like that, but there's a lot of activity in the business sector and in terms of innovation. Data centers in Querétaro, I don't think that the real resource constraint is water, is more transmission and distribution. to establish a data center, and this is a problem because the Mexico has neglected private participation, at least in the last 5-6 years. Now they're more open to that. Difficult questions that I don't know. Yeah, the best case scenario in 4 years' time, I don't know, but I can tell you that is not the past. Is not either the past. I think that we have to address the excesses that we have in this system of globalization and liberalization and all that. I like a lot of the work of Andres Rodriguez Posé from LSE. He calls it the regions or the places that don't matter. They have to matter. Yeah, and they are all across Europe, Mexico, the U.S., and this brings about this polarization, which is no good. Yeah, but polarization damages the social fabrics, and which is no good. What would we say to the man on the street, to the woman on the street? Are really some an advice? I don't know. Perhaps buy a solar panel and save water.
Thank you. Thank you, Rolando. I'm sorry, we will have to end the conversation there. I know there are many things to discuss in regards to infrastructural connections. As you can see, this conversation could continue for the rest of the evening and tomorrow. We wanted to talk about air pollution. We wanted to talk about bridges. We wanted to talk about electrical grids. Unfortunately, there isn't enough time. We wanted to talk about artificial intelligence that we briefly discussed, and this idea of reimagining the economy, reimagining the relations between Mexico and the U.S. In this new era is really important to be reflected. And I'm sure that we will have the opportunity through the David Rockefeller Center for Latin American Studies to continue this conversation in the next few weeks, in the next few months, either in person, either online. For those of you that don't know, we're celebrating our 30th year of the center. We are really happy about that, and the work that the center has done for these years has been amazing. And again, thank you, Professor Gaby Soto, Professor Diane Davis, and the team at Dr. Class for putting this event together. And thank you to my colleagues in this panel, Rolando, Carmen, and Steve, for all of these insightful comments and answering the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back at 3:30 for our last panel and reception. Thank you. 4:30. 4:30. Yeah, 4:30. Thank you.
Gracias, Rolando.
Yeah, you get whatever you need.
The storytelling.
If you want one. Treasure trove. I got one over here.
But reality is a different thing, and if you don't use the storytelling to tell a real story, and it's just
Well, wait,
your
one more minute.
messaging
Correct.
in terms of the populism, and it
I've
really
had
means
to
nothing.
do it
I mean,
several
it
times.
has a lot of impact in the short term,
Mhm.
but it relates to nothing other than anger for specific age groups and people. Person out there.
Yeah.
And I mean, people are not stupid. They might not want to think too much. I mean, in the day to day, but people do know.
Okay, let me introduce myself again. I'm Tony Payan. I'm the director of the Center for the U.S. and Mexico at Rice University's Baker Institute, a professor of social science at the Universidad Autónoma de Ciudad Juárez. So yes, I'm a cross-border commuter between Houston and Juárez. I know that this panel was going to be moderated by Gordon Hanson. He fell ill, so he won't be here, so I get to do double duty. I don't pretend to step into Gordon's shoes. He's an economist, I'm a political scientist, and he's brilliant, and I'm just kind of waiting around. But I think it's an important panel. The panel is entitled Regional Economic Futures, so hopefully we'll end in a more optimistic, on a more optimistic note in this panel. The dynamic of it will be, yeah, when you talk about energy and water, it's kind of hard to be very optimistic. But the economic futures, I think, is a panel, like everything, a crisis is also an opportunity. I have to tell you that President Trump has withdrawn Congresswoman Stefanik's name for UN ambassador. Why? Because I think the Republican polling must be abysmal, and they don't want to lose that seat in New York, just the way they lost one a couple of days ago. So I expect a big backlash in 2026. A lot of it, I think, is going to ease out over time. I'm certain that that's the reason why they withdrew that nomination. They are afraid of losing an important seat in the state of New York. And there's another couple of seats in Florida that are also at stake. So clearly, they're already, in Republican polling, I think they're already kind of feeling that the tide may be turning in public opinion. So we'll see about that. So let me introduce the panel for today. The dynamic will be, I'll give them about 5 to 7 minutes, each of them to put some cards, some observations on the table, sort of detonate the discussion, and then I will ask some questions back and forth, and then we'll open it to a conversation, which I think is the most important thing. I think Julian reminded me that the important thing is to privilege the conversation. So I'll be as quiet as possible and lead the panel. The first to my left is Montserrat Ramiro. Montserrat specializes in energy and environmental policy and regulation. She's an independent board member of several companies such as BlackRock Mexico, Alpec, and ArcelorMittal. She heads the UGT Renewables Mexico office. From 2014 to 2019, she was a commissioner at the Mexico's Energy Regulatory Commission. Rest in peace.
Yeah.
In 2017,
Don't go there.
yes, I promise to be optimistic. I'm not keeping to it.
I'm trying.
In 2017, she became chair of the OECD's Network of Economic Regulators. Ramiro has nearly 30 years of experience in the energy industry and environmental sector. Previously, she worked at Petróleos Mexicanos, Pemex, and was energy director at IMCO, an independent think tank. She's an Eisenhower Fellow. And then next to Montserrat is Damián Morales, right? Damián is co-founder of Insurgente Brewery in Tijuana, Mexico. Since 2010, Insurgente has been crafting award-winning beers and earned medals at both national and international competitions. He has a degree in mechanical engineering from the University of California, San Diego, and an MBA from the University of Redlands. I wonder how you ended up from mechanical engineering to beer brewing. And then Nina Ebner is a postdoctoral researcher at El Colegio de Mexico who researches the entangled relationship between the restructuring of export manufacturing, border militarization, and the racialized and gender politics of low-wage factory labor in the U.S. Mexico borderlands. And finally, at the end, we got David Favela, a 20-plus year tech executive at HP, founder and CEO of Border X Brewing and Mujeres Brew House, not Brujas, Brew House. He's a James Beard nominated craft brewer for his work integrating Mexican cultural elements into his beers. He is also director of the Talent Foundry program at UC San Diego, which focuses on scaling diverse tech companies through coaching. So let's start right here, Montserrat, and then go down the table. 5-7 minutes to tell us something, and then we'll engage in conversation.
Okay, well, can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Well, thank you for having me. Let me just start by stating the obvious, which is our economies are deeply integrated. No matter what we've been discussing or no matter what the political speech is, we are deeply integrated, and it's going to be very difficult to untangle that, hopefully impossible. And of course, there are positive and negative impacts and aspects to all of this, but again, it will not change. So how can we analyze what's going on with a different set of glasses? Because one of the things we've been discussing is how the world has changed lately, and it has changed very quickly. And it's very similar to how technology has changed. The cycles are much more, they're shorter now. And so the formal tools that we've used to understand our economic realities are different now. We are under two populist governments. But the world is changing as well. The way we interact is completely different. The rules of engagement are completely different, and we need to adjust to that. However, reality is there, regardless of what the messaging is and how the political realities develop in the years to come. One important thing is to analyze the U.S. Mexico relationship in terms of what the commercial or the trade magnitude is. Trade with the U.S. from Mexico is roughly 80% of total Mexican exports depend on the U.S. And we import 40% of that. The trade with Mexico from the U.S. is 20% of total trade, which means there is an asymmetry. And of course, that kind of settles the ground to understand why the U.S. government has been able to have this narrative against Mexico and Canada without much consequence. Because there is an asymmetry, and it's an important thing to acknowledge. However, we are deeply intertwined, and those things are not going to go away. And it's very important to analyze as well what the main products we exchange are. Cars, fuels in the case of Mexico, and cars and electronics in the case of the US, which means all the car industry or the mobility industry is deeply, deeply intertwined because it's most important for the Mexican exports, but it also is very important for the U.S. imports from Mexico as well. So the next would be, how can we cooperate instead of not cooperating? And then you go into the reality of economics. These tariffs and this narrative around, and sort of the need to go national instead of globalized, or instead of being NAFTA, as we all are a NAFTA generation here, and go and look within, is deeply appealing, but it doesn't really reflect what's going on out there. We are culturally integrated. I was just listening to the fact that, what was the statistic for the kids that are Latino?
60% in California are Latino.
Are Latino. So that's how deeply integrated we are. And so I guess the next thing, and it's good that you are a political scientist, I'm not, would be what the tools will be to analyze this relationship, but with a populism angle. Because we haven't done that before, because we were not there. NAFTA was mostly created to provide Mexico with the responsibility to have a rule of law, and that sort of forced Mexico to comply with the rule of law that the U.S. and Canada already had. And now we are in a different reality. Now that does not apply anymore, and we have two populist governments. Another thing is, there is also, at the same time, we keep hearing about this North America versus China narrative. And it's kind of schizophrenic to put it all together. On the one hand, we would like to see North America as a powerhouse vis-a-vis China. And on the other, we are trying to untangle, or not untangle, but decouple our economies within North America. So how can we make those two things happen at the same time? It's very difficult to grasp. And I'm going to go to my sort of energy background. There is no way, for example, for us to be North America, that is, to be a powerhouse, if we don't have energy to provide the ability to do that. There was a college student asking about Querétaro and the need to have both water and energy for the big data centers to establish themselves in Querétaro. That will not happen if there is no an important increase in not only generation, but all power generation, but also the infrastructure to transmit and transport that, which is transmission and distribution networks. And the Mexican government for the past almost 10 years now have been intensely seeking to not invest or let the private sector invest in all energy and electricity lines of business. So, and on the one hand, you want to be the 10th economy in the world, but on the other, you do not let others invest in energy. Those things are just not compatible. Of course, they make perfect sense in the political speech, because you want to have this idea of Mexico and the energy sovereignty that seems to be okay, but it doesn't make any sense economically. And at the end of the day, you need the GDP to grow if you want to be successful in equality policies or any other social programs. You cannot do that without the GDP growing. And the GDP will not grow if you keep on having this schizophrenic public policy around development and economics. So again, that is kind of my worry, that we are in a world that sometimes, I can only speak for myself, sometimes I just don't understand anymore, because the economic sense of it all is no longer required almost. I mean, for example, Trump won on a platform of that's it, we have to do better, America needs to be sort of America first, that kind of thing. But then the measures to do that are tariffs that will ultimately increase prices in the US, which will create inflation, that do have a very immediate political effect on the voters. So again, it's not rational, he's doing it, regardless of the economic rationality. And we do not know how to handle these things because at the very beginning of this whole messaging, he'll never do that because workers in Iowa and Detroit and this and that. And he did, and he will. And so we need to have a different set of glasses to understand that because it's just not rational anymore. And that applies to Mexico as well. It applied to AMLO's government, and it certainly still applies to Sheinbaum's government, at least until today. Hopefully, reality will kick in, and some of the speech will not change, but the policy will. I don't know. I'm hopeful, because I want to be hopeful. However, there is a genuine difficulty in trying to address reality with policies, with speech. It just is not making sense. And at least from the environmental and the energy aspect of it all, it's even less so. So I will leave it at that.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody at Dr. Class for inviting me, Gabriela, Diane, and Julian. I don't know where he is, but everybody at Dr. Class, thank you. This is really a once-in-a-lifetime experience to share this floor with these people, and having heard all the academic people earlier today and their points of views, politicians and business leaders. So one of the things that a lot of the topics that were discussed, we're all intertwined in them, right? From water sourcing to housing to energy, tariffs, security or lack thereof, insecurity, drug trafficking, economic development or economic digression. It's all these things that we all come together and we're all in our own way kind of experts in, right? My area being beer, and it's funny, but it's true. So Tony, you mentioned how did I get from being a mechanical engineer to being a brewer, and it's part of being from that region, being from Tijuana and San Diego. It's hard to think of Tijuana without San Diego, and it's hard to think San Diego without Tijuana. So I was born and raised in Tijuana. I went to school K through 12 through mechanical engineering in San Diego. And having worked in the aerospace industry for 10 years, on my third year is when I started to, with my brother, brew beer. And we noticed that there was this huge beer culture in San Diego, and many would argue that San Diego is the capital of craft beer. Others would say Portland. But it was hard not to get exposed to a good tasting beer living in San Diego. So we started brewing our beer, and eventually we ended up seeing an opportunity in Tijuana that Mexico did not have much craft beer. So that's how we dove into that segment. And it's those experiences and it's those opportunities that only arise when you're, cross-border like that. I don't want to say that that's the only way, but it's an example of how we live together and we share same ideas and same, progression. Because all that we want to do, and I speak for many people in Tijuana mainly, is work. And that's why the people that live and work in San Diego, the people that live in Tijuana that work in San Diego, get up at 4 in the morning to wait in line for 3 hours to cross the border, to go to work, to come back, to traffic, to go back home. And it's part of what we heard earlier today in the panel, Joaquin Lucan, working for how do we make that more efficient? How do we, minimize border waits? How do we make the two cities, the two states work even more together? So is a matter of how we are here together and we are here collectively to each of us go back into our respective cities, into our respective areas, and put everything that we learned in this conference into action, right? It's sometimes easy to say things and a lot of things are said, but maybe one or two things that we grab from this conference, or 1, 2, or 3 contacts that we make, and we make things happen, right? Back at home, wherever home is. So the question is how do we drive innovation? How do we solve the issues at the border, the insecurities? Because there will always be a problem to solve, and that's what I learned from being an engineer is problem solving all day, every day. So it's up to us. And speaking about narratives and negative narratives or positive narratives, it's the interpretation of the narrative, and maybe there is no such a thing as a pessimistic narrative, or I don't know. It's good pessimism, I guess, to come here and speak about those water issues. It's very sad to see the images that the city I live in. I had no idea that was a condition, but it's an eye opener, and that's what we need to communicate and share and expose people to those problems and work together for more, potable water or energy. I have more things to say, but I'll end it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Nina. I'm also really happy to be here and share space with everyone. Sorry, can you hear me better? Okay. I'm not used to speaking into microphones. I am an academic, I'm a researcher, but I'm not only a thinker, I'm a doer. So I'm involved in, I'm only mentioning this because it's relevant to my relationship to the borderlands. I'm involved in a volunteer collective, and we're working for an end to migrant detention. And I think my involvement in this work, not as a researcher, has really shaped kind of the way I understand borderland life and, the economy, which we're talking about in this panel. And so as a researcher, I'm really interested in thinking about, the relationship between the U.S. and Mexico, not as one between, two countries in competition as national containers, but, as a shared but very unequal and uneven social, political, and economic ecosystem. We've heard a bunch about ecosystems today, and I like that term. I'm a qualitative researcher, which means I talk to people, and so I think about how this relationship is really made in and through the borderlands, as a very particular space, in large part through, the everyday economic lives of maquiladora factory workers and their families. And so I'm gonna talk a little bit about my research, which is based in 2 cities we've heard a bunch about today, El Paso, Texas, and Ciudad Juarez, Chihuahua. So I think about this region as being known for 2 things, the militarization of the U.S. Mexico border, and the borderlands, transformation into a major hub for export manufacturing, both of which, started in the 60s. And so I think about these 2 processes as being really interconnected and interdependent and not contradictory. And I also think about them as, very binational and transnational relationships. And so I began my research in the borderlands in 2017. And when I arrived, I was really interested in thinking about narratives of economic recovery in the aftershocks of, the 2008 financial crisis, and an overlapping period of violence, essentially I wanted to understand how this space, has maintained its participation, or what we might call competitiveness, quote unquote, in a constantly restructuring global economy. And so relevant to the time that I started my research, Trump had just been elected. Lopez Obrador was campaigning, NAFTA was being renegotiated. It was a tumultuous time, what we might consider to be a time of crisis, similar to potentially what we're experiencing right now. And so again, I'm a qualitative researcher, so I spent time with people. I spent time talking to and hanging out with, economic development actors on both sides of the border, employers, factory managers, real estate developers, city and state governments, folks from nonprofits. But again, I also spent time with workers and their households. And so when I started my research, I was told by economic development actors that the region had recovered. And a lot of people told me that this was because of Maquiladora, which was the engine of the regional economy. But a lot of the workers that I was talking to, in 2017, 2018, hadn't seemed to experience the kind of recovery that, their bosses were describing. At this time, workers that I were talking to were making about 12,000 pesos a week, which is a little bit more than $50 US. And so since then, even with the minimum wage increases in northern Mexico, wages for assembly line workers in Juarez are still some of the lowest in the country. I just checked basically a local nonprofit does this economic census every year. And in 2023, for assembly line workers at least, the city ranked 28 out of 33 cities in the country that are basically, centered around the maquiladora or have maquiladoras. Another local organization estimates that 60% of families with at least one adult working in the maquila is not able to cover a basic cost of living. I like to know what's going on, and so last week I talked to Edgar, a friend of mine. He's 21, he's married, he has his first kid, just was born a couple months ago, and he told me that he makes about 2,400 pesos a week, so we've seen a bump. And he works in a factory that manufactures seat parts. Juarez is really important for automotive supply chains, but also important to, the lowest value added, most labor intensive parts of the supply chain, like manufacturing seat parts. And so he was telling me last week that he thinks, these wages, in his opinion, are not enough for families with kids to make ends meet. And he said, quote, "Workers are just living week to week or quincena to quincena, not saving or able to plan for the future." And so, if we're interested in growth, in economic competitiveness, we often think about these things as really being linked to, industrial innovation, modernization, effective macroeconomic policy, or enhancing the human capital of workers. I think that what I try to do with my research is think about how what we might consider to be economic competitiveness, or what we heard this morning called value creation, is really built on and powered by low-wage work, and this is not a contradiction. And so, something that I've been thinking about in my research is how economic development actors in this Paso del Norte region have really been working long-term to preserve low-wage work as central to the regional economy, in their efforts to create regulatory arrangements favorable to cost-cutting, to practicing wage setting, or to keeping factories open during the pandemic as workers for many months labored without access to vaccines or adequate PPE. But again, my research also documents how economic precarity, experienced by borderland communities, is also compounded by the violence that people are navigating on a daily basis linked to border militarization. I think when you spend time in borders, as we've heard a lot about today, you really get to observe in real time, how the implementation of different kinds of border militarization or restrictive immigration policies are working on the ground. We heard a great presentation earlier about how these things impact arriving migrants or people that are being deported, but I think these policies also impact settled borderland communities. Most workers in Juarez that I talk to from my research don't even have a visa or any family in El Paso. They're not part of this community, this shared community that we've heard a lot about that spends time crossing the border or commuting. And so when we hear presentations about improving infrastructure in the borderlands, then we must ask ourselves, for whom are we improving this infrastructure? Who's benefiting? And so, I think I guess I want to end by maybe turning back to workers again. So I'll return to Edgar. So I was asking him last week in our conversation, you know, what are you and your friends thinking about right now with all this conversation about tariffs? Like, what are people in the factories like saying about all of this stuff? And he said, you know, they're not really talking about that. You know, they're concerned with rumors of plant closures, which he said, you know, I was thinking to myself, well, maybe these things are connected, but, you know, that was just bubbling in my mind. He said they're seeing, you know, the proliferation right now of short-term and temporary contracts instead of kind of permanent employment contracts. Mm-hmm. He said his two uncles that have a long-term experience working in factories, you know, were just hired on a temporary contract in the factory where he has a permanent contract. They were recently let go and given a week's severance, and they've been looking for work for 3 weeks. And so, you know, they have kids and they're getting by right now by selling their furniture and television. And so, you know, I think workers' difficulties in meeting the cost of daily life, you know, especially in times of crisis, maybe we're in one, maybe we're not. I argue that this is not an aberration, this is not abnormal, but rather part of a longer historical trajectory in which wage suppression is really a mechanism of economic development, used to manage periods of crisis and recovery. And in these contexts, you know, workers are the ones that are responsible for really bearing these kinds of hidden costs. And so I guess when we're talking about solutions or thinking through kind of what can we do, I didn't hear any talk this morning about a living wage. Like, what would that look like in the context of the borderlands? And so that's something that I want to put on the table. And yeah, I guess I'll end there.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you to the Center for inviting us and for today's events. We appreciate the conversation and the topics. I'm kicking myself, though. Damian and I flew all the way out here from San Diego. We're brewers. We make beer. We're the last panel on a Friday evening, right? So, big surprise for you. Check under your seats. There's a 4-pack for all of you. So we'll try to keep it light. I'm very optimistic for the future, and I tend to always be an optimist, but I want to explain a little bit where my optimism comes from, and I think I have to tell a little bit of a story of my perspective through my lens and how I arrived to this point in time. So I grew up in San Diego. My parents are from Durango, Mexico. They lived in La Sierra. They had cattle. They had the milpa, and they had a big family, 7 kids, which is small compared to his brothers and sisters who had 11 and 12. So huge families, and in the early 60s, he couldn't make a living in La Sierra. So he had to, like many immigrants, be what I call an economic refugee. Mm-hmm. He couldn't make it work within the economy of where he was. And he went to Chicago and then eventually landed in San Diego, and then I was born in the 1960s. I won't be specific. And you know, I was very blessed, but one of the things I realized early on is that we would go back every summer because he loved where he grew up. He loved where his family was. He loved that culture. And I realized that, you know, we were refugees. We were economic refugees. And so I had a keen interest in economic development. At that moment, it was like, why do we have to leave places that we love? And of course, there are places of violence and political and economic reasons, but a lot of us who did come to the border or crossing the border are coming for economic reasons. And so I had a very keen interest in that and wanted to study that and figure out what can I do to help economic development. That led to being nominated or awarded a Woodrow Wilson Fellow at Princeton University and studying economic development. I had my plan laid out. I was going to go to USAID or some nonprofit or something, and we're going to do projects in the villages and all that kind of stuff. And interesting enough, one of the professors there said, don't join a nonprofit, don't go into the public sector, go out and work in the private sector, make a ton of money, but keep your values. Keep trying to do what you're trying to do. And that was kind of a shock, right? Because they were supposed to push us on our journey, not tell us to turn in a different direction. And so I took it very seriously and did my master's in international manufacturing management. And so I went to work for Hewlett-Packard around global manufacturing strategy. I went through all of Asia, South America, Europe. And I had the blessing of, within a few years, being assigned to work in Guadalajara, Mexico, to establish a manufacturing hub for our printers and PCs. And it was exactly as the professor said. We went there, we greenfielded, we brought in major contract manufacturers, Celestica, J-Bill, Flextronics, all these major companies. At our peak, we were making 600 printers a month, which the economic benefit to the region was just massive. And I believe that, I haven't been there in a while, but Guadalajara continues to be a huge hub for electronics. And so, that came true. I became a big believer in that the private sector can be harnessed in some cases to do good things, create good paying jobs, and an overall benefit for the community. And so I had a great career. I did a lot of other things, but that taught me that business can do good. And then in 2013, my nephews, they got one of those Christmas presents where they can make beer in this plastic container and you put it in the refrigerator, and they would bring it to family parties, and it was like, oh my God. I don't know if you're craft beer drinkers, but if you taste the difference of a fresh craft beer, it's just full of flavor and it's alive, and it was just wonderful. And we said, well, why don't we start a brewery? It'll be fun. And so we did. So we opened up a tiny little brewery with all of $24,000 total between the four of us. And on the first day of opening, it was in Otay Mesa, again, because the name of it is Border X Brewing. So a lot of people think it's Border Cross Brewing because we're right on the border. And I say yes to both definitions. And we made an early decision, even before we opened, that was really consequential. We said, we're not Czech, we're not Polish, we're not German, we're not English, we're not any of these other things. Why are we making beers that come from those cultures? Why don't we make a Mexican-American beer? And we all said, cool, what is that? But my nephew went off and brewed a beer that he brought back to our next meeting, and I remember he poured it, and it was bright, bright red. And the foam was so red, it was like pink. And I was like, what the heck is this? And he said, just drink it. And we drank it, and it had this incredibly sweet but tart. And it was an agua de Jamaica beer that he had brewed, right? And the moment I drank that beer, that was it. We were going to be a Mexican-American brewery. We were going to brew with our culture, brew with our spirit, brew with our traditions. And long story short, we opened up 3 breweries. We kept creating new recipes. Our 2 best-selling beers is the Horchata Golden Stout, a very delicious beer. Also high alcohol. I'm not sure how much that impacts the popularity of it. The other beer, you'll never guess, is a cucumber beer. So anybody, right? Let's see, I want to do a quick survey. Who eats cut up cucumbers with salt, lime, and chile on a hot summer day? Yeah, see, con tajín, right? Yeah. So that was our inspiration, and we said, let's go ahead and make a beer using that ingredient, and people love it. Anything, I think with, especially Mexicans, if you put lime and chile on it, they just love it. I love it. So that taught me, one of the things that taught me is that we were creating a business, and we invested in a neighborhood called Barrio Logan. So any of you who have gone to San Diego know Barrio Logan. And it was a neighborhood that's been around for a long time with a deep, rich cultural history, over 100 years, a Latino neighborhood. It has Chicano Park, if any of you have ever seen that, which is a 1974 establishment. And there was nothing going on there. It was a kind of a dangerous neighborhood. And we opened up, and we were pioneers in opening up that community again, bringing our beer, bringing a partner of ours who made great tacos, and an art gallery called La Bodega. And it was the trifecta, the perfect trifecta. And again, fast forward, we became one of the coolest, hippest, up-and-coming neighborhoods. But the really cool thing is we worked together, and we brought in other Latino businesses. So we actually became one of the largest open-air, kind of real neighborhood grassroots economic development program. And I always joke to people that someone needs to write a Harvard case study on this thing. So I'm here at Harvard. Anybody want to write a case study on that? So I learned that it was really important to lead with your identity. So even as an immigrant, one of the things that we all have to choose is how do we keep our traditions and our identity, and what do we add to ourselves? So our brewery really became a symbol for keeping what makes us different and special and adding things like the brewing tradition itself to reflect. So we had artwork, we had music, we had all kinds of events. I created crazy things. I did this thing called ChicanoCon, which goes along with Comic-Con at the same time. But get this, we had John Leguizamo, we had Guillermo del Toro, the director, yes, that one. We had all kinds of people coming, and it really just created this cultural movement that I'm as proud of that as I am of the beer itself. So the last thing I'll say, which kind of infuses my enthusiasm, why I think we should be positive as we end the panel today, is that I also work as an economic development director at UCSD, and I work with biotech, life science, and tech companies, and try to figure out how to launch them, get their funding, and really become successful. I think we have an opportunity. We have 65 million Latinos in the US. We have about 3 million of them that have masters, MBAs, and PhDs. And yet, almost none of them start companies. And I think that is the biggest opportunity we have. So one of the things I'll be working on, hopefully for the next decade, is how do I bring 100,000 new Latino startups into our economy? Because we know, and I hate to even mention Elon, that financial power or economic power becomes political power. And right now, we don't represent we have our votes, but we're not representing our political power. And so if we're able to represent more powerfully, I think from an entrepreneurial perspective, I think things will change for the better. And I also think that, the border doesn't exist in a vacuum. It's built off of the narrative and the stories, and the political outcomes are what are allowed by the realities of the narrative in some ways. And I think when people begin to see Latinos as innovators, if you look at Silicon Valley and half of the startups are Latino, it begins to change the narrative. And I think that's one of the things that I'm excited about, and I hope that we can talk a little bit about that.
Thank you. Okay, let me just ask one question and then give you a minute to a minute and a half, maybe two, to respond, because I really want to gather some questions from the audience. I'm going to dispense with that question and just broaden the question here. I heard things about entrepreneurship, institutions, rationality, the politics of common sense, resilience at the maquiladora industry. I know Juarez had 4 research centers at some point, and now it's got half of one. So somehow the border was taking off. It was research centers were growing, and then all of a sudden it just evaporated out of into thin air. I'm a little pessimistic about the idealization of the trapiche economy. You may remember Lopez Obrador with a horse going around thinking that that's the way the economy ought to be. So there's a lot of contradictory
Hopefully they don't even know
images.
about it.
Right. So there is, tell me one thing that you think will, among all these different ingredients that the border is made of, that you think it's a lever that we need to work on to make sure that the entrepreneurship that is native to Mexicans and the Mexican-American community, because I've seen it firsthand. I mean, I live in Houston. The Woodlands is full of, heart doctors who are Mexican, entrepreneurs who are Mexicans. They're buying real estate. They're opening companies. They're employing people in Houston. I think Texas has been the #1 beneficiary of the Cuarta Transformación, because all the Mexicans are moving to Texas that got money and taking their money and their talent and their knowledge with them to Texas. So the one thing that you think, and of course, not just the ones in the Woodlands, if you get one Mexican out of the Sierra and put him in California, and he'll succeed. You bet. At his level, whatever you put him to work, he will succeed. So it tells me that it's about institutions too. There's nothing wrong with Mexico or Mexicans. Everything is wrong about the institutions. What is the one lever that you think can make the border a much better place? The one thing you would pull or change?
Rule of law? I think without that, everything that we can come up with is just hollow. If both countries do not abide by rule of law, there's nothing we can do. I mean, we can be very creative and we can grow despite the fact that there is no rule of law, and the rule of law in both countries is kind of crumbling. Or, yeah, I would say that.
Okay. Yes.
Well, obviously it's beer.
Obviously, yes.
I don't know. I think, well, I'm from the food and beverage industry. I think people get together in the dinner table and, you know, find joy in having a meal together. And it goes back to, I don't think tariffs are gonna, you know, make the economic development stop. I think people always find a way to circumvent the tariffs or whatever. I was just speaking to a supplier. I said, don't worry about it. We also grow malt, or we also grow barley in Canada and malt it in Canada, so we'll ship it to you from Canada. So I think willpower and, you know, finding ways to problem solve is going to be the way we move forward.
My answer is building a transnational working class movement, collectively, grassroots, bottom up, designed to build working class power.
You know, my recommendation or request would be to give knowledge and training in the entrepreneurial process. You know, I consult with over 130 companies, and I find that many of them come to the table, whether they're a PhD or a field worker, and they still don't know exactly where to start with their idea. So there is a methodology to the madness of starting a startup. And I think if more people knew that, and if we had better ecosystems between, where's Flavio? Tijuana and San Diego, and we start creating these networks, I think we can create problem solvers who can operate even under adverse circumstances.
Great. I'm going to open it to a conversation and a rapid fire. Yes, a real quick question, answer. We got 20 minutes for that.
Really quick question. The financial sector, what role does that have to play in each of your issues? Like for you, entrepreneurship, for you, working, the working class industry, and
whatever I am.
Yeah, whatever you are, everything. Well, I guess you speak to investors in some ways, right? So I don't know, what is the sort of main issue that you see with your work or your sectors in terms of the financial lack of access, not the funding you want, any issue that you can think of? And uncertainty, as we know, the financial system is supposed to help us deal with uncertainty, right? So any examples or thoughts would be much appreciated.
The reason why you need the microphone to ask the question is because there may be folks on Zoom and they get the sound from the microphone. Okay. So yes, anyone that wants to volunteer.
You go.
Yeah, I could speak to that. So in most cases, entrepreneurs need startup capital. It's usually essential. It doesn't have to be millions and millions of dollars. It can be, you know, $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 to do a prototype or do some trial or something to get the ball rolling. The reason to be optimistic is there are more and more Latino-focused venture groups, both in biotech and in other different industries. And I think the times are coming together where Latino entrepreneurship is an absolute necessity.
Thank you. Yes. Oh, you want to add something? Yes. Anyone, just jump in.
Sorry. I guess I have a twofold. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so one thing that came through some of my research in the borderlands around factory ownership is that a lot of maquiladoras are actually like portfolio items for pension firms that are that kind of, yeah. So I think what I heard from managers was like that switch, I don't know if we'd want to call it the financialization of production, but that switch was like important to the labor process. So like working for quarterly earnings rather than thinking about long-term growth and stability. And so that kind of volatility actually impacts like the day-to-day planning around how factories work on the ground. That's one thing. And then the other thing is around debt and credit. So something else that I've been really interested in my work recently is thinking through how Mexico's social protection systems have changed under the Cuarta Transformación, and thinking about how those systems are connected with, household experiences of debt and credit, and how that relationship is also connected with precarious work. So what are the ways in which access to credit or debt pushes people back into kind of low-wage work, rather than kind of lifting people out of poverty, maybe an unexpected relationship? And so those are two things that I'm interested in.
And I'm sorry, no, you go ahead.
Two things as well. For small companies like ours, or small medium companies, I think interest rates is a good indicator as to when to borrow money from the bank. And right now, interest rates both in Mexico and the United States are pretty high. And then for bigger companies and foreign direct investment, I think the uncertainty that the administration here is kind of conveying is making for it not to happen. So many people or foreign companies are either not investing or not coming. So that obviously does not create employment and generate revenue. So those two things.
Well, on that note, the financial sector always adapts, and they will go wherever, but at a different price. And if governments really care about the welfare of the people, certainty is crucial to that, because it's the price at which the financial system will operate. So the level of uncertainty and the level of uncertainty in both countries, one from the sort of rule of law in Mexico, and here with the messaging that changes all the time, just makes it more expensive for people to go about their business. So in reality, everything ultimately impacts the regular citizen with prices for financing and the ability to grow an industry or a startup or whatever. It just makes it much more expensive.
Yes.
I just want to say that red, what's it called, yucca beer, sounds delicious. If you ever make a non-alcoholic version, especially of the double chocolate stout too, please do let us know, because I would buy it.
I know, all this talk about beer. I will let you know, though, here's a weird fact. So the largest craft brewery in San Diego is a non-alcoholic craft brewery. Yeah. Athletic, yeah.
Athletic,
but,
all right.
Expert.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I want to make a few comments. I was really happy that this has been such a productive day, and the optimism is positive. We were kind of down in the beginning, but I'm a little anxious about the optimism. So I just want to make a few. Maybe they're not connected, but maybe you guys can pick them up. Well, first of all, like Montserrat, I really liked your point that it's not just another crisis, but the rapidity of crises. So this is the modern world we live in. Yeah. And of course they're, amplified maybe at the border, but and maybe it's going to be even more rapid down the road. And I think that's a very, can I say helpful, important comment that could temper, I don't want to say temper our optimism, but when we think about what to do and how to kind of innovate ourselves out of these problems, I think we have to think about time.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure, so how long it takes to create a business, et cetera, may be part of those things. So that's the first point. The second thing, I want to say I loved the story, David, about the kind of the development of this industry, this very successful entrepreneurial, experiment, linking it to culture. Because it made me think of the first panel with the arts. And that's why I love that. And I I'm just wondering, why is it we're not seeing more entrepreneurial work in the border that's motivated by that? So I'm not questioning that there is an entrepreneurial pathway. I'm teaching in urban planning. I'm a big advocate of governance. So you can imagine that I don't think the only way to build ourselves out of a crisis is through the private sector only. But the experiments that you've shared with us, if we're gonna do it, those are the things that wanna do, because they're doing something else besides just creating, accumulating and value. They're creating a cultural representation, and that's really important. And I'd like to link that to Nina. I'm very happy Nina brought up the question about work, because if I think, and you guys can correct me, because but like the production process of a brewery is different than a car manufacturing firm. So I do want to put a third issue on the table, besides innovating for cultural kind of recognition and empowerment, which is what you're doing, Latino or Mexican American empowerment. Shouldn't we be thinking about what we're producing? And that's linking us back to the prior panel on energy. I'm sorry, this is going on, but one more comment, because the work I did in Hidalgo, we were very critical of the Corona Brewery. Thank God we've got craft brewers. But what I learned in that project that was on water management is that beer, maybe you guys know this, is the #1 export item of Mexico.
Yeah.
We haven't talked about that all day. So if that's the #1, and that's why we needed the beer, but if that's the #1, and I have a critique of, I've been involved in circles, and you know there's so much protest over water, exporting water. They say beer or Bonafide or whatever is the export of a natural resource in Mexico. I'm not saying that about your brewery, but I guess the point I want to make is, why aren't we thinking more, why are we focusing on the auto industry, speaking of time?
Yeah.
And is this U.S. domination? Is this what the tariffs, I mean, maybe tariffs will undermine that, but why is it that the dominant discourse about production that's accepted in Mexico, in the maquiladora, is these old industries? So I guess that's the last thing. If I could hear somebody talk a little bit more about the content of the innovation and the entrepreneur.
Yes, take one each, whoever wants to address
Can I
it.
go with
And we got a
time?
couple questions. Go ahead.
Well, let me give you a few examples. Storage, power storage, batteries, lithium-ion batteries. In the last 10 years, they dropped in price astronomically. Now it's even less than $100 per kilowatt hour, and it used to be something like $235. I mean, it meant that renewables were not competitive with natural gas-fired power. And that happened only in 5 years. So these cycles go so fast that social change doesn't adapt to it. We as societies do not change at the rhythm that technology changes. So that's an issue that we've never encountered in humanity before, right? And that sort of, there's no answer to that other than we need to study that. But in Mexico, for example, we have all these innovations, all the aspirations in terms of climate change as well. And we will probably be able, we as a global society, will be able to challenge or face climate change with technology, but we don't necessarily feel it because in the super short term, we still burn oil. So it's a conundrum that I don't think has been studied enough at the anthropological sense because it's quite new. So, I mean, my only point is that there is something there that needs our attention, and I don't have an answer to that, but it's important to take care of it. And that's
Somebody else?
it.
Yeah, so regarding the startup and the why is it more people doing more, I guess, locally. I was part of a panel 2 weeks ago at CETIS, and I got a lot of questions from the business students, 22-year-olds, and the majority of the questions were related to, I'm scared, how do I do this without failing? And I think it's anytime somebody, starts a business, there's always obviously a risk. And finding finance and the right idea, the right time is always a concern. It's easy to have an idea, but to execute it well, and with all of this people in Tijuana or in San Diego now, it's very competitive. And regarding the auto industry, I think that maybe like any business would pivot, a state or a city should pivot as well and redefine their strategy in the longer, medium term. So maybe it's time for Baja, and this is kind of out there, but to start thinking about deindustrialization. Why not? It's going back to tariffs. If you think about data centers or cloud storing services or AI, obviously coupled with renewable energy, because that's a lot of consumption. But it could be a great hub, and it could be a great solution for tariffs in place.
Dan, there is a question online before you stop talking. The question is, what does do entrepreneurs in small companies like yours do? What's the positive impact on the lives of the deportees and migrants? I'm sure they come to you and they say, I just came back, they sent me back, I'm looking for a job. What do you have to comment on the intersection of small entrepreneurs and deportees and migrants that choose to stay? Tijuana is a good example.
Well, we employed migrants back when Haiti suffered I think it was an earthquake, and we had a big influx of Haitians into Tijuana, and it wasn't a Haitian, it was actually a Kenyan, I believe, and we've had people from Nicaragua, from Africa, and employing them is one way of helping. And we also made a beer called Migrante, and that beer we made specifically for migrant camps in Tijuana, and to support the necessity of their economic necessity. So that's a way of giving back.
Okay. Nina or David, real quick, and then we'll take one more question and end it there.
If you want me to address that question?
You go ahead and address, if you want to address that. And
just real quick, you're absolutely right. When I developed the brewery, in my mind, I was envisioning the 60% of Latino students in K through 12. Not that I'm going to sell to underage kids, but over the next 10 to 20 years, they will be 21 and over. And the question I had is, what are going to be their tastes? What is going to be their culture? We've never been the majority of a school population before. It's up to us now to define the tastes and the cultures of the coming generation. And so you begin to see this in LA a lot. You begin to see the music. I don't know how many of you follow the music scene in LA, but it's blowing up. Was it Peso Pluma and some of these other musicians? May not be our taste, but
exactly.
They are influencing the popular culture. Yeah. And so I think you'll see a lot. I could name a whole bunch of companies that are starting to do that in all kinds of different ways, from coffee shops to taco shops to craft breweries. Yeah. And we're beginning to envision who that next customer is. And then on the immigrant question, if I could answer that, we bring awareness, and we host fundraisers. We just did a jacket drive over Christmas for the ones crossing the border, and we do what we can. At the same time, we're also trying to survive as a brewery, but we act as a community center point, I guess, to focus and escalate issues that we can all collectively work on.
I'll come back to you, Nina. Let me pick up the question, and then you'll be the first to answer, and you can address anything you want from the questions. Yeah.
So for Nina, and one quick one for David. So, Nina, I agree with you that the wages need to increase, right? We need better wages for workers in Mexico. But what is the pathway to that you visualize? What do you think? How can we achieve? Just collective bargaining, unions. Do you think that's the route?
I don't know if I necessarily think that. I think unions are a really important vehicle for building worker power, and I think there's a lot of interesting things happening right now in terms of experimentation around independent union organizing enabled by mechanisms we can get into at another time. But I also think those aren't the only answers. I think movements need to go beyond just the workplace, and they need to consider all of these other dynamics, like the climate crisis, like a crisis of social reproduction, like all of these other things that we've been talking about today. And so, yeah, it's like building movements from the bottom up that center economic concerns that are linked with environmental concerns, that are linked with concerns about, border militarization.
Anybody else?
Very quick for David.
Yes.
What are the major challenges for the Latino entrepreneur to be able to attract capital in terms of having projects that are scalable, that can give a return on investment?
Easy, the quality of the idea. And it's the due diligence they put into it. What I really struggle with is when someone shows up at my accelerator and they're like, I have this idea, I have a business plan, I just need $1 million. And it's like, what did you do? Well, I just thought of it. I just invented this business. And it's
We're not talking Shark Tank here.
No. There's a due diligence process that I can't go into now, but there are steps, you're very well aware, lean startup, blue ocean, all kinds of things that you should do to know if you have a quality idea. That's the number one thing, because quality ideas attract capital.
Yeah. Last question, a couple of minutes to close. Yes.
Tony, it's more a comment than a question. You mentioned that there's a lot of wealthy, educated Mexicans in Houston because
Right.
of López Obrador. That is not true. They have come to the U.S., to San Diego, to Houston in the last 25, 30 years, because to widen professional horizons, because of violence, and because they can afford it. But what I want to share with you is that I've been very critical in the last 4 to 5 years of the U.S. democracy, of the U.S. role in the world. But every time that I share my criticism, most of my American friends tells me, yes, but the U.S. remains to be the country in which everybody wants to live. Everybody wants to come here. What I'm thinking is not anymore. Seems to me that now, one of the unintended consequences of Trump 2.0 is that I believe all of that goodwill, all of that willingness to come and live the American dream, come to stop and a hard stop. It's crazy if Trump believes that there's people that they want to pay $5 million to come into the U.S. There will be very little people to buy those visas, and seems to me that this is going to be fascinating, because now we can tell that despite the violence in Mexico, there's so many Americans and people from everywhere coming to Mexico. Mexico City is booming, Veracruz, everywhere in Mexico. This really started with COVID because of the flexibility in Mexico about COVID rules. And now they discovered that Mexico is a wonderful place to live. It's a fairly happy country. And I wanted just to end in this optimistic note, because it seems to me that the U.S. is becoming a harshest place to live. And Mexico, even though we have lots of problems, is becoming a very welcoming country.
I think we have to have a panel on that, because I disagree, and I think I have a lot of evidence on that. But I think we've run out of time. I really want to thank the panelists. I really want to thank certainly Gabi and Paula and Gabriela. Sorry, sister, call her Gabi. Gabriela and everyone, thank you for staying with us. And I think I'll hand over the microphone to Gabriela. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Let's give them a hand. For really, what a way to close an extraordinary day with such a terrific panel and panelists there. So I have a couple of announcements, but before, and I know I'm standing between you and a reception wine, so I will try to be quick. So I just want to remind you that on April 26th, Dr. Class is celebrating its 30th anniversary, and we're going to have a series of events. And just to whet your appetite, here will be Michelle Bachelet, who's the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, former President of Chile, Carlos Alvarado Quesada, President of Costa Rica, Isabel Teixeira, co-chair of the UN International Resource Panel, Ernesto Cedillo, former President of Mexico, just those that I plucked out of right now from the website, but there are dozens of more. So if you enjoyed today, I can guarantee that in 1 month, the 30th anniversary of Dr. Class is going to be a blast. Also, conference panelists, please come to the front before you go grab your wine so that we can take a picture. That was the quick one. And just in closing remarks, we're in the midst of global uncertainty. I think the word uncertainty came up in every single panel. Allies are being redefined, and economic crises are making many cautious, socially and definitely financially. But as Tony reminded us, crises are opportunities. The border has often been a site of continuous or manufactured crises, but might we be entering an era in which the United States and Mexico, as a whole, begin to increasingly resemble the border regions? In other words, that the narratives that have long been consuming us about the border, factual or fictitious, spill well beyond the border? And are we entering a world in which the rule of law is not easy, economic opportunities and partnerships that are already in play are already in play but not visible or not acknowledged, an eager and willing workforce that is looking for employment that may not exist, capitalistic wastelands, Nina, I'm thinking, constant pivoting to new opportunities, but also a space of innovation and increasing technology, a space where resilience or non-resilience is the key. If that is the case, maybe it is the border that will produce the leaders of the world that we need for this new world that we have manufactured, a world that we have built, because it is those who on the border are the ones who are most comfortable in this world that the rest of us are now entering. Whatever it may be, we need to continue in conversation. May these ideas not stay within this room, and may they not stay as simple ideas, but rather might they become actions. May they become actions. And with that, let us go and toast to not the end of a symposium, but rather the start of collaborations and the first step to many projects together. Thank you so much. So if you were on a panel